Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became the Escalation Dragon? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was dying of boredom. Whatever the F is name, sensei was rambling about high schools and whatnot. Not that he paid any attention to his speech. It was the only acceptable choice in his mind. He should have skipped the school today, maybe get some extra training in, or practice with his quirk. Though he would need to pester Katsuki into it, and he was a nerd about skipping classes without good reasons, and not giving F was not a good enough reason for him, somehow. Hey, speak of the devil, Bakugo was trying to get his attention. Izuku deigned to acknowledge him. What? Midoriya says, craning his head towards Katsuki. School shooter is not here today. Which was true, now that Izuku rose from his slumber and laid his eyes upon the class. Fujiwara skipped today. Which was not that uncommon, so Midoriya didn't get why Katsuki pointed it out to him. It's not like he cared about the guy. Yeah, so what? He skips often nowadays. I don't get the importance of today, Izuku says, with an annoyed expression on his face. I was just making a FANG observation, okay? No need to get snappy. It was a useless FANG observation, Katsuki, that's why he is snappy. Get to the point, and level him with stopping a meandering stare. Wanna hit the arcade today? Beat all other losers' high scores at every machine. That was a very good proposition. They did not visit that arcade in God knows how many months. Some fuckers definitely smashed their first places, which was unacceptable to Midoriya. He was the king of that arcade. Bakugo was his right-hand man. Not that he needed to say that out loud, he for sure knows it already. Yet, they won't know what hit them, Izuku answers, maybe a bit too loud for teacher's taste. Midoriya, Bakugo, be quiet, okay? Beach-sensei tried to level them with shut the F up stare, but it was ineffective. Boy, do you know where Fujiwara is? Is he ill or something? Bakugo tried to divert attention from them to Fujiwara. No, Bakugo, I don't know where Daisuke-kun is today. I will call his parents after class. It is getting out of hand. 4 days in a row is too much. So if Izuku skips 3 days in a row he won't budge? Fujiwara was a beach with a capital letter. A newcomer who tried to establish himself in the class hierarchy with a tried and true method. Bully and belittle someone and get respect from your peers by being above his victim by comparison. The dumb F miscalculated in one thing. He started clowning on Midoriya. He didn't really care all that much. He was but a chihuahua barking at a dragon. Deigning him with attention was beneath Izuku. But then he started the dumb bit with kanji of his name, reading them not like Izuku, but like Deku, which was very FNG stupid of him. Izuku told him to shut the F up before he broke every bone in his body, but the idiot somehow took that as a signal to ramp it up. The final straw in the camelback was laughing at him being raised in a single-parent family and insulting his mother. Izuku was and is not really close with Inko, but taking that in stride would be stupid of him. So he solved the problem how all the problems in this world can be solved, with extreme violence. He fought Fujiwara and beat him, but nothing too serious. That was good, finally seeing him wallowing in defeat. But then the RETD used his quirk, armory, and pulled a gun on him. In retrospect, FNG him up to the point of broken ribs was maybe too excessive, but he deserved it. Classmates who were watching the bout dubbed Daisuke school shooter and it stuck with him to this day. After that disaster, he plummeted to the bottom of hierarchy and became everyone's beach. If some girl wants a soft drink, Fujiwara is the man. Somebody need a pack of Fs. Daisuke is your boy, and so on. Then he got taste of this own medicine. Some started harassing him, everyone else started avoiding him except for aforementioned errand boy talk. But in the last month or so Fujiwara started acting weird. He was pretty weird before that, but now he is really F'd up, making Tohokai-aligned posts, getting into fights, now skipping class for days. Izuku won't admit it, but he was getting a bit nervous. He doesn't want to skip class one day and be met with the news of Daisuke shooting it up the day before. And then he felt it. The ping on his violence radar. The feeling that fueled his quirk, that made him from a 14-year-old boy to a fire-breathing dragon. Their class was on the 4th floor, and his range was barely enough to cover the entire school, but it was enough to feel spike of conflict at the entrance, like somebody knocking somebody out. It was fast, without retaliation. And then in a span of 5 minutes or so more, and more, 3, 4, 6, then a lot at the same time, he lost count. Izuku would not admit it out loud, but he was a bit worried. This was not a giant fist fight, more like a rampage. More like a person killing everyone in his path, with a bullet to the head. "Sensei, can I go to the restroom?" Izuku asked calmly, without betraying his emotions. Bakugo still somehow instantly caught on, and tried to catch his eyes, but Midoriya resolutely stared at the teacher. "Class is almost over, but sure, still don't give a F about his name." Sensei excused him. Izuku stood up and left the room, immediately went for his phone and started typing to Katsuki. "I think Fuji is shooting up school. Not sure Arin, but a lot of PPL are PRBLY dead already. I sensed a lot of spikes. I'll try to stop him, call heroes." He was typing fast, rushing through the corridors to the fading bursts of violence. Even not transformed, his senses were really good, and he started hearing loud bangs, gunshots. Izuku run down the stairs, skipping stairs as he went, trying to get to the bottom floor as fast as he can. Scales under his arms were almost ready to burst, to cover him in silvery shine of metal, to protect him from anything this world wishes to throw against him. His fingernails were elongating, morphing into claws, his face remade into a snout, a maw with teeth, and soon, fire. His quirk worked to rid him of exhaustion in his muscles, restoring them, reinvigorating him. He was getting faster, stronger, taller, tougher. And scarier, less of a young boy and more of a deformed beast out of legends, a dragon-human hybrid. The gunshots were getting louder. He started hearing screams. He smelt gun smoke, blood. He was between the 3rd floor and 2nd, the shooter already. Ripping through it. A moment later, alarms started blasting. "There is a school shooting happening right now. Everyone stay safe, blah blah." Izuku didn't listen past the first few words. All the dead kids on the 1st floor would thank the slow FS for quick reaction. He ran into 2nd floor, just as Daisuke left another classroom. He was a tall guy, with pitch black hair and lead-colored eyes. Fujiwara was decked out in gear, a vest, probably Kevlar, tall boots, form-fitting clothes, all in metallic colors. And a bandana, with crossed rifle bullets on it. A stray thought entered Izuku's mind. This getup seems like it was made for a hero, good palette, armor, even a first aid kit on the belt. There was nowhere to hide from gunfire, and his scales, while already out, would probably not stop a bullet from a rifle. Izuku reacted first, instincts honed in countless bouts with Katsuki, but for all his speed, bullets were still faster. Daisuke's quirk, armory, allowed him to manipulate a metallic mist around him into shapes of firearms. Izuku doesn't know the specifics, but it was fast. Barely in a moment a battle rifle morphed into a shotgun. A slug rushed right into his midsection, and only that moment of transformation and Midoriya's faster reaction saved him from a hole in his chest. But it did not save him from a hole in his left shoulder. And then another. And 2 more. Fujiwara, while using a pump action, didn't need to waste a second to reload. He just remade the entire shotgun in an instant. 3 more slugs hit Izuku's shoulder, rendering an already extremely painful wound into a hellish one. His vision swam. He fought to stay conscious, and if not for his quirk, he would fall right here and never wake up. "You!" Only now Daisuke understood who was standing in front of him. He shot on instinct, like he trained his entire life. It was satisfying seeing the dragon mutt in pain, and he wanted to prolong the feeling a bit. "How does it feel, fucker? I hope it is painful as F-, your mongrel." And he really did. Broken ribs were hell, and Midoriya was the BSRD who started the bullying campaign, even if he didn't participate in it all that much. Pain was clouding Izuku's mind. His left arm was dangling at his side, useless, a liability right now. And while he could wait for his quirk to stitch himself, he didn't have the luxury of time. So he did the only thing his brain came up with at this time, He craned his neck, opened his maw and bit through what was left of bone and sinew that was keeping his arm attached to the body. Blood gushed out of stump, in bursts of red liquid, but some seconds later it stopped. His quirk, his lifesaver, scabbed the wound over with scales, preventing him from bleeding out. What the F-, man? Fujiwara was standing there, dumbstruck by the spectacle in front of him. He knew Midoriya was a bit fed up, what's with all the fighting and violence, but biting his own arm off? That was a bit too much even for Daisuke, who in the last 5 minutes or so witnessed a lot of dead bodies, still faltered for a bit, granting Izuku some time to catch a breath. Not wasting any more time, Midoriya rushed at Fujiwara, trying to get into close range. Weapon or not, in close quarters combat it would be almost useless. No firearm small enough to be used at such close distances would have enough stopping power to pierce through his scales, which were getting stronger by the second. Fujiwara realized it too, but instead of trying to kill Izuku while he was running at him, he chose to jump out of the window. It was quite graceful, like a swan dive. He has good form, Izuku noted, shoulder forward, rolling to spread the impact through the body, and then instantly on his feet, morphing his shotgun into a grenade launcher, and shooting at the window in an instant. Midoriya dodged, but he was still hit by the blast wave and fragments, stopping him in his place and forcing him to reorient himself for about 10 seconds, the hit not helping his fading mind. Ironically, while his scales were not pierced, his ribs were probably bruised, if not broken. Grenades are no joke, he filed a thought for later. If a minute ago Izuku was angry at the shithead who thought that shooting up a middle school is a really good idea, now he was bristling with fury. The fucker is dead, I'll beat him to a pulp, his own mother won't recognize him. His blood was boiling hot, sprouts of smoke shooting out of his nostrils, flames soon to be on his beck and call. He jumped after Daisuke, not caring about landing properly, his quirk will carry him through anything. It was painful, impact of falling from the second floor hitting his already damaged body like a train wreck, but he pushed through it, only one thought in his mind: Fujiwara is not going home with just cracked ribs. Then he heard more explosions and shouts and more explosions, in a never-ending cycle of violence and conflict. His blood pumped, his heart soaring with the feeling of power that his quirk granted him through bloodshed around him, but his mind was already mourning more dead bodies, more children that will never grow old. His determination to stop Fujiwara was getting higher and higher by the second. Courtyard around him was covered in smoke, Daisuke trying to lose him, but his hearing was sharp enough to discern him in the cacophony of screams and explosions, a madman, laughing at pain of others, for all the pain that was inflicted on him. He charged at his position, readying himself to end it all. His wound was no fully scabbed with skin, so he will not bleed out when the battle was over. The battle is never over, Fujiwara raved, a beacon of raging violence to Izuku's senses. It was a familiar cry, something in the back of his mind, but this was not the time to mull over Daisuke's words. He reached him a moment later, Fujiwara not noticing him in his haze of blood and fire. Izuku slammed into him, toppling Daisuke to the ground. Fujiwara, for his credit, reacted quickly, and reoriented himself enough so he could point his launcher at him. A flashbang sailed at Izuku, the bright light and loud bang bringing his senses to agony. He tried to claw at the black-haired fucker, but blinded, he only hit the air in front of him. Fujiwara recovered quicker, and started shooting him point blank, but his scales were strong enough to prevent the bullet piercing his flesh, though it did not stop the pain. The pain. His arm throbbed with phantom pain, his broken ribs were smashing into his insides, the constant hits from slugs all over his body were driving him insane. He needed to end this, and fast, or he will fall unconscious, and that is guaranteed death sentence in his current situation. His right eye was effed up, lucky BSD managed to hit it, thank it, his quirk protects his organs from the inside with scales, or his brain would be toast. He stuck his claws into the eye socket, digging around until he hit the bullet, and flicked it aside. You are so effed up, Izuku, Fujiwara whispered, his gun lowered in dumbfound awe. That moment of silence in continuous bullet storm was enough for Midoriya to coil his muscle, to ready his fist and to smash into Fujiwara's midsection, breaking enough ribs to feed a FING family of 5. He was protected by the worst of impact by his vest, but it was enough damage to render him almost useless in the fight. Weak, pathetic little Daisuke Fujiwara, who still believed in all the bullshit that was spewing from everywhere, that all is good on this earth, that all might will save everyone and everything, that being a hero is the peak of anything anyone can want. I will not live like a D-dog. He was coughing blood, his face more pale than usual. The launcher, which he dropped after the hit, flew to his outstretched palm, and like always, it morphed in an instant to a handgun, which he pressed to his temple. Realization hit Midoriya like All Might hits villains. "Eno," he roared, his voice distorted by his maw, but it was far too late. To be a warrior is to live forever. Final words by one Daisuke Fujiwara, 14 years old, who will go down in police records under villain name Lead Eye, infamous for his lone wolf attack on Aldra Junior High. Then a gunshot. Everything stopped around Izuku, his whole being was focused on the boy in front of him. No, not the boy, the corpse of a boy. He didn't pull the trigger, but he felt like emptied a full mag into Fujiwara. And his own heart. He was breathing heavily, but not from exhaustion. Never in his life he will have the comfort of lying to himself that his breathing was not from a panic attack. He is FING dead. Just like that dead. He was raving at air, his lone arm flailing around, his teeth clicking with a sickening sound, and then, finally, gouts of flames, shooting out from his maw and arm, followed by blessed silence of fading consciousness. His 2-meter-tall body would topple back, his mind not there to notice him being caught by strong arms of All Might, too little too late to stop Lead Eye's suicide. Bakugo was fuming. He was fuming at Izuku for running off to fight without him, even if Katsuki knew that squaring up against a firearm would be suicide for him. He was fuming at the school for sounding the alarm only 5 minutes after the BSTRD started shooting people. He fuming at Daisuke for shooting the FANG school up, DMN him. But the person he was angry the most was himself. He knew he should have reported the fucker to heroes for that posts. To be a warrior is to live forever. The battle is never over. Butcher's followers' catchphrases, sick neo-Nazi FS. He should have went to the police, he should have reported all the weird shit Daisuke was doing in the last weeks, he should have done something F dash. F dash F dash F dash. He punched the bathroom stall he was at, hiding after calling the heroes about the shooting. It buckled a bit, thin walls shaking after his punch. He was angry, but deep down he was also scared. For all the people in the school, a bit for himself, though he would never admit it, but most of all he was scared for his best friend, for Lung, for Izuku. Guns are dangerous as F dash, they are not like my blasts. If they pierce something important, Lung is toast. Bakugo whispered to himself, hyping himself up for charging out of restroom and helping his friend, no matter his own injuries. He tried to distract himself with something, but his mind still wandered to Lung. He remembered how he started calling him that. There were barely 10, or maybe 11, picking out hero names. Izuku was complaining that all dragon-related names were already taken by others. Katsuki, content with his kick-butt king explosion murder, helped him with picking out names, and came up with the idea of using Tianlong, name for some Chinese dragon or something. Bakugo doesn't really remember, but it was too taken. Izuku, in his usual fit of anger, threw out the first part of Tien and told him that his hero name would be Lung, for which Katsuki relentlessly ribbed him. The dangerous part in lung cancer is cancer, not lung, but Izuku didn't relent. And then it stuck to this day. We ball, Bakugo charged out of restroom, taking environment around him with a glance. Everything was pretty normal. He stepped up to the window, glancing out of it, but it was covered in smoke, and, decision totally made in a sound state, he jumped out of the window, cushioning his fall with blasts from his palms. In an instant, he was confronted by a giant shadow. By All Might. Do not resist, young man. It is futile, All Might boomed in his loud voice, looming over him. Right at this moment, Katsuki was very FING afraid. Wait, I am not a goddamn villain. I want to help my friend, Izuku. Dragon guy, maybe you saw him, he should be giant by now. He shouted, afraid to be Texas smashed by All Might. Then why did I hear explosions from your position? Is it your quirk? All Might said, apprehensively, but maybe willing to believe him. Yes, I jumped from the 4th floor, slowed my fall with my quirk, but Bakugo quickly answered. I am willing to believe you, you don't look ragged enough, and you described your friend thoroughly, a giant dragon guy indeed. Do you wish to see young Izuku? Number 1 hero boomed, with his signature smile wide on his face. Yeah. I wish, please don't be dead please. In an instant, he was transported from where he has fallen to Lung's side. And he was in a hellish state. He was missing an arm, an eye, had a wide array of bruises all over his body. Katsuki was shook, but he steeled himself. He would stand guard until paramedics arrive, and from now on he would always stand by Izuku's side, no matter the challenge. No matter the cost. He was floating. He didn't know where, he didn't know when. He didn't know why. It was a strange feeling, devoid of any other feelings, no sight, no smell, just the sensation of flying. And then through the fall. Like the abrupt feeling of hitting a turbulence zone, his stomach weighing him down to the ground below. Is there ground below, or would he be falling forever? He was falling through nothing, just an empty pit, eternal, unchanging. And then he glimpsed something. Something big. Something dead. Izuku woke up in a hospital bed. The sterile smell of disinfectant hit his nose, then the warm lights above him, illuminating his room. There was a person by his side, sitting in a chair, his mother, Midoriya Inko. Her eyes were open, but glazed over and puffy, from crying. Izuku, you are awake, thank God. She almost shouted, but caught herself at the last moment. Are you okay? Anything hurts? It was a stupid question. He was missing an arm and an eye, of course he was not okay. But telling his mother that was not the wisest course of action. Yeah, I am. He rasped his throat dry. He eyed a glass of water on the bedside table and took it. Cool feeling of water coming down his throat refreshed him, and centered him on reality, awaking him from that dream. I am sorry Izuku, but I need to run. I already took 1 day off from work, 1 more would be manageable, but it would be better if I did not skip it. But your friend, Kak Dash, she rambled on. Izuku stopped listening after the first 3 words. Don't call him that. He hates that nickname, Lung said in a low, monotone voice. And there it was, fear. Of him. By his own mother. Okay. Keiketsuki was waiting for you to wake up, he spent most of last day here. To an outside observer, she said it in an even voice. But Izuku knew better. Sure, send him in. And best of luck in work, mother. A dismissal like any other. She quickly stood up and shuffled to the door. Inko motioned for someone on the other side, and almost ran to her work, which so much important than her child. Katsuki strutted into his room, closing the door behind him. He looked a bit disheveled, with noticeable dark rings under his eyes. Lung, he said, waiting for an answer. The F, you expect me to say? King Explosion Murder. Izuku didn't relent on calling his hero name the dumbest sheet this side of Pacific. Shut the F. It's cool, unlike yours, Mr. Lung Cancer, Katsuki countered, looking visibly angry. Lung is a very FING cool name, thank you very much. It's fast and sharp, easy to pronounce and remember, and scary. It's like that bit with what sword you should fear more, Dark King Grutmore's Edge of Annihilation, or The Throngler. If you didn't get the memo, you are the stupid long but name, I am the quick and concise am going to F you up name. Izuku started rambling, he would defend his hero name to the grave, even if sometimes he too thought it a bit stupid. Once again, shut the F up. I didn't haul my butt here so early in the morning to argue with you about dumb sheet. Bakugo relented, and changed the topic. Izuku took that as a well-deserved victory that was. You really spent yesterday here? Midoriya didn't really get why he would do it, not like he would die from his wounds. He has an utmost belief in his quirk. Yeah. Was sitting in this dumb chair. Then your mom came by in the evening, stayed for a bit, and I went home. Wait, Inko didn't take a day off? Why the F would she lie to him? He will never understand that woman. You know what? Let's stop with the dumb small talk. Bakugo visibly composed himself, trying to formulate his words. Sure. Is it bad? Izuku knew what he wanted to talk about, and it was not his injuries. It's bad. 21 dead. 22 if you count him too. Katsuki narrated in a clinical voice, trying to keep his cool. That's much lower than I expected. He was carpet bombing school and sheet no? And he rampaged through the first floor, there should be more dead. Izuku replied, confused. He deliberately targeted mutants. Left the others alive. 19 out of 21 are mutants. 2 more died in the bombing, he got really unlucky. Or you stopped him in time. Bakuga's eyes dropped to his phone, trying to find something. So that sheet with Tohokai, that was for real? Izuku replied, trying to get more answers. Tohokai? The party? No, not them. Wait, you thought his posts were about Tohokai? Lung, if they started spewing shit like that on live TV, that would be a real mask-off moment. The slogans he posted and the paraphernalia, that was pure human society. The militant wing of Tohokai, or the unaffiliated gang, depending on who you ask. Though nobody would admit to connection between them outright. Neo-Nazi Ephes. Katsuki started rambling, disgust plain on his features. You know a sheet ton about them. A statement, not a question. Yeah. I spent the whole yesterday immersing myself. If you know the enemy and know yourself dash. Katsuki started his favorite quote. You need not fear the result of 100 battles, I get it, okay? What did you find about them? Izuku finished his least favorite quote, by virtue of constant repetition. They have a FING forum. Like seriously, an online space for neo-Nazis by neo-Nazis. They don't even try to hide the fact. Thicho, short for pure humans online. There was a post about the attack, at least Lead-Eye, that's Fujiwara's villain name, really was just a lone wolf. Fog denied his involvement with PHS, but they would have gladly accepted him into the valiant ranks of our great society, if the fucker survived. Katsuki was not done talking, but Izuku didn't listen. If the fucker survived. But he did not, did he? Izuku killed him, if not with his own 2 hands. Lead-Eye shot himself, but Daisuke Fujiwara a year prior would not have done it. Daisuke Fujiwara a year prior would not have shot up a school. Midoriya remembered his costume. In the heat of the battle he did not focus upon it, but it was a hero costume, it had the look. The emblems, the sleek lines, even the armor. Did Fujiwara want to become a hero? Was Izuku the catalyst of his fall from grace? How can Izuku can be a hero, after this? Are you listening to me? Bakugo was looking at him, annoyed. No. Fog, who is he? Fog? One of the higher-ups in the PHS, dangerous fucker. Can transform into, get this, fog. Corrosive fog, can eat through matter. There are videos of him executing mutants or whatnot, but I couldn't find them. But sounds pretty effed up. Katsuki was scrounging up his eyebrows, trying to remember more information. Anyone else? I remember Butcher, yeah? The founder. They locked him up a few years ago. Butcher, that's his hero record name, but I think he called himself Cleaver. That's what everyone calls him on PHS. PHS before him was called CRF, or Creature Rejection Front. 20 or so years ago. Clowns and in decline. But he took over them and transformed them into the biggest Nazi group in Japan. With just blade projection Quirk. Got jumped by All Might though, nobody is safe from that. Katsuki paused to catch his breath, and continued. As for others, there is Fujin, air control, sharp blades of wind, the works. Oni, some kind of teleporter. The leader, though they call her regent, reigning until we break Cleaver out, Swansong. One hit kill. I don't know the details. And more, it's a pretty big group. How did they grow so big though? Isn't Japan the best country in the world by crime rate? What's with All Might and all? It was food for thought. And yeah, one more thing. It was a pretty casual remark, but it would stick with Izuku long past this moment. To get in, you need to kill a mutant. A week or so passed since the attack, and Izuku and Katsuki strolled into their favorite arcade. Midoriya was still missing an arm and an eye, but thankfully, it is not permanent. Nothing is with his quirk. And besides, he would still crush all the losers even with one arm, no problem. Probably. The only good thing that came from that sheet is that school is cancelled. Katsuki said, nonchalantly. Yeah, I should have burnt the school myself, would have saved me a headache every morning. Izuku replied with a grin on his face. They passed through the arcade, ignoring all other machines until they hit the one with which they always start. Some fighting game, Izuku can't remember the name. But when they arrived, it was already occupied. A guy, green hair, green skin, green getup, very unimaginative. A mantis mutant? And a girl, silvery hair, a white blouse and black pants. Oi, are you finished? Katsuki's tried and true method of get the F out of here before I hurt you. Mantis guy whirled around. Fast reflexes, Izuku noted. He was tall, taller than them by a head or so, but Lung was not intimidated. He immediately tried to square up, but failed to account for a missing arm, so it looked a bit comical. Scales under his skin started itching, claws and fangs ready to burst. There was a lot of violence in this guy. But Izuku was ready for it. Bring it on, beach. No. We are not. His voice was gruff, low, but it sounded disingenuous. Like he tried to appear more threatening than he was. Lung composed himself, ready to strike on a moment notice. Jab to his midsection, get the air out of Lung's. He would fold, then knee him to the face until he is toast. Or finish him with a spin kick, superstar style. Boys, stop with the FNG posturing. The sliver girl intervened. With this lamppost in front of him, he forgot about her. She had a relaxed posture, a hand on her waist, one leg bent. Then she started walking up to him, another hand outstretched, to place it on his shoulder. Izuku was faster, and Izuku knew better than letting people with unknown quirks touch him. He grabbed her wrist, and squeezed it until she started being visibly uncomfortable. That was one dumb FNG move, CNT. And Izuku doesn't really know to whom he addressed this statement, her or himself. Escalating like this was very questionable. Mantis guy reacted accordingly, bristled, marched up to him, and demanded her release. I think this is just one big misunderstanding, let's start from scratch, Girl tried to reason, and considering he didn't want to start a fight in the middle of the best arcade in town, Izuku acquiesced. He released her, and pushed her into her buddy's arms. Mantis caught her, and deposited behind him. I am Izuku Midoriya, not really nice to meet you. And a tired FNG stare, fed up with all of this bullshit. Yanagi Reiko, and the mantis boy is Kamakiri Tagaru. She had a small smile on her face. Katsuki side-eyed Izuku for a second, trying to weasel out of this dumb sheet, but still proceeded to introduce himself, Bakugu Katsuki, and there was no effing misunderstanding. I just asked a question, and your buddy started squaring up to a fight. Stop FING with the FING gaslighting, dude. If that was an innocent question in your mind, then you should really go check in with the shrink, motherfucker. Kamakiri for sure didn't get the memo about starting from scratch, it seems. Shut up, Togger. And yeah, we were just finishing off. We always end with this machine. Another attempt at de-escalation, but Izuku's violence radar was pinging on her. Hey, sure. Let's just forget all of this and go our own ways. Izuku said, hoping for the end to this stupid confrontation. Well, it was nice meeting you all. Maybe we will meet again, someday, Reiko replied, walking away. Kamakiri just ignored them and followed her. Oh, that was weird. But if let's stomp some extra scores, yeah? Bakugu glanced at Izuku, waiting for an answer. Yeah. Let's go. Immediately after walking out of the building, Reiko started laughing. Kamakiri was confused because nothing about this was funny to him. They almost started a fight in his favorite arcade, in his stomping grounds. And now that he has some time to think, he recognized their names. They are always high in the leaderboards in most of the machines. The F is so funny, Ray. Instead of guessing, why not just ask? Remember, you were talking about thanking the guy who wasted the racist fucker, yeah? Well, I am pretty sure that the one-armed guy was him. It was so funny seeing you squaring up against your idol. Reiko replied with that stupid wide grin of hers. As always, she had a hand on his arm, marking his clothes with her quirk, for whatever reason. But maybe he really was that guy from the news. They didn't really go into details about the boy who saved all those mutants by killing the Nazi fucker, but one-armed and one-eyed guy was not used to those disabilities, judging by his stance, bring his left foot forward, even if that is counterintuitive. He was young enough to study in junior high. Kamakiri really respected the guy for doing what he did. It was noble of him to rush to protect others, though Toguro would never admit it out loud. He is not my idol. Why the F? Did you try to use your quirk on him? How much composure it took of Mai to not start morphing to blade form. Even now, blades were itching under his skin, begging to be used, to hurt, to destroy. I just wanted to get a feel for him. We could be colleagues one day, you know. Maybe even classmates if they get into UA. Reiko replied, as always confident in their abilities in getting into UA themselves. But it would be cool if they really were classmates. He would be able to fight him legally, for instance. And the other stuff, being friends, for example. But considering today's meeting, chances were slim. What did you want to do next? I forgot. Kamakiri once again changed the topic, not wanting to think about stuff that probably won't come into fruition. Not like they would meet again. A very important thing, Toguro. Getting you some normal clothing, because I can't look at you without vomiting. Why the F? Did you think that dressing in all green is good fashion? Yanagi said, not expecting an answer to the question. I hate my FNG life. Fighting Lung was always very straightforward for Katsuki. You either overwhelmed him fast enough, not letting him build enough power to resist, or he ramped up enough to ignore anything thrown at him and used his favorite tactic, charge forward, don't look back, rely on Quirk to carry him through anything dangerous, with armor or with enhanced regeneration. Bakugo, to his silent dismay, did not have any kind of defensive component to his quirk that would allow him to weather hits without relying on dodging. So, he was forced to use his quirk in creative ways to circumvent this weakness. Ability, that was his second best defense. Move constantly, never stop, never relent, be like a true explosion, a force in motion. His third best defense was his ability to fight in 3 dimensions. He was still working on his explosion-assisted flying, but it was coming together nicely. And, considering that most of foes that he will encounter would be chained to the ground, that was a very big force multiplier. But his best defense was, of course, offense. Strike fast, strike hard, don't let the enemy to even think about retaliating. Stun them, blind them, burn them. Break them until they stop fighting. They were standing in a vacant lot they found near the town. It was abandoned, it was far from civilization, and most importantly, it was empty of trees, in contrast to all the parks they practiced before that. Therefore, they could go all out, big explosions, and if Bakugo FS up, big gouts of flames. They were not really successful at measuring the speed of Lung's transformation. It depended on asinine to him factors, like how much conflict is around Lung. How can you even measure conflict? Especially in cases where the confrontation is not even physical. To Katsuki, conflict was something binary, there is either a fight or not. During the attack last year, Lung got covered in scales head to toe in a minute tops. Now, Bakugo had around 4 to 5 minutes before Lung started getting too tough to take down without going for vitals, like Lead Eye did. 3. Reiko shouted right by his ear, snapping him out of his thoughts. Vinji hell, could she come even closer? Wait, we are counting down? I thought you would just shout go, and we fight. Toguro called at them from the other side of the lot. 2. Reiko shouted once again, ignoring the dumbest FING question Bakugo heard in a while. Lung visibly composed himself, and his eyes started glowing a fiery red color, telltale sign of him preparing his quirk. 1. Go! Reiko shouted the final time, startling Toguro and buying herself a second or two. Bakugo immediately blasted off, going straight for Lung. Taking Midoriya out of the fight early would allow him and Reiko to double-team Kamakiri, thus ensuring their complete victory. Katsuki hoped that she would be able to keep him busy until he destroys Lung. At the back of his head, he heard the sound of cracking asphalt, and then loud cheers from Reiko, who probably came to the same conclusion as himself, just stay in the air out of reach of their foes and deal with them from afar. Hey, that's not a fair Ray. Toguro shouted, clearly hoping for a more fair fight. He was silenced when his metallic maw was hit by a chunk of asphalt at a breakneck speed. "Don't if care, beach boy. I am the queen of the skies." Reiko laughed, drunk on the feeling of flight. Chunks of rocks orbited her in halos, randomly shooting off into Kamakiri's direction, to fill the void inside of her that yearned for anguish of others. Lung, not being a dumb motherfucker, at the start of the fight charged for the safety of Togaru's whirlwind of chains, blades and rail spikes. He clearly hoped to stall until he is strong enough to shrug off most of the attacks Katsuki's team could levy against him. He was closing fast, but Bakugo was faster. With a final blast, he slammed into Izuku legs first, forcing air out of his lungs and knocking him down. Bakugo immediately went for the kill. He mounted Lung and started punching him into the dirt. Then he was distracted by Reiko's loud swearing. Kamakiri attached rail spikes to his chains and tried to reel the floating chunk of asphalt to the ground, where he would absolutely slaughter unprotected Yanagi. Reiko responded by slamming rocks into the chains, trying to break them, and succeeding. But Togaru created more and she could pull more rocks from the ground around them, a stalemate like any other. Bakugo was looking away from Lung for less than a second, but that was enough time for Lung to catch breath and bridge away from the mount. Blasting himself upright, Bakugo slammed his quirk into Lung's face, disorienting him enough to follow up with 2 low kicks to the legs. The fight, by Bakugo's estimation, was going for less than a minute, but Lung was already covered in patches of scales all over the vitals, mainly the upper body. Bakugo could continue pounding at Lung, not dealing enough damage with his imprecise strikes to end the fight conclusively, or he could be a smarter man and swap opponents, so Reiko could force Lung into the ground. And he can blast at the metal body of Togaru with impunity, not caring about dealt damage. It doesn't transfer to his real one. "Reiko! Swap!" Katsuki shouted, already rushing in the direction of Togaru. For her credit, Yanagi didn't question his call, and forced the platform in the direction of Lung. Some rail spikes we still embedded in it, but Katsuki was confident that he could blast the chains off. They were not very thick. He quickly closed the distance with consecutive blasts, stopping himself under the chunk of asphalt, and starting to clear it of the chains. Togaru's body was not very fast in his transform, so he abandoned the idea of chasing after Reiko. Instead, he focused on Bakugo and started shooting chains at him, trying to catch him and force him into SBMSN. Hitting a big stationary target like Reiko's island is easy. Hitting someone like Bakugo, who spent the last several months training evasion with the person he was currently fighting, was not easy at all. Katsuki constantly shifted in all 3 dimensions, trying to knock off Togaru's aim, while still blasting chains from the platform. If one of the chains managed to catch him, he just stretched it until it stops being loose and blasted the links point blank. Reiko was still peppering Togaru with rocks, knocking with each strike small chunks of his metallic body, and flinging them into the distance, to prevent him from reattaching them easily. If they keep this up, Kamakiri will soon be too small to continue fighting, and they can focus on Lung exclusively. Katsuki was gearing up for an all-out attack on Togaru when he heard the dreaded sound. The sound of flames. "Surrender, Reiko, or I am torching you to the ground." Lung shouted, voice distorted by his transformation. Reiko glanced at Bakugo in silent question. Should they? None of them liked losing, but this was not about where they could sustain injuries. They couldn't really afford them right now. "You win, Biesotis. But it was too soon for your flames, you don't even have full scales." Katsuki shouted, angrily. "It seems all the training paid off, Katsuki. I can get the flames out faster, though they are weaker than normal ones." Lung replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Okay boys, stop. I am not in mood for your endless bickering. Fujiwara, I am sweaty. And I would kill for some fast carbs right now." Reiko instantly started playing the conciliator, tired of the constant spats. "Yeah, I think some fugly bobs is in order," Togaru said, jumping on the fast food bandwagon. "Are you up for the challenger, Togaru?" Lung supported the idea, salivating at the thought of some greasy food. "I am for sure up for the challenger, Lung. Let's get the F out of here," Katsuki said, yearning for some burgers. Bakugo probably burnt a shit ton of calories with this spar. He needed all the energy he could get for tomorrow. Because tomorrow will be probably the most important day of their lives up to this point, bar none. UA entrance exam. The day they will step on the path of becoming heroes. Why are you so effing stupid, ghost? Bakugo shouted, annoyed by Reiko not giving a f about studying. They were sitting in the living room of Katsuki's house, preparing for the written test of UA entrance exam. It was spacious enough for the four of them, bright, lightly colored. Izuku always liked spending time in Bakugo's residence more than dying of boredom in his own home, empty for days on end. Reiko, dressed in a white t-shirt and blue ripped jeans, was clearly not paying attention to the matter at hand. I am not FNG stupid, firecracker. You are just FING nerd. Who the F goes for straight fives in junior high? That's just pointless. It's pointless at every step of education, but it's the most pointless now. Admit it, you are a nerd. Yanagi started her usual pointless babble about school and Katsuki's obsession with good grades. It always fell on deaf ears. You won't FING get it, you lazy slob. Now, shut up and focus. You are so bad at algebra, I am astounded that you can count to 10, you cretin. Katsuki tried to shut down the conversation, but nothing can stop Yanagi now. Reiko started waving her finger in a circle, forcing all the textbooks to follow the same pattern around her. Algebra is just stupid. Who the F thought that putting letters in math was a good idea? I like geometry way more, it's like super intuitive. Reiko prattled, tipping her chair back precariously. You are like so going to fall. I am not catching you. Bakugo warned her, watching her with morbid interest. Behold! Wonders of agility! Reiko shouted, tipping her chair as far as possible without falling. And then going further and further, until the back of the chair almost touched the floor, all the while supporting herself with her quirk. Bakugo got tired of her antics, and just kicked the chair from beneath her. Reiko hit the ground with an undignified squeal. Hey! Rude firecracker! Most of her hair has fallen on her left side, exposing her undercut. Reiko stood up and picked up the chair. For the record, I still hate algebra, she said, all the while pouting at Bakugo. You don't need to FING love it, you just need to be good at it. I hate half the subjects at school too, yet I still study them. Maybe someday they will come in handy, you never know. Katsuki said, picking up all the fallen textbooks. Yeah, biology and chemistry. But really need them as a hero. How can I fight bad guys without knowing the structure of cells and atoms by heart? Reiko said, sarcasm clear on her face. I agree with Reiko. Why the F do we study literature? It's just useless. Izuku said, distracting himself from mock tests. Take that back. Literature is cool. Analyzing books is like my second favorite thing to do. Tagaru shouted, his expression livid. His first favorite thing to do in this world is spending time with me, of course. Yanagi declared, with her signature smug grin on her face. No. It's fighting. You don't even make the top 5. Kamakiri drawled, stone-faced. Betrayal. Betrayal on all sides today. Reiko exclaimed, mock horror thick in her tone. I didn't betray you yet. Izuku noted. You are just waiting for the perfect opportunity to stab a knife in my back, you rogue. Reiko countered. Hey kids. What do you want for dinner? Bakugo's mom, Mitsuki asked, after opening the door to the living room. Mitsuki-san. My savior. You had me at free food. Do you need help? Reiko immediately jumped at an opportunity to escape the study session. You know what, sure. Come with me. You are picking the dish. Mitsuki agreed, and closed the door. And firecracker. Algebra will SCK regardless of how many times you try to trick me into thinking it's interesting. Reiko exclaimed and ran out of the door. Sitting on the written portion of the exam, Izuku never agreed with Reiko more. Shota was not having a good day. Any day is a bad day when you have slept only 2 hours this night. He actively dreaded sitting in the same room with all Might and Present Mike. They're combined. Brain cells of 2 will drive him insane in 5 minutes tops. He entered the surveillance room, which was suspiciously styled as a home theater. Hinji Nedzu, spending money on this sheet and the giant robots, but somehow giving him a raise would be very ill-advised for the budget. Usually, the room had only 3 chairs, for him, Kan and Nedzu. Other teachers reviewed the footage, but they were treated with the life action. Today, room had 4 chairs. For him, for Nedzu, for All Might, and for Mike. He and An were not really close. He constantly took the mock rivalry between 1A and 1B way too seriously. He was gruff, he was strict. Even with Aizawa, constantly trying to get rid of his favorite sleeping bag. Rude motherfucker. But he also was a good hero, a much better teacher than Shoto will ever be. He was a good man. Now, the only thing Aizawa could describe him as would be dead. Dead he dead. As F dash. You don't come back from 13 lacerations and stab wounds and more burns cars than Shota cared enough to count. Jumped in an alley, in civvies. Like FING mugging victim. Another point for being an underground hero, villains will not kill you when you are not on duty. Shota had no civilian identity to speak of. So, how are we doing it? Mike exclaimed, almost rupturing Aizawa's eardrums. Be quiet. Nedzu, can you explain it to them? I want a nap. And Shota really needed that nap, because the next 6 hours will be spent analyzing all the prospecting students' joy. Well, there is of course the system with villain points, afforded for smashing robots into bits and pieces. Then there is a catch, hero points. For the most altruistic of our entrants. And a catch and a catch. All of this is a complete effing lie. And the rat started laughing his furry butt off. But yeah, not a complete lie. 20 of the 40 hero students will be picked through the usual grading system. But for other 20, they disregarded it and opted for just picking anybody they liked and giving them enough points to pass. Those who did really well without the fudging would get in regardless, those who did not. Well, there is always Shiketsu. That is unheroic of you, Nedzu-sensei. All Might whispered, after Nedzu explained the secret in a secret. Or Yagi Tashinori, as he was called in his civvies. And wasn't that another can of worms, eh? All Might basically dying. This world is getting worse and worse each day, and Aizawa already could feel the headache that he would have when shit will really hit the fan. Mike left the viewing post, probably to announce the start of the test. And to escape what will follow after this statement by Tashinori. Maybe. We generally don't use it all that much. The maximum is 20, but we rarely if ever used up all the slots for this type of grading. It is generally reserved for people with more promising quirks, who have higher potential than others. Not all quirks are created equal, some are plain stronger, even from a cursory glance. For example, I would rather pick an untrained person with some kind of versatile quirk, rather than a plain Alexandria package, who often don't even come with flight. Or even brute rating in general, just plain striker. That's why I had that ban on quirkless applicants in the first place. Even if they are good, and pass the exam, and so on, I would still fail them and replace them with a person with a quirk. They would just go to other hero schools, and get the same hero license everyone gets, and not be a waste of a space that could be replaced by a more promising student that would benefit much more from the faculties at UA. Nedzu started ranting on his favorite topic of the day. Aizawa somewhat agreed with his reasoning on people with quirks, even if having an Alexandria package at your back was always a good argument in a fight, but the whole speech on quirkless applicants was pointless. There is not a single person in Japan aged below 20 and above 5 that doesn't have a quirk. It was a whole sensation back in the day, when they hit 10 years without a registered case. Nedzu, as always, just needed a reason to rant about government regulations. Okay folks, the show is starting. Time for grabbing popcorn is up. Mike interrupted Nedzu, who veneered off into his burning hatred of taxes. Aizawa opened his eyes, and stared at the monitor. You could always pick the most likely to pass even at the first minute. Those who started first, generally got to the robots first, and because the arena was built not as a circle with many entrances all over the perimeter, but as a rectangle with only one entrance, robots were generally destroyed in concentric rings expanding from the starting point. Those who started first, got to kill more robots faster, basically. A silver-haired girl with eyes as dead as Aizawa's. He already felt a spiritual connection to her through shared suffering of not sleeping enough. And she was strong, a flying platform, to get altitude for better mobility and recon? Good thinking. And those rocks she was throwing, they were nasty. Robots did not need a lot to get out of commission. I picked the silver hair girl for my class. Mike suddenly exclaimed. You can't pick students, that's not how this works. Were you even listening? Izawa voiced his displeasure with Mike interrupting his watching experience. You know, I like this new tradition you have started, Hizashi. You now can pick people for your class, like a dodgeball team. But only, let's say, for each. Izawa will have his revenge one day. And why for? Shota was not superstitious, but he was still certain that Nedzu picked this number to frustrate him. Oh, I picked the mantis boy. Or more like the giant swarm of blades boy. And, the metallic metal manipulator. Mike started rambling, but he was picking all the good ones. Unfair, he wanted that metal creator. He needed to concentrate. He was just sleepy and off his game. But now he would pick the best 4 people for his Dojaba Dash, weight, class. The explosion guy. Brainless choice, Hizashi probably just didn't notice him fast enough. Unfair. He was my next pick. Yamada instantly complained, like he didn't just grab 3 really good students. Young Izawa, pick the dragon boy. Izuku Midoriya. I know him personally, and he has a very strong quirk. And a good heart. All Might whispered into his ear. Well, if All Might was saying that his quirk was strong, then it was strong. At least Shota hoped that it was. And by the looks of it, it was good enough for Izawa. Pyrokinesis and a brute rating? Not his first choice, but still decent. The Dragon Boy. On monitor 5. Oh, good pick. A minute has passed, and nobody really caught Shota's eye. The quirk copier, that seems like a good choice. Hizashi instantly awakened Izawa from his thoughts. A copier? Of Dashware? That's very powerful. Imagine having 2 All Mights. Or even better, 2 eraser heads. One could blink, while the other is using his quirk. Shota's eyes started tingling with pain after this conclusion. You know what? Just a shot in the dark. Black-haired boy. Monitor 3. Brute Shaker, with earth manipulation. It was a decent choice. Brute and Shaker in one package? And he was helping other participants a lot, good sign. Though why he was only using big fists of rocks was beyond Izawa. That's a very versatile quirk on that one, Izawa. Good in all ranges of combat, destructive, and able to protect himself, not relying on others for defense. Toshinori noted, contemplating. And I am reserving my last pick for recommendation students. My addition to the illustrious hall of UA's traditions, SCK it, Mike. Enedzu. Hey, that's cheating. Hizashi exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Sure thing, Eraserhead. I like your dedication to creating new UA lore. Nedzu said, sipping his tea. Principal Nedzu. I wish to press the button. Yamada said with a steely, serious expression. Izawa was the one who is always pressing the button. It is a tradition. But if he started arguing with Mike about this now, they might miss the deadline for pressing it. And it would be very childish. Nd Shota always left the childish things to Hizashi. Even if he really wanted to press the button. Mike let out the 0-pointers, and Izawa settled to watch the ensuing chaos. It was always the most interesting part, seeing how applicants react to something they can't possibly beat, just evade. But this day was full of surprises. Izawa already regretted picking the Dragon Boy. What is he doing, rushing at the 0-pointer? He drawled, his fingers subconsciously reaching for his forehead. Yeah, it is pointless. Yamada quipped, proud of his stupid dad joke. On the screen, Izuku Midoriya was running towards the giant robot at full speed. Izuku was once again bored. At first, he was really excited for the practical test. He ignored present mixed speech, but he got the gist of it from Bakugu. Bigger robot equaled more points, and something about the biggest one. He was vibrating with energy, people all around him were brimming with battle hunger, with desire to destroy their opposition, to prove themselves. Izuku was already on top of the world, and he didn't even start transforming. It was interesting for the first 2 minutes. With all the conflict and fighting around him, he quickly grew to his absolute limit, 2.5 meters tall. He was fully covered in scales, his flames were hot enough to weaken metal, allowing him to rip robots apart like paper with his enhanced strength. He traversed the battlefield, smashing robots apart, leaving flames and ruin in his wake. It was so boring. The robots seemed like a tough challenge at first, but the key part seemed. There was no opposition in them. They were slow, they were stupid, they didn't even try to hurt him. He of course understood somewhat why they were made this way. Not every aspiring student was a 200-kilo dragon who could tank shotgun blasts point blank. And then, he heard a series of explosions. Blast wave reached him, covering him in dust, obscuring his view. But he still heard it. The biggest FING robot around. When the dust settled, he witnessed it. And it was glorious. Taller than a 10-story building, with fists the size of a good truck, wheeling around on a chassis fit for something huge, Izuku was too preoccupied with running towards it than thinking up metaphors. The bigger the robot, the more points you get, yes? So if you destroy this thing, you probably pass the exam altogether, considering how huge it was compared to other bots. Lung was bored of fighting the regular type, so he committed to his plan of smashing this monstrosity to pieces. Doing some quick calculations in his head, Lung came up with a height of around 50 meters for this thing, so 20 times larger than himself. Which was, admittedly, a lot. But Izuku was past the point of caring about danger. Izuku was past the point of caring about anything. The only thing left in his mind was the desire that flooded every fiber of his being, to rip, to tear, to destroy until all that is left are ash and cinder. The blood pumped, his limbs obeyed him. He jumped on the chassis, ripping huge gashes in the armor of the robot. He rushed higher, leaving in his wake torn asunder plating and wiring. Fire poured from his body, coating his figure in the reddish-yellow glow. He climbed higher and higher, until he finally reached the head of the giant. Head's armor was much stronger, so he heated the metal with his flames and ruptured it to pieces. Then he proceeded to wreak havoc inside robot, tearing a path through its head to its summit, ripping a hole from where he emerged. The giant robot stood, unmoving. On its side was a gash, a rupture wound of steel, a testament to Izuku's rage. His head was almost unrecognizable, a terrifying visage reduced to a pitiful wreckage. At this moment, Lung was on top of the world. He never felt as powerful as now. The fight with Fujiwara was his first taste of it, but it was marred by anxiety of his first real fight. All the training bouts he had with his friends limited the use of his strength, of his flames. But this was him at his peak. And deep inside him, he felt that this was just the beginning, the start of what his quirk could give him. As a last defiance to the world, he let out an earth-shattering roar and plummeted down, emitting torrents of flames from all over his body. Like a meteor, he fell to the ground, and fire followed in his steps. He was Lung, and there was nothing else that needed to be said. Reiko and her friends were standing on the bus stop, waiting for their rides home. She wanted the bus to never arrive. To never tear her away from this moment. And I plunged down, like a shooting star. Izuku finally finished his, admittedly, quite epic story. Reiko immediately burst out laughing. Lung's brows knitted in confusion, still not understanding what the F did he do. It prompted even more. Laughter from her, and even Firecracker and Toguru started to visibly smile. Okay. It's cool and all, but there is this small detail, Reiko said, smiling mischievously. What detail? Izuku questioned. So, on the robots there was a number corresponding to the amount of points you would get for destroying it, yeah? Which number was on the big guy? Reiko asked him. There was no number. Or it was too small to see in all the smoke. Izuku answered. Okay, Reiko didn't really pay attention to the big robot that much. She rushed to pick up all the juicy points that were lying around while all the others were staring at the big fellow, but Izuku was still an idiot in her mind. Okay, then maybe you are not as hopeless as I thought you are. But still, drum roll, this robot was worth 0 points. The fabled 0-pointer. Nada. Nothing. Lung, there was a giant screen in front of you when Present Mike was talking about the rules. How the F did you miss it? Reiko said, showing him a 0 sign all the while. Izuku was visibly confused for a second, but then realization hit him. Probably like that meteor shooting star whatever him that he was describing a minute ago. Fige, okay, I still destroyed a sheet ton of smaller ones, no way I am not passing this test, Izuku said, confident in his scores. Seeing as 0-pointers were released really far into the allotted time for the test, Reiko was inclined to believe him. Oh, you reminded me. How many points each of you got? Reiko asked others, readying herself to mock them for getting less than her. She had a lot, in her opinion, 67 points. She even managed to help some other poor schmucks in getting theirs. Witness her generosity, world. I stopped counting after 70. Bakugo answered, not a single hint of lying on his face. What? I was like killing a robot every few seconds, and I was flying. I could definitely see where there is more bots to be harvested, no FING way you got more. Reiko said, disbelief plain on her face. Your platform is slow. I was just faster in getting from one robot to another, so I killed more, even if you were shooting from afar. And I can fly too, if you remember. Bakugo answered her question. Don't sweat it, Reiko. I only got around 45. Got really held up by using my full transform. I am still pretty slow in it. So, between me FING up and Izuku wasting his time on the 0-pointer, you are definitely in the second place in our group. Kamakiri intervened, before this would devolve into another fight right on the bus stop. Bus, as always, arrived. It always arrives, breaking her out of her fantasy where everything is alright. Where maybe she doesn't need to go home today and face what awaits her there. Okay boys, see you later. Bye. Reiko exclaimed, waving to others from the step of the bus. The ride home, as always, was uneventful. The slow change from great neighborhoods, to good enough. And then to hers. It was not hellishly bad. There were hundreds of the same hoods all over Japan, with the same gray, temporary houses that were built before Reiko's parents were born, the same oppressing, monotone atmosphere. She spent the remainder of the day just roaming around her neighborhood, without meaning or purpose. Until day turned into night, and she was forced to attend to humans' most basic need, sleep. Bakuga's house was always lively, full of energy. Mitsuki-san was a great cook, and she constantly told funny stories about Firecracker. Kamakiri's flat was cozy, his dad made the best ribs Reiko had ever eaten and his sister was pretty fun to mess around with. Izuku's house, for all its gloominess, was at the least empty. If somebody asked Reiko what words can she describe her home with, she would lie. Say that it's great or warm or lovely. But true words were much simpler. And decay. She entered her flat, where nothing would ever change. The only thing that stood out to her were her dad's shoes, but even they will leave this place, without changing anything. Just and coming and going, never leaving anything behind. She went into the kitchen, where her dad was already sitting behind the table, some kind of takeout sitting in front of him. Reiko was hungry, but now her appetite disappeared. How was the exam? How are your friends? How are you? That was the second part of her home, the decay. Of her father. Of his presence in this family. He didn't love her, he took care of her because of some idiotic sense of duty, like his child is just another task given to him just not by the manager, but by society. Do some routine checks, and F off until another day of maintenance to his daughter is needed. She stood up and excused herself. Reiko wanted to go straight to the bathroom, to maybe freshen herself up before going to bed, but the door to her parents' room was slightly ajar. Or, more accurately, to her mother's room. She didn't want to come in, but was overtaken by morbid curiosity. Maybe she is just asleep. But no. Mommy dearest was of course sleeping. With a stupid smile on her face. And a bottle of wine on the nightstand. Without a glass, she stopped drinking out of those a while ago. Nothing will ever change in this room too. Reiko doesn't really know what is worse, her mother being completely absent from her life, Like expecting someone who has trouble remembering her name sometimes to not forget that she has a daughter is not an exercise in futility or her father's fake concern for her life. At least Mommy Dearest was truthful in her ignorance. She went straight to her bedroom, didn't change out of her clothes, didn't take off the covers from her bed, just laid down and stared at the ceiling. As always, it was unchanged from the last day. As always, Yanagi Reiko did not see a single dream when she slept. Toguro and Reiko were standing in front of UA, waiting for Bakugo and Izuku to show up. They decided to show up at school earlier than the start of classes, to have time to find their classrooms. Why are they taking the FING bus anyway? Can't Mitsuki just drive them or something? Reiko said, staring off into the distance. I don't know. Wasn't she taking the car to service? There was something up with it, after the barbecue, I think. Kamakiri replied. And what a barbecue it was. Dad and Akitsu were with them too. They celebrated all of them passing the entrance exam, though it was a shame that Reiko's parents couldn't show up. Both Reiko said that something came up with their work. Toguro didn't pry too much. Maybe. Your dad drove us both ways, so I would not know for sure. And finally, that's their bus. Reiko said. The bus came up right to the entrance to UA. It was almost empty, save for Izuku and Katsuki. Sup, loser? And you, Zero? Reiko immediately exclaimed. Shut the f***, ghost. I won fair and square, 85 villain points. Just because there was this bullshit part to the test, Bakugo yelled, still annoyed with Reiko getting the most points overall. 85 villain points and 0 hero points. Versus 67 villain points and 20 hero points. 87 is a bigger number than 85, last time I checked, so I think I won, not you, firecracker. Reiko once again started bragging, rubbing her victory into Bakugo's nose. Kamakiri was so fed up with this sheet. Hey Toguro, can you get my bag to our class? I'll stay with others for a bit, give them a quick refresher on first grade math, so to say. Reiko asked him, and Kamakiri was only happy to comply, not wanting to suffer through another argument about who won. Sure, give it here. Just don't be late, I don't think it would fly here. Toguro reminded her. I would be a good girl, I promise. Reiko started mocking him, grinning all the while. Toguro ignored her and proceeded to class. He was a bit miffed that he and Reiko were in a different class than Izuku and Katsuki, but they at least got into the same school. And besides, an opportunity might come up to switch classes. He stopped in front of the door labeled 1B. It was big, clearly designed to accommodate for all types of bodies. He took that as a good sign for UA's tolerance of heteromorphs. His mother always campaigned for more mutant-friendly spaces, and Kamakiri will take any positive thing he could get in this department. He entered the class. It was spacious, well-lit and maintained. He liked it. It was almost empty, save for one girl in the back. He took a look at the seating chart, seat number 15. Right next to Tokage Setsuna? He did not have enough patience to count all the seats, so he will just use a convenient landmark. Hey, what's your name? Kamakiri asked the green-haired girl, trying and failing to not sound like he was planning to murder her but in the next 5 seconds tops. She got startled, her hand flew to her mouth, covering it. She stared at him, looking visibly out of balance. Me? The girl asked, confused. You see anyone else in this room? Toguro said. No. Setsuna. Tokage Setsuna. The girl, Setsuna, finally answered. Jeppa. No need for counting the seats. Good. Kamakiri said. What? Good? Why? Tokage questioned this remark. Good, because I don't need to waste time counting the seats. I am right next to you. Kamakiri answered, heading for his desk. She was still covering her mouth. But it looked really stupid, in Kamakiri's opinion. If he remembered the chart correctly, Reiko was right behind him. Also good. He dropped her bag on her desk and settled behind his. He contemplated sticking his legs on it outright, but instead just took a chair from another desk and used it as an improvised leg rest. Wouldn't it be better if you stuck your legs on your desk? At least you won't be dirtying someone else's chair. Tokage asked him. It was a good point, but Toguro was already beyond giving a F-. And it was Reiko's chair, she wouldn't mind. Probably. Kamakiri was already committed to this course of action anyways. No use fing up 2 pieces of furniture in a space of 3 seconds. It's my buddy's chair, not like she would give a f dash. And she owes me anyways for carrying her bag here. Kamakiri said. Hey, sure. Like that's what friends do. What's your name, if you don't mind sharing? Tokage said. If he wouldn't mind sharing his name? Where did she pick up that phrase, in How to Make Acquaintances 101? The girl looked at him, expectantly. He didn't mind. Tagaru, Kamakiri Tagar. Kamakiri answered. The girl took her hand off her mouth and smiled. She almost burst out into a full-teeth one, her lips quivering a bit, but caught herself at the last second, her hand immediately getting into place over her mouth. Kamakiri still found it weird, but at least she was not constantly grabbing him, like Reiko. A couple of minutes passed, and silence became unbearable. He contemplated just going to Class 1A, but he didn't trust in his willpower enough to withstand Reiko's and Katsuki's endless spat about who beat who. Speaking of points, he didn't remember Setsuna's name in the leaderboard. So, how much points did you get? At the exam? Tagaru asked. 0. I am a recommendation student, we had a different exam. No points required, just beat other contestants in a race. And the usual stuff with the written test, but that was easy. Setsuna replied, looking away through the window. You are pretty strong then, yeah? If you were noticed by a hero. Kamakiri said. Kinda? I didn't have many opportunities to test myself against other people. I hope that UA remedies that. Tokage answered. So she was more than likely a pushover, got it. Maybe her quirk is just that good? Or her parents just were heroes, and they got her here via nepotism. Reiko barged into the room, looking angry as f dash. She quickly scanned the class until her eyes settled in him. F dash, Tagar. There is a dude in 1A that is so FNG unbearable. Like he was born with a telephone pole in his butt or something. And another thing, most of our class is actually at some kind of orientation. We need to go there fast. Where is my bag? Is this my desk? Wait, you are using my chair as a effing leg rest, you motherfucker. Reiko started prattling, almost running around. Like seriously, couldn't you use your FING desk? It's right there. Aizawa was officially Izuku's favorite teacher now. Which was an extremely low bar, all things considered, but still, the thought that counts. First, he looked like he crawled out of a dumpster, which was a very unusual style for a teacher. He skipped all the useless sheet-like orientation and went straight to all the fun stuff, like physical tests. The only thing that soured Izuku's mood was the expulsion threat, but he was confident that he would not bomb a FING physical test, with all this agitation and fear around him. He started using his quirk and small patches of scales immediately appeared on his skin, like hives. Hey dude, you okay? Are you allergic or something? Red-haired guy next to him said. He was not? Wait, he thought that his scales were hive for real. He contemplated just ignoring the clown, but failing at social interaction on the first day of high school was not on Izuku's bucket list. No. It's just my quirk. Izuku answered. Oh, that's neat. What does it do? I am Kirishima Ijiro, by the way. Ijiro questioned him. What would be a concise answer to this question? I become a dragon over time. Bigger, faster, stronger and so on. More flames. And I am Midoriya Izuku. Izuku replied. That's super manly. Dragons are like the coolest thing out of all the mythological creatures. You got pretty lucky. Ijiro said with an enthusiastic grin on his face. He was actually one of those people who were pretty confident in their chances on the test. He didn't sense an unusual amount of conflict from him. Izuku did all right at the tests, all things considered. He didn't ramp up a lot, probably because while there was conflict, it was not the real type of conflict his quirk likes. But he still did better than average and placed 8th in the rankings. His quirk was just not made for some of those tests, especially the FING toe touch, and it was not strong enough to crush the ones where he theoretically could do better, like in grip strength or 50-meter run. The red-haired guy, Kirishima, did pretty well too. Better than Izuku, in fact. His quirk was strange, but it got the job done. Turning your body into a rock, and then moving the hardened parts into surfaces to create giant jagged limbs out of materials of those surfaces was more effective at these tests than Izuku expected from the description. The tests were finished, and Izuku was the last one out of the facility when he noticed something off. It was a wisp of black smoke? Or purple smoke? The lung. You coming or what? Bakugo called out. He probably was just seeing things. The next day after the quirk test, Katsuki and Lung were sitting in a bus, waiting for it to arrive at UA. They were taking the earliest one, so it was empty save for them and the driver. Bakugo was still said that he only scored D3rd on the leaderboard, but he could admit that his quirk was not really suited to this type of exercise, compared to the utility of Ponytail's quirk. But how on earth Evanji half and half managed to beat him? With an ice quirk? Today is the hero class, or how the F it's called. I hope it's more fun than the test. I am still sad about the stupid toe touch. Lung said. Lung was just shit at stretching, so he completely bombed that part. Don't need it if I can just tore my muscles up in a pinch my butt. It's foundational hero studies. And yeah, I am so ready to beat the F out of all the extras. Especially the 4 eyes. FNG stick in the mud. Katsuki said. Yeah, that guy. He was so FNG said after what Reiko did. It was hilarious. Lung said. To us. Bakugo laid his legs on the table, and Reiko sat on Lung's table. They were arguing about Katsuki winning the exam fair and square, when that beach ran up to them and started yammering about former students that used the desks or something. Reiko just laid down between the desks, propped herself up on one elbow and gave him the finger, telling him to go F himself. In normal circumstances it would not be that funny, just another day of Reiko being Reiko, but the look on Glass's face made it 10 times better. Bakugo was still angry that they were assigned to different classes. They were driving through some F-ed-up neighborhood when he heard some loud bangs form outside. The bus suddenly stopped, smashing him and Lung into the back of the seats in front of them. Gunshots. 10 people or so, hyped up for battle. Lung immediately reacted, starting his transformation. Bakugo took his suit jacket off and jumped to his feet, angling himself to blow the window out, to get to a more open position than a bus, but it was too late. A guy, with his upper face concealed by a white half-mask, walked into the bus and pointed a pistol at the driver's head. I wouldn't try to do that if you don't want this guy to be in the obituary tomorrow. Get the F out of the bus, he said. Bakugo glanced at Lung, trying to gauge his opinion on this. Lung stood still for a second, and then started to the exit out of the bus. White Mask was still pointing his pistol at the driver's head. Katsuki followed Lung, though he contemplated blowing the window anyway, because no FING way the guys outside just want to chat with them. White Mask was standing on the stairs, and when they got to the exit, switched his pistol from pointing at the driver to pointing at Lung. He then started slowly walking out of the bus, while still pointing the weapon at Lung. That was stupid, in Bakugo's opinion. He should have kept the hostage between them. Though there was virtually no space in the bus to maneuver, so he maybe understood that move somewhat. Driver looked at Bakugo, fear clear in his eyes. Katsuki wanted somehow to motion to him to call the cops, but just didn't have enough time. He stepped out of the bus, where they were met by 10 guys waiting in a semicircle. The area around them was deserted, even the houses seemed abandoned. One of those dead hoods from the previous centuries, for which the government never has enough money to even demolish, Katsuki noted. Sparsely patrolled and constantly infested with criminals like these. He pulled himself from his thoughts, remembering that he was not here for effing sightseeing. A cursory glance at the goons around him lent Katsuki a very crucial detail. The only guy with a gun in his hands was the White Mask. Everyone else sported an assortment of melee weapons of differing quality. Lung, it seemed, noted it too, because in the next moment he rushed towards the White Mask and, while blinding him with his flames, delivered a punch to his solar plexus. Those were the most efficient hits, in Katsuki's opinion, because most opponents generally expect you to strike at their head and keep their eyes centered on your upper body, so a strike to the plexus goes under their eye line and is more likely to land, like in this case. Though Lung F'd it up, because the guy just doubled over and not immediately hit the deck. His trigger finger twitched and sent a bullet hurling at Lung's midsection. Katsuki really hoped that it didn't hit anything important, but he had faith that Lung's quirk will pull him through this fight. Lung followed up with a knee to the fucker's face and then disarmed him, flinging the pistol at Bakugo. Katsuki didn't really know how to use the thing though, so he just blasted it far away from the fight. The whole altercation happened in less than 3 seconds, so only some of the clowns around them were reacting to it. In Bakugo's opinion, White Mask's mistake was counting on Lung Car ing about bullet holes in his body. Call the cops now. Katsuki pointed at the driver and yelled. The only thing that was left now was to either win or stall enough for the backup to get here. Getting surrounded by all of the idiots was a stupid idea, so Katsuki decided to rush the rightmost one, to go through them in a clean one by one. The reality was not so kind to him though, because the goons had some understanding of fighting and that flanking somebody is more efficient than fighting him face to face back to back. 5 guys broke from the circle and tried to corner him with his back to the bus, which was a really disadvantageous position for Bakugo. He blasted into the air, going through a quick succession of blasts, going for another breakthrough of the formation. He went for the leftmost this time, angling for a good right hook to his face, but the guy managed to duck at the last second, which did not save him from a point-blank blast from his left hand, landing a hit on him and stopping Katsuki's momentum in one go. Blindsided, the goon's counter-swing with his bat was sloppy as F, and Bakugo easily sidestepped it, following it up with a couple more blasts to Guy's midsection and finishing him with some kicks to the stomach and the ribs. Blasting his bat away, Katsuki turned to reassess the fight. The 4 opponents he was now left with stopped too, now being at a disadvantage, with the bus acting as a wall to his right, they were left in a crescent in front of him, allowing Bakugo a guaranteed one-on-one fight with at least one goon on the left side of their formation, while others were hamstrung by the distance created by trying to circle him. He took advantage of their misfortune and rushed the guy on the left. He was wielding a bladed weapon, so Katsuki decided to use blasts from the get-go. The goon defended against the first one with his forearms in a tight guard, but that blocked his vision, allowing Bakugo to use his blasts to flank the BSRD from above, where Katsuki proceeded to hit him in the back, leaving the goons sprawled on the floor. Katsuki stomped on the hand holding the machete a couple of times, until he unclenched his fist around it. Bakugo then once again blasted the weapon away. The fucker tried to get up, but Katsuki dissuaded him by smashing his face into the pavement with a satisfying crack of his nose. The leftover goons were running at him full speed, brandishing their weapons. They were in a tight formation, so flanking them and picking them one by one was not an option. At least for now, but when they will be closing in, the goons will be forced to break rank to allow for range of movement needed to use long melee weapons, and to once again try to flank him. So, Katsuki had a couple of seconds to catch his breath and see how Lung was doing. He was doing all right, all things considered. He also took out 2 out of his 5 opponents, now groaning on the ground covered in scorch marks. His opponents were trying to flank him, while he was keeping them at bay with his flames, waiting for a good opening, thinking that he won't be able to make a breakthrough without leaving himself vulnerable to attacks from the back. Now thinking about it, why Katsuki should probably just attack them instead of his goons. They were distracted with Lung and his flames, and would probably notice him coming when it would be too late anyway. And besides, Hammer and Anvil was a tactic older than dirt, and they were in a very good position to execute it. Katsuki's speed allowed him extreme maneuverability on the battlefield. Committed to this plan, Bakugo blasted in Lung's direction. Lung reacted to the sound, and saw him coming to help him, so he abandoned his previous defensive mindset and rushed at the left goon, allowing his opponents to circle him, grouping them up for Katsuki. Bakugo slammed a couple of blasts into their backs, leaving the M unbalanced, of which Lung took quick advantage of, taking 2 of them out with enhanced strikes. Katsuki finished the other one by throwing him to the ground and delivering 2 kicks to the head. He turned around to the goons that were left, but we already dealt with. By some guy in a hobo getup. Wait, that's Aizawa-sense. He completely overpowered them, flawlessly disarming and tangling them in his scarf. With that problem dealt, he turned to Lung and Katsuki, trying to butts damage. Midoriya, Bakugo, are you injured? Aizawa said. Were they? Bakuga didn't get hit a single time throughout the fight, but he couldn't say the same about Lung. He glanced at him, trying to gauge the damage. Lung responded with a thumbs up, so the wound probably healed already. We are okay, I didn't get hit at all, at Lung's quirk healed him already. Bakuga responded. Lung? Oh, Midoriya. Well, then you are going to police station with me, to testify. Aizawa said. So we are skipping school? Lung immediately jumped at an opportunity to skive. You are not skipping school. It's authorized by a teacher, me, so it is all right. And you are free to skip tomorrow, but the day after is USJ, and I recommend to attend that, even if you can probably get a week of leave for this SH stuff. Sensei said. Thanks, teach. Lung said. Now, after the dust has settled, Bakuga was left with one question. Why the F did these clowns attack them? Reiko finally finished her call with Bakuga and came back to her seat. Kamakiri was somewhat worried about the guys, because skiving school on second day was not typical Katsuki behavior. So, Toguro said, they are in the cop shop. Reiko whispered, the F-dash? But what the f happened? Kamakiri interrupted, astounded. Can you shut up? I am not finished. They are not busted if that was your guess. Some randoms jumped them in the ghost district. But they F-ed them up, didn't even get injured. Reiko answered. The part about getting jumped not really, but not being injured was great. Hey, Kamakiri. So, are your friends okay? Tokage whispered from his side. He wanted to ignore her, that was none of her business after all. But he was in a good mood after the clear-up, so Toguro humored her. Yeah. Everything is okay. Kamakiri said, omitting the part about the police station. That's great. Setsuna said, smiling. She had a nice smile. Kamakiri was not really good or comfortable at complimenting anything, but she should do that more often. So, what do you think about foundational hero studies? And All Might teaching it? Tokage asked. About what? Oh, the hero class. Who the f memorized that long but name, seriously. But it sounded cool, like there would be a lot of fighting involved. Kamakiri was eager to test his mettle against his classmates, even in a probably small training bout. And All Might teaching it was just a cherry on top. He certainly didn't get the first place just for his smile, he has a fuckton of experience to share with them. It probably will be the most interesting class. I hope at least. And All Might as a teacher is not what I expected, but that's UA for you. Toguro said. Setsuna was not able to reply, because at that moment All Might entered the classroom, heralding the start of the hero class. They were invited to pick up their costumes and go to ground beta. Kamakiri didn't really bother with his costume. The only thing of note were the pants made from some kind of material that contains his DNA and allows him to use his quirk on them too. He didn't really know the specifics, but it worked. Blades sprouted eagerly from his hips and shins. All other articles of clothing were pointless in his opinion. He would be fighting in meat grinder form all the time anyways. The only exception were the flip-flops on his feet, for convenience. He was the first one to arrive at ground beta, and proceeded to wait for others. People started showing up, generally one by one, friend groups not yet established. He didn't really want to see Reiko right now, because she would start mocking him for his costume, not understanding that Toguro didn't give a F about looking good. Then another person arrived, a girl, judging by her proportions. She had a plain dark purple bodysuit, with black boots and gloves. The girl wore a black full mask with stylized cracks. Only after he looked at her hair, Kamakiri understood that it was Setsuna. She noticed him too, and almost ran up to him. Kamakiri. So, how do I look? Setsuna said, her voice muffled by the mask. She didn't pull her hands to her mouth this time, Kamakiri noted. How did she look? It was a cool costume, Kamakiri had to admit. And it looked comfortable, not like the costumes of other girls in here. It was not as skin-tight, clearly made for confrontation in mind. Setsuna also looked more at ease in it, relaxed, her posture slack, confident. It suits you. But how would you use it with your quirk though? Especially with the mask? Kamakiri questioned. Behold! Setsuna said, enthusiastically, and did her usual slasher movie victim routine, splitting herself into several chunks, her clothes following suit. Her head also split up, mask breaking into several pieces, cracks glowing with ominous purple. You should probably wear armor from this mask's material, will make you look even more dangerous. And will protect you. Kamakiri said. Dangerous? Wasn't really what I was going for, but thank you. Setsuna said. It was hard to get a read on her without facial expressions and with her voice tone being muffled by the mask. Dangerous is good, makes people think twice before attacking you. Better to be feared by villains than loved by civilians. Kamakiri said. And he meant it. I see your point, okay? I won't change it anyways, I like this design. Setsuna said. Kamakiri noticed Reiko finally entering the room, with All Might right after her. She had a pretty casual fit, gray t-shirt, black cropped jacket and pants with heavy boots. The only thing out of the ordinary was a tattered cloak around her waist. All Might finally started the lesson and explained the objective. Split into 2-man teams, villains and heroes, former defend, latter attack, 10-minute deadline. Nothing complicated, just beat your opponents, or defend capture the bomb. He ended up in a Team J with Setsuna. He knew her quirk was helpful, so he was happy enough. She was no Reiko in fight though, sadly. First battle, Team J as heroes and Team H as villains. Participants, to positions. All Might said. Being first was tough luck, in Kamakiri's opinion, and he would have preferred to be a villain. His slow speed in the transform made him much better at defending than attacking. But he was pretty confident in his chances. Team H consisted of solid air guy, Suburaba, who would not be a threat at all, and Shishida, with the transform, that made him dangerous, but stupid as F-. Kamakiri also had an advantage of not being organic in his transform, therefore not tiring at all, allowing him to out-endure most of the opponents he fought. Which of course would be much more helpful if he was defending, but alas. Hey Kamakiri. I have a plan. You following? Tokage said, startling him out of his thoughts. Sure. Tagaru said. Having a plan never hurt anyone. I scout ahead, find the bomb, you go there and be a dangerous target, drawing attention to yourself. I will just slip past and touch the bomb, voila. We win. Tokage said. This exercise was really unfair with Setsuna's quirk. She could just rush her hands to the bomb independently of her body, and it would be much harder to deal with them, compared to a full-bodied human. Okay, good enough. Kamakiri replied. They then studied the plan of the building a bit, trying to discern where their opponents might place their bomb. In reality they were just killing time, waiting for the exercise to start. Around 1 minute remaining, Tagaru started his transformation. Blades and chains rippled from his body, turning him from a human into an amorphous pile of metal. He liked his quirk when he was able to fully control it, which was not often enough for his liking. Partial control was easy, but mustering the whole body to do something was a bit strenuous, and he did it sparingly, usually just tightening himself like a spring and blasting into something like a siege ram, smashing everything in his path. He used this move during the exam, using his chains to group up bots and destroying them en masse. Not being able to properly control his whole body also led to severely decreased speed. He generally just imitated snails, moving himself bit by bit, barely keeping up with a walking human. It was infuriating at times, but being able to tank. Bakugo's blasts, Reiko's bombardment, Izuku's punches came at a cost, so he tried not to complain as much. The match started, and Setsuna immediately broke up, leaving only her mouth and one ear with him, to be able to communicate. He kept those parts protected by his metal body, safe from any attacks. He started in the direction of the entrance, intent on just hogging the staircase until Tokage got back to him with the details. Trying to find the villains by himself would be not efficient, and he could lose time he couldn't afford to lose. So he just waited on the first floor of the building. Around 3 minutes in, Setsuna relayed to him their position, 3rd floor, in the cent ER of the building. She warned him that it was a spacious room, and Shishida was bigger than in quirk testing. The journey to payload was arduous and boring. Kamakiri was counting to himself the whole time, around 2 minutes to get there. There he met Setsuna, who rejoined her body, save for legs and arms, allowing her to levitate in the air. Well, time for that distraction, metal guy. They are behind that door, and they reinforced it pretty thoroughly. Tsuburaba's wall's a joke on their own, but a lot of them plus scrap could be problematic. The room only has 2 exits, but they only had time to block this one. I am going to flank them from behind, try to keep their attention from that side. Tokage said and flew off. Well, time for his favorite move, ramming stuff. He positioned himself in front of the door, coiled his chain blade hook spike body, and shot off into the door like a bullet out of a gun. With a resounding crash, he slammed into the door, destroying it to splinters, scattering the sheet blocking the door in a beautiful shower of wood, metal, clothes and so on. Shishida was probably standing in front of the other exit, the more vulnerable one, so Kamakiri was met by Tsuburaba, who looked scuffed as F from all the items that hit him. But still, he got to his feet and proceeded to blow out his air walls. Kamakiri was fairly certain that he didn't really train his quirk, because he slammed through the M like they were made out of air for Real, but he still was slowed down enough for Shishida to have time to stop him from just crawling to the bomb and ending the fight prematurely. Shishida slammed into his mass with a beastly ferocity. Fighting Toguro in melee was in his opinion generally a very stupid idea. He didn't really have any organs, weak spots, or a body in general, so a lot of martial art moves were pointless against him, no chokes, no grappling, no joint locks. But hitting him hard enough sadly was not, and Shishida proceeded to do just that. A solid punch to his center of mass, forcing the metal outwards from that point. It didn't really hurt, nothing hurts him while he is transformed, but it was still uncomfortable, something foreign moving his parts around. He didn't want to send Shishida tar though, and so he could not just start ripping into his flesh with his blades. He instead created several arm-like appendages out of chains, with the intention of hitting Shishida somewhere painful. Beast Boy was not big enough to completely forego defense, so he kept his guard up, but Kamakiri was certain that he would fall for a trick. He let him throw a couple more punches, getting used to his pattern, blocking some of them, but getting hit by more. When Shishida went for a right jab, Kamakiri snaked several chain arms around his right arm, leaving right side of his body exposed for Kamakiri's counterattack at his liver. A well-placed liver shot could end a fight in an instant, but Toguro underestimated Shishida's toughness. Did he not hit it? Maybe his internal organs were placed differently, or didn't exist at all. Or this was just a meat suit and the real Shishida was safely inside it, protected from harm? No, he still had his clothes and glasses on. The organ theory had some merit, but Kamakiri didn't really want to test it out by dismembering Jiroda. This was actually a problem for the capture tape thing. Both him and Shishida were so beyond human proportions, you couldn't slam it on them even if they put up no resistance. Kamakiri reminded himself that he was just playing a distraction. He distracted Shishida, the more problematic out of his 2 opponents. Tokage should be enough to deal with Tsuburaba. Shishida ripped his chain arms from his right arm, freeing himself. He created distance between them, once again squaring up. Well, he probably still needs air, right? So theoretically, Kamakiri could choke him into SB Emerson, which was easier said than done. Toguro was trying to come up with a way to create a chokehold on Jiroda when he heard All Might calling the bout over in their favor. He looked at the bomb and saw Tokage touching it with her disjointed hand. That was a bit anticlimactic. He started going back to being a human, gradually pulling his metal into his core, the fleshy bits coming out of it, unscathed. Shishida, though, looked winded. Maybe the punch to the liver partially worked. No way he got tired of a couple minutes of fighting. You okay, dude? I sure hope I didn't rupture it, F-. Kamakiri said, a but concerned. It's okay. I am just out of breath, it's taxing to use my quirk for such long PRDS of time. Jiroda responded. Wait, he probably was hauling all the sheet to the door, now that Toguro had time to think about it. Maybe he was really just winded. No organ theory is getting another plus. It was an excellent match, Kamakiri. I will go to Cozy Eye, see how he fares. Shishida said. Sure, knock yourself out. Toguro said. Tokage ran up to him, with spring in her step. She had her mask on, but was in the process of taking it off. Kamakiri was just standing here, when she slammed into his body in a full hug. Their height disparity left her face right around his chest. With her arms still around Toguro, Setsuna looked up to him and smiled. He still liked it. We did it, Toguro, Setsuna said, mouth widely open. Her teeth and tongue out in the open. Her mutant teeth and tongue out in the open. Why the F was she hiding them from everyone? Sometimes, Izuku hated Katsuki. Why the F did he insist on getting to class this early all the time? It was pointless. Especially today, when the first lesson was literature with Cementos. They should have just skipped the first couple of lessons altogether, and just arrived to the USJ lesson. Shut up, Lung. Stop whining about this sheet, we can't skip if we want to be good heroes. Attendance is one of the things agencies look for in hero students, so no skiving class. Bakugo interrupted his monologue. Was Izuku saying that out loud? Who the F cares about attendance? Why the F future heroes need to know about some bullshit poem 5 centuries out of date? It was so meaningless to Izuku. Katsuki, stop swearing. Being a good hero also involves not scaring sponsors by not being PG all the time. Get it into your effing head. Mitsuki yelled at Bakugo. After that fight in the ghost hood, she insisted on driving them to school. The fight itself was swept under the rug, not even getting a news report. All Might teaching at UA was more sensational. Which was understandable, in Izuku's opinion. All Might doing anything other than beating up bad guys and saving kittens from trees was out of the ordinary. They arrived at the gates of UA. Mitsuki wished them luck and drove off to her work. They were not met by their friends, while Reiko and Kamakiri promised Bakugo that they will definitely always arrive at school at the same time as them. They told him to F himself yesterday, insisting that he broke the rule first, and so they can have their beauty sleep till the end of times. Izuku, sadly, was excluded from this arrangement, due to being Katsuki's best friend and living much closer to him than the others, giving Bakugo an opportunity to just wake him up if he tried to sleep in. They arrived at class, which was almost empty at this time, populated only by the same nerds as Bakugo, Glasses, and Yaoyorozu. The last thing he wanted to do is time to speak with them, so Izuku just laid down his head on the table, waiting for the inevitable slog of the first classes before USJ. Which they were, of course. Miracles did not happen. At first, Izuku thought that UA will somehow make school bearable, and pros as teachers seemed pretty cool, but no. Still a FING school, but the teachers also give AF-, making it even worse. Hey Midoriya. I just wanted to ask, why did you and Bakugo skip 2 last days? Did something happen? Kirishima said, looking a bit concerned. They were told to keep the incident down, denying their direct involvement in the fight. Quirk laws technically allow using quirks in self-defense, but police still gave them an earful about leaving it all to qualified heroes. Izuku really didn't get those fuckers. What have they wanted them to do, just get killed by those goons? Our bus got caught in villain skirmish. Driver managed to call the police, and Aizawa-sensei beat the fuckers up. We didn't get hurt, but he still gave us 2 days of leave. Izuku said the agreed-upon version of the events, even if not getting credit for kicking those thugs into the dirt, rankled him a bit. That's good, that you didn't get hurt. Or you would have skipped trial of rescue. Ijiro said, enthusiastically. Yeah. Izuku said, not willing to continue this conversation. Digging that bullet out of his entrails still gave him phantom pains. FINGBSTRDS with guns, his mortal enemies at this point. They arrived at the changing rooms. All of his classmates, except for Bakugo, already tested their costumes out at the whatever the F-Hero lesson was called, fighting each other. Skipping which still set Izuku off, they could have gotten there in time, but no, police procedure requires to do a fuckton of useless sheet that just eats up time. Bakugo's costume was well designed, color scheme, the sweat-collecting bracers, even the style itself, thanks to Mitsuki. Izuku remembered how angry Katsuki was after he discovered that he could not produce grenades with his sweat, only his palms could detonate it. Izuku didn't really get why though. If the sweat detonated from any type of open flame, then a pyrokinetic would instantly kill Bakugo by blowing him up to high heaven. In contrast, Izuku's costume was incredibly simple, except for one thing. He had flip-flops on, normal pants, the Quirk conductive type that Kamakiri uses don't transform with Izuku, so he opted in for just cheap sweats. His upper body was bare, any kind of clothes pointless, his changing height rendering them too small in a matter of minutes. The only indulgence he had was the mask, made out of durable and heat-resistant metals. It resembled a dragon. "Dude, why the mask? It's a bit scary," a guy with a thunderbolt in his hair said when he pulled it out of the case. The mask was made to be scary, blackened, scaly, with inhuman amount of eyes, spikes protruding in different directions. It was to be his symbol. His quirk didn't really make him to be an obvious dragon. He couldn't fly, for example, and fire was typical of Western dragons, not Eastern. It would be just enough for people to see his mask and surrender, without fighting him. "I wanted it that way," Izuku said, instead of explaining his thought process. "Kaminari, stop bugging Midoriya. And the mask is not scary, it's super manly," Kirishima said, trying to ease the tension. Izuku didn't care what anyone thought about him, especially strangers. He left the locker room, going straight to the bus stop. Glasses tried to herd them into the bus. Whoever the F made him class rep should be burnt alive, but failed. Seat arrangement 1 0. Izuku sat down, Bakugo joining him, and tried to fall asleep until they get to the training center. His classmates started chatting about something, their pointless drivel keeping him awake. "Todoroki, that's a flashy and strong quirk. Really good for a hero," somebody said. "Bakugo and Midoriya have pretty cool ones too, and memorable." Explosion and how Izuku's quirk is called, actually. Kirishima said. Should he answer or not? He already gave up on falling asleep, but involving himself into H's kind of mindless conversation was not really his style. In the end, choice was taken from him. "Hey, Midoriya, what's the name of your quirk?" Lightning Boy, Kaminari, asked him. He considered just pretending to be asleep, like Todoroki. "It's Ash Beast," Izuku said, clearing up misconceptions, like his quirk being named Fing Dragon or something. He would never be so uncreative, never mind what Reiko said about his hero name. "The mask, quirk name, you really trying to be as scary as possible? That would make you very unpopular, Midoriya. And Bakugo is constantly angry, that wouldn't fly either." Frog Girl said. Izuku never caught her name. Bakugo started shouting at her, trying to defend himself. Izuku somewhat agreed with her, he would never be popular with general audience. But he would not be able to make the same career as Ryukyu, for example. His dragon form was too terrifying, too inhuman, not like her anthropomorphic one. So he decided to embrace the terror, because trying to fit in would only make him look like a joke. They finally pulled up to the facility and disembarked. Some other teacher met them. Izuku was not really big on the hero obsession, so he could not identify only by appearance. "It's the space hero, 13. I always liked her," a red-cheeked girl said. Uraraka something, Izuku couldn't remember. 13 and Aizawa whispered about something. Izuku was not amped up enough to clearly hear them from such distance at so low volume. He only caught something about All Might and time? Doesn't matter, this exercise would be a letdown, all might or not. Izuku never in his life thought himself as a rescue hero. It was pointless work, in his opinion, something to be left to more qualified personnel, like firefighters and emergency services. Heroes fight villains, and through that they save lives. Space Hero started rambling about his quirk, how she, or he, Izuku couldn't really understand. He will call them they, uses it to save people. It was a very cool quirk, in Izuku's opinion, destructive like nothing else. A black hole in the palm of your hand. Your quirks empathically do not exist to hurt others. 13 said. What a load of bullshit. His quirk's only purpose is to hurt, to destroy, to burn and rip apart, to heal him and to make him stronger and tougher, so he can destroy more and more, until nothing is left of his enemies. He thrives in battles, in the heat of thing, where his blood pumps, his limbs obey his every command. The aftermath, there is nothing but rot, the leftover violence having this sweet smell of decay. Making him a bit stronger, a bit faster, maybe some patches of scales. A drop in the ocean of power that can be his. He would never be a rescue hero, because his quirk needs the struggle, the conflict. Without it, he is practically quirkless. Useless. Please live this exercise having fully understood that your quirks exist to help people. 13 finished their speech. One does not contradict the other. How many people did he save when he hurt the gunman until he stopped? Until he killed himself. Then his conflict sense started giving him some absurd readings. Dozens of battle-ready signatures, localized in one space. It doesn't make sense, they are too close together in an area smaller than a something small. This was not the time for pointless comparisons. And then the area got bigger and bigger, signatures started to disperse, now resembling normal human beings. Then he finally saw it with his own 2 eyes, a portal, and people stepping out of it. Armed people. With FING guns, God, he hated those. Villains. Or probably just hired muscle, not ranked ones. Still, there was a lot of them. Izuku immediately engaged his quirk, his eyes glowing red. It would not grow as fast as in open combat, but every bit counts. Villains and Aizawa said something to one another. Izuku didn't really focus on their conversation. He tried to butz the villains, maybe see someone familiar from the news, someone to be wary of. But no, just fodder. Fodder, or people so deep underground that this was their debut in limelight. Aizawa finally stopped FNG prattling and rushed off towards the foes. Rushing off to help him right now would only make him a liability. He was not fully armored, and he didn't want to get shot once again. FING guns. It seems that he doesn't need to though, Aizawa. No, now he is Eraserhead, was stomping the goons all around him. Midoriya. Stop standing here, we have got to evacuate. Glasses called to him, running away from the battle with everyone else. It rankled him to retreat, but Aizawa seemed like he had it in order. He caught up to the others, but was stopped by a person, made out of fog, or mist, whatever. He started his spiel about killing All Might and being surprised by him not being here. Izuku sure didn't care what the guy wanted to say. He finally got to the point where he could make flames. He looked at Bakugo, nodded, and blasted fire at the villain's eyes, trying to blind him for Bakugo to attack him. Kirishima reacted too, and stomped at the ground, creating a foot to smash into the villain. But nothing worked. His body just absorbed the flames, the explosion, even the concrete. Mist Guy started saying something, but Izuku could not hear him. He was sinking into the pit of his body, drowning in it. His conflict sense informed him of almost the whole facility through this warp gate, all the villains, all their bloodlust. Then he suddenly dropped, ground disappearing under him. He landed, and rolled forward to disperse the kinetic energy of his fall. He glanced around, it was raining, a FNG downpour. Another person dropped close to him. He didn't know who it was, but strength in numbers is the way. He rushed to the signature, getting closer and closer by the second, when he was suddenly stopped by a bullet, piercing his shoulder. FING guns. Izuku swerved, looking for the offender, who was standing in an alley to his left side. His shoulder hurt, but it was a clean wound. It would heal in a matter of minutes, if not less. The goon looked a bit dazed, like it was his first time shooting a gun at a human being. He lowered it a bit, turning it over in his hand. It was Izuku's chance to engage. A searing bolt of flames hit Thug's eyes, burning them. He dropped the gun and reached for his eyes, trying to wipe away the pain. Izuku rushed to him and kicked the gun away, following it up with a kick to the kneecap, finishing the downed goon with a jab to the temple. One down, a fuckton to go. The student's signature was fighting. He could feel it, but not moving. Something was keeping them in place. He ran to it, this time not stopped by any FING bullets. When he neared them, he once again heard the demonic sound of gunshots. How the F did they get so many guns? The villains were congregated around the exit from the zone, blocking it. The student, bird guy, Tokoyami, was pinned down by gunfire behind a chunk of concrete, torn from the building during the fighting. His quirk, shadow thingy, was circling around, scaring off villains from his position. It was quite big and strong. It downed a lot of villains already, who were laying around this area. Izuku couldn't make out the weapons thugs used, if they have. Anything like that shotgun that Daisuke used, he is in for another round of pain. But with goons blocking the only exit from this zone, and Tokoyami pinned down, needing to be saved, He had no other option than to charge at the villains, maybe buying Crow Dude some time to relocate himself to a safer position. The distance was too far to use flames in this kind of rain effectively, so he elected to just announce himself with a roar, trying to draw attention away from Tokoyami. Many villains turned to him, immediately trying to deal with a bigger threat. Bullets whistled past him, the rain preventing the gunners from shooting accurately, more providing suppressing fire than truly trying to hit him. But Izuku is not going to be intimidated by bullets, scales covered him entirely, and he was confident that nothing would pierce them. He descended upon the first villain, a mutant with cat-like features. The thug tried to punch him, but he caught the fist in his own, and twisted until he could hear it cracking. Goon dropped to one knee, cradling his broken wrist, and Izuku finished him with a kick to the head, knocking him out. Two more people descended upon him, trying to flank Izuku. He grabbed one by his neck, and slammed him into the ground. Choke slams are not that effective, though, so Izuku followed up with two stomps to his arm, breaking it. The other one slammed his weapon against him, a machete, but it just bounced off his scales. The goon, seeing this, tried to put some distance between him and Izuku, but was too slow. Lung grabbed him by his arm, and threw him over his shoulder, finishing him with a kick to the head. He was readying himself for another charge when he felt it. 1, 2, 3. Like 3 bullets hitting his heart. 3 deaths, of whom he wouldn't know. In the heat of the fighting he lost track of student signatures, keeping up only Tokoyami's. He hoped that those were dead villains. Not dead classmates. Bullets pinged off his chest, time to finish those bastards with guns. He rushed at their position, almost 2.5 meters tall by now, his legs carrying him over the distance between him and the thugs in a blink of an eye. Some tried to run, some stood their ground. He started mowing through them, an unstoppable juggernaut. Broken ribs, broken arms, broken legs, lacerations and burns. In a matter of seconds, most of the villains were down. Thanks you for the assisting me, Midoriya. I will remember this. Tokoyami joined him, after clearing up leftover, melee, thugs. There was no time for speaking. Helping his classmates and Aizawa on the center plaza was priority. He tried to convey this to Tokoyami, but his face was too deformed by this point, so nothing but growls came out. He instead pointed at the direction of exit, hoping that Tokoyami understands him. We should help others, yes. I'll watch your back, Tokoyami said. Izuku growled in response, and started running towards the exit of Downpour Zone. When they arrived at the plaza, Aizawa was fighting the guy with he hands, the head honcho, Izuku gathered. Izuku was too far away to save his teacher from the strike that villain delivered, his elbow falling apart, rotting away into dust. Lung rushed to his help, flame following in his wake. He ripped his mask off, throwing it into the distance. He would need every advantage he could get, including his maw. He blasted fire at the hand guy, trying to burn him, but he was defended by another villain, the big guy with the exposed brain. Well, he was not as big as he was 10 minutes ago. Lung towered over him. HM. The Dragon Boy. It seems that white-masked guy didn't manage to deal with you. A pity, this skirmish would have been easier. Well, not like it matters much. Nomu, deal with him. The hand guy said. The bird-like villain rushed at him. He was fast, faster than Izuku, even so ramped up. Lung only had enough time to block the right hook to his midsection with a middle guard, but not to avoid it. His right arm exploded with pain, bones surely broken. The sheet hurt. It already started healing, bones rearranging themselves inside his arm, piercing it together. Nomu went for another blow, once again going for his torso, too short to hit his head. The punch was telegraphed enough for Izuku to sidestep it and deliver a jab to Nomu's head, hitting it right in its exposed brain. It didn't do anything, the blow just bouncing off, like he hit a wall in his human form. How durable was this thing? His astoundment cost him dearly. A left hook to his chest, breaking his ribs and puncturing his lungs. How strong was this thing to do that? He was almost 3 meters tall by now, fully covered in scales, his bones and organs reinforced. Him just breaking through this, even with a well-placed punch, was insane. Lung exploded with flames, a fiery inferno surrounding him. Nomu, like all living beings, backed away, ancient instincts telling him to avoid flames. Izuku started upping the temperature. He will burn this creature to ashes, if needed be. A stream of fire descended upon Nomu from Izuku's maw, burning layers of skin away, flakes turning to ash. It started regenerating because of course this can also regenerate, but Izuku's flames were stronger. Whatever the quirk this thing had to weather physical blows, it didn't work on fire. It finally snapped out of daze, its meaty fists flying into Izuku's ribcage, into his arms, into his legs, breaking them, bruising his internal organs, driving lung to the wall with all the pain that he felt. But he didn't stop frying it. He came as close as he could, to counter its strength. He started clawing at it, leaving deep gashes in its oily black skin, biting it with his flower-like maw, blasting fire from his mouth into those wounds. It was a battle of two endlessly regenerating juggernauts, where no one could come out on top, Nomu's blows weakening under such intense flames, muscles constantly burning away and regenerating back. Izuku, now close to Nomu enough to prevent it from using all of its strength, but still getting devastating blows at his appendages and torso, arms, legs constantly regrowing broken bones, his body repairing bruised and ruptured organs. All might! Somebody shouted, ripping his concentration away. He glanced away just for a second, but it was enough for Nomu to slam him into the ground. It was enough time for the creature to rip his left arm off at the shoulder, throwing it far into the distance, and to start on his neck, trying to break it. Midoriya! All Might shouted, slamming into Nomu. It was unperturbed, but switched to a more dangerous foe, leaving the fallen Izuku alive, if heavily injured. The hell, once again? Seriously? Izuku started dissociating a bit, the pain in his arm distant, like it was not happening to him. He propped himself up, breathing heavily, lungs still aflame with lingering pain. Izuku bit onto what was left of his shoulder and cauterized the wound. The flesh already started regrowing, his quirk trying to bring his arm back. His vision swarm, clouded by agony and smoke all around him. He tried to stand up, but lost balance and fell to his knees once again. He did all that he could do. He hoped that he prevented that thing from having a go at his classmates. He hoped that it was enough. That he was enough. When two more death hit him, he just couldn't take this anymore. With a thunderous crash, Izuku Midoriya slammed into the pavement, unconscious. The pistol in her hand felt foreign, strange. She was too used to wielding an assault rifle. They practically never used sidearms outside of mandated training. Pointless. It was always more efficient to just reload your rifle than to try grabbing your handgun. It's a good pistol. Military grade, heard you like those. Easy to conceal, good stopping power. If the guy you are shooting at doesn't have a brute rating, he is a goner. Armorer Goon said, motioning with his arms to the pistol in Winter's hands. It was still weird to carry this, but Winter agreed with the armorer. It would definitely be easier to conceal this thing than a rifle. Are you finished? Your insistence on carrying a firearm is confusing enough, but our mission is on a timetable. A man in a black bodysuit said, annoyed. One of the PHS officers. He was, in Winter's opinion, one of the best options to accompany her on induction ceremony. Professional, a strong quirk. A military man, like her, disciplined, rigid. Maybe they even served in the same conflict. Considering Winter's service record, they definitely served in the same conflict at least once. She was a veteran of every major campaign in the last 20 years. Before the government mutts started to pull out of everywhere, leaving people like her with nothing. Having a gun on hand never hurt anyone. Lead the way. Winter replied. They were standing in PHS warehouse in Osaka. Front line of their sphere of influence, their hold here was strenuous at best. Good hunting, Winter. Armorer said, waving their hand in goodbye. Thanks. Your induction into the inner circle of society was planned to happen months later, but we can't pass up on this opportunity. With All Might and UA attacked and practically beaten on their own field, many gangs are rearing their heads, plans getting in motion earlier than expected. Swansong decided that we should use this moment to kill two birds with one stone, another nail in UA's coffin, and your promotion. Fog patiently explained reasoning behind the change of plans. Winter didn't really mind. Any blow against the corrupt order at the top of this country was a plus in her opinion. 2 UA students were cited frequenting this ward. Stupid mutts, not knowing from where they should keep the F out? Or PHS is still too unknown in Osaka, this cell being established 3 months or so ago. This moment would be their debut, her debut to the world. 2 students. First years. Kill them, and UA will get even more heat. Heat on the second most powerful hero intuition in Japan is good. Best case scenario, they close the school, though this is improbable. Still, it would be a major blow to hero society as a whole, a string of murders of the upcoming generation, and heroes unable to do anything. Fog started rambling about all the great things that would definitely happen after this. Winter didn't really believe in this. She saw a point in hurting UA, but shooting up a mutt hero agency would be much more effective in instilling terror than killing defenseless teens. And it would be much more interesting. They walked into the alleyway, where they planned to execute the mutts. A lookout nodded at them and retreated away from here. The only thing that was left to do was to wait. Winter checked her pistol again. It was military make, like the armorer said. PHS has some serious connections there, it seems. Then she heard voices, a deep one, and a more expressive one. The mutts, Winter presumed. Good, standing here any longer would drive her to do unreasonable things. Don't sweat it, Bondo. We were taking this shortcut for God knows how many times and nothing happened. The loud voice said. The deep one responded, but she couldn't hear what. Fog motioned for her to get ready. The alleyway they were standing in had an alcove, hiding her and Fog from prying eyes. She started using her quirk, temperature dropped around her, she tossed her gun into the air, it fell visibly slower. Why is it so sea-cold all of a sudden? Loud voice said once more. Fog gave a signal, start. Winter jumped out of the alcove, 2 teens, one tall, the other short. A boy with a speech bubble, someone's father jerked off to too much doujinshi, it seems. And another, with even stranger, something for his head. A glue dispenser? It wouldn't matter in a couple of seconds. Her first instinct was to shot them in their heads, but her experience with mutants said otherwise. More often than not, trying to kill mutts through shooting at their inhuman parts was an exercise in futility. They didn't work like normal humans' appendages or organs. 2 shots rang through the alleyway. One ended the life of manga Fukidashi in a matter of seconds, a clean shot through the heart, shredding it. Unconsciousness, then loss of blood flow to the brain. The other one punctured Bondo Kojiro's lung. He fell to his knees, gasping for air, traumatic pneumothorax, or collapsed lung. He tried to use his quirk, but her quirk slowed him down. Fog rushed in, melting the glue he produced. Didn't think this would work. It counts as organic then? Probably like all mutations. Fog said to himself. Winter marched up to Glue Guy. At least he tried to do something, to go out fighting. She could respect that. Winter thought of letting him die like this, gasping for air, but decided to put him out of his misery. Another shot rang out, and Bondo Kojiro was no more. Welcome to Bakufu, Winter. Glad to, Fog started his speech, but Winter didn't listen. That was it? It felt even more boring than she thought it would be. No fight, barely any struggle. It felt incomplete. Fog, can you get more of their blood out? I have an idea. Winter said, interrupting Fog. What? For what? You know what? Fog said, and started to melt through outer tissues of their bodies. Blood flowed freely from these new wounds. Winter dipped her hand into it, and started painting a mural of sorts. Remember Daisuke Fujiwara. To be a warrior is to live forever. Daisuke Fujiwara? Oh, the shooter. Why? Fog questioned her. Winter remembered herself a year ago, lost without purpose in life, without anyone or anything. No job, no family, no friends. Isolated by society for doing her job. Abandoned by government, rejected by it. And then, Leadai's manifesto, his cry for justice. And his heroic deed, his martyrdom. It reinvigorated her, gave her new purpose in life. to free this world from degeneracy of heteromorphs. He was my inspiration. For all of this, Winter said, not willing to open up just yet. An hour later, bodies of Manga and Bondo would be found by a passerby. 2 more dead UA students in less than a week. It was such a long FANG day. First, the school. In Reiko's humble opinion, they should have cancelled it. What's with all the deaths and all? Half of her class didn't show up at school anyway. Why didn't she do the same was beyond her. Maybe she got infected by Bakugu's nerd tendencies. It was still a slog, still made her want to shot her brains out with a convenient rock. Still boring as F-. Then, she and boys went to visit Lung in the hospital. He was coming along great and will probably be let out by the end of the week. The arm thing was even somewhat funny in her opinion. It was the same one he lost a year ago. They agreed to help him regenerate it faster during the Golden Week and get some training in at the same time. Even so tired and hungry, she still didn't want to come back home. She didn't speak to her father since start of school almost a week ago, just crashed at home at late evening, cooking herself something up and immediately going to bed. But this time she should probably speak with him. Mike brought up speaking to their parents about transferring out of UA, and Reiko for sure didn't want to leave school because of this sheet. She needed to clear everything between her and father. He was sitting in the kitchen, eating dinner. This time he even made some for her. How generous. Reiko grabbed a chair and sat down. It was some kind of curry. She didn't give enough FS to learn all the names. Hello, Reiko. Dad said. Hey. Reiko answered. She waited for him to start the conversation about UA, but the only time his mouth moved was to grab another spoon of rice. So, you want to talk to me about something? Reiko asked, losing her patience quick. For a moment he looked visibly nervous. He looked her in the eyes, searching for something. When he didn't find anything, he visibly settled down. No. Why would I? Father answered, undeterred. Yeah. Why would he? It was not yet a give a F about his daughter day. How could Reiko forget? The moment Toguru returned home, he was hugged by Akitsu, his younger sister. Toguru, how was school? Everything is all right? Also, Dad is home early. He wants to talk to you about something. Akitsu rambled, backing off. Hey, slow down a bit. I am okay, school is okay too. What Dad wants to talk about? Kamakiri said. Her face, with the same mandibles as him, darkened a bit. You know about what? The thing. You ate all that stuff. Akitsu answered. He knew. He still couldn't really believe at first. 5 students dead at USJ, 2 more killed 2 days after it. People transferring out of school en masse. Half of his class didn't attend today. All 7 killed were mutants. Tsuyu Azui, Mashareo Ojiro, Koji Koda, Toru Hagakure, Minoru Mineta, Manga Fukudashi, Kojiro Bondo, Izuku, his friend, in another hospital stint. They visited him today, the whole gang back together. He was holding up fine, arm coming along great. Izuku once again rushed headlong into danger, to save people. Kamakiri was once again not there to help him. To help his fellow heteromorphs. After changing out of his uniform and freshening up in the bathroom, he entered the kitchen, where Dad was finishing setting up the dinner. Ribs. His mouth started salivating at the smell, teeth ready to bit down into the honeyed meat. Oh, hey son. Sit down, food is ready. Dad said, piling meat on the plates. The meal was great as always. Dad took away the dishes and settled down, readying himself for a talk. He motioned for Akitsu to leave the room. She visibly tried to protest, but backed down. So, Toguru, you probably already know what I want to speak to you about, but still. What happened was a FING disaster. 5 students dead, then 2 more. Killed by villains. All of them mutants. I am seriously worried for you, son. Dad said. He started tapping his fingers on the table, his nervous tick. Yeah. It's hard for me to process this, still. I didn't really know the guys that were killed from my class, and Izuku and Katsuki didn't know theirs, but it's still mind-boggling, you know? But I will not transfer. I will become a hero, punch Nazis, honor Mom's memory. Kamakiri said solemnly. Your mom would be proud of you, Toguru. Really FING proud. And I am proud of you. And I know that I can't change your mind, but you don't need to be a hero to honor her. She would love you regardless. Remember that. Dad said. Thanks, Dad. Kamakiri said. Then he hugged him and he ruffled his hair. He wanted to say that he is not 5 anymore, but this time it felt right. It felt good to be loved. Ijiro and Mina were swinging on the swings, talking about everything and anything like always. You don't need a long sleeve, Ijiro. Look at your muscles. You could probably wear a wife beater, and you will still look fine. Mina said. Very funny. But you are probably right, yeah. Kirishima said. They were talking for about an hour or so. But Kirishima couldn't really remember about what. It was pointless, he was here not for this small talk. Mina was there not for it too. So, how are you holding up? Ijiro asked. It was a very loaded question. Mina took her sweet time to answer it, just idly swinging, looking off into the distance. Her face lacked her usual smile. It was gloomy, her eyes half-lidded. I am not holding up. 5 of our classmates are ifnji dead, Kiri. We were just speaking to Tsu in the bus, and now she is ifn dead. Mina yelled. Kirishima immediately jumped off the swings and hugged Mina, cradling her head to his chest. She started to shake. And I am scared, you know? With Peace killing those boys from 1B so brazenly, in broad daylight. I was scared of going out of home today. Mina said. It'll be okay, Mina. Heroes will save the day as always. Kick the teeth of Peaches in. The stuff. Find the hand guy, kick his butt too. Ijiro said. Mina started crying into his chest, her body racking with sobs. Yeah. Like All Might saved our class, Mina said. All Might did save them. If he didn't arrive, they would probably all be dead at the hands of that monster thing. No. Ijiro remembers how nerve-wracking it was to watch Izuku and that creature duking it out. He wanted to help, but keeping the mist guy in check with Katsuki was not important, but more feasible for Kirishima. He wouldn't be of any real help in that hellish fight anyways. That's what he was saying to himself, trying to justify his cowardice. I am not going back to you, you know? Mina shocked him with this confession. What? But is it your parents? I can try to speak to them. No, I will convince them. You know I can. Ijiro said, animated. Mina backed off from his chest and looked him in the eyes. No. Well, it's their decision too, but I all for it. I am not abandoning my dream of being a hero, you know. I am just transferring out. To CI, probably. Maybe to Shiketsu if I am lucky. Mina said. Kirishima stayed silent. It was a lot to take in. Mina, the bravest person he knew, was running away. Like a FING coward. Kiri, I actually wanted to ask you something. Transfer with me please. You'll easily get into Shiketsu, out of all this mess. I don't want to see your face in the news as another casualty. Mina said. No. I am done running away. I chose this path to be a hero, and I will stick with it to the end. Even to a bitter. I just hope that we still can be friends. Ijiro said. Of course we would stay friends, why wouldn't we? Not like I am going to another country, you silly. Mina said with a forced smile on her face. Pathetic Ijiro staying friends with craven Mina. What a great pair of friends they make. Aizawa was having a really bad day. Oh, scratch that. A bad week. A real bad FING week. He was lounging in the teacher's room, just doing nothing. Staring into the ceiling, like it would answer all of his questions. He knew he should be somewhere else now, probably fighting all the rets that came out of the woodwork with such a public failure of UA and All Might, even with a F'd up elbow. Or maybe going to all the grieving families in person, seeking penance for his inability to save their children. Maybe visit Midoriya in the hospital. But he was laying on the sofa, just staring into nothingness. Empty of anything. He took out his phone, no new messages. Opened some kind of social media, started mindlessly scrolling anything to kill his brain cells, so he wouldn't be thinking of all the ways he could have stopped death of 5 teens. The Golden School or the Gilded School? A comprehensive analysis of decline of All Might. Another PHS attack, 2 more dead. Izawa closed the phone and dropped it onto the coffee table. FING media. Somebody knocked on the door? This is a public space. Enter. Whoever you are. Izawa said. Mike entered the room, his usual smile absent from his face. He was carrying 2 styrofoam cups of coffee and some donuts. Strawberry ones, Eraserhead's favorite. Hey Shota. Got us something to eat. You still like strawberry ones, yeah? I remember you saying that when we were younger. Hisashi said. Just give them here. And the cup too. Izawa demanded his nourishment. Coffee FNGSD, but donuts were great. Don't buy coffee there ever again. But donuts are good. Eraserhead voiced his opinion. Yeah, coffee is shit, agreed. Mike said. They proceeded to eat in silence. It felt good, that feel of companionship. That Mike would always have his back. And Izawa would always have his. Shota, I wanted to ask you something. How many people from the hero classes transferred? You were processing the stuff. Mike asked him. How many? Fed if he knows. Let's see. Hima went back to France. Tsunatori, to America, Rin, to China. That's 3 out-of-country transfers. Ashido, Sato and Shoji. That's all from my class. 4 in total. From yours Iwais, Kaibara, Kodai, Komori, Tsubaraba, Shota and Shishida. 9 in total from 1B. Izawa started listing everyone that dropped out of UA. 13 in total. With 7th dead, that's 20 people out of hero classes. And well, I spoke with Nedzu. My stunt as a 1B homeroom, that was always meant to be temporary. I just never thought that it would be so temporary. Mike started speaking. Wait, he doesn't mean that. We are merging the classes in one. 1H, 1 hero. With you as a homeroom. So, no need for transferring after all, Toguru? Reiko said, smirking. She was sitting on Izuku's desk, legs outstretched to lay upon his desk. They got pretty lucky with seating, being placed close together. Izuku to his left, Tokage to his right. Reiko behind Izuku, Katsuki behind Kamakiri. Yeah, no need. Though I would have preferred transferring to this. Toguru answered. 7 people were not worth the lack of hassle with transfer. Reiko's smile dimmed a bit. She took her legs off his desk and started swinging them. Can you stop doing this, Yanagi? It's unbecoming of a UA student. Glasses guy started shouting, chopping the air with his hand. What a great FANG start to another school day. Can you shut the F up for eyes? It's too early in the morning to hear you about this sheet for the 100th time. Reiko immediately sprang into action, ready to go on another shouting match with something. Kamakiri couldn't place his name. So, is your friend always like this? Setsuna said, when Reiko didn't show signs of stopping. Her mouth was covered by a face mask, which looked better than covering it constantly with her hands. Dark purple suited her. Like what? Kamakiri said. Setsuna faltered a bit. Uncouth. Tokage answered. Uncouth? She is the laddie most fair and just. Mosshead, the F with the 18th century speak? Katsuki intruded into the conversation. Shut up, Bakugu. Tokage said. Well, at least she tried. Bakugu snorted, but didn't continue with the 3rd degree. Katsuki turned his head. Towards Izuku. A smirk appeared on his face. Lung, wake up. Izawa is here. Bakugu shouted at Midoriya. He, as always, was soundly asleep the moment they got to the class. Izuku's eyes lurched open, then he shot up into standing position, still disoriented. He stumbled a bit, and would have fallen, if Toguru didn't support him. Hello, sensei. Lung almost shouted, not in mood for another lecture on sleeping in class. Everyone around started laughing at his antics. Izuku came to his senses and whirled around to Bakugu. You are so effing dead, dude. Mark my words. Izuku said. Man, that was golden. Katsuki said, still laughing. It was firecracker. Lung, keep up the good work. Reiko said, distracted from her argument. Hey, Izuku. Your arm's all right? Toguru said, before they started fighting in the classroom. What? Yeah, it's almost there. Yesterday helped a lot. Midoriya said, waving his stump in front of Kamakiri, like it's the most normal thing in the world. It really was almost there, with the hand the only part left. Good. We can go again today if you want to? Kamakiri offered. Sure, why not? Gets this sheet off my back faster. Lung answered. Reiko opened her mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Aizawa finally entering the class. Only 10 minutes late, progress. His arm was still supported by a cast. By all in all, he looked healthy enough. Everyone, shut up and go to your seats. I have important stuff to say. Aizawa said, voice as monotone as ever. Everyone started scrambling to their seats, expecting another test or something like that. It was decided that we would still hold the UA Sports Festival. Prefacing questions, a lot of thought went into increasing safety of the event. Top pro heroes will attend, security will be increased, etc. You get it? Aizawa said. If you were living under the rock your whole life, UA Sports Festival is a contest between all UA students, split into 3 age brackets. 3 parts, people get eliminated. I am not explaining this, you know it already. Is it still going to be held after the Golden Week, sensei? Glasses asked. Yes, Ida. Monday 10 a.m. sharp. Get here at around 9 though, okay? Aizawa answered. Everyone declared their agreement. Rest of the school day passed quickly. Kamakiri even managed to pay attention in English class. Mike Sensei was not as distraught at losing his class as Toguro thought he would be, and even calmed everyone who somehow managed to get attached to 1B label. Izuku, Reiko, and Katsuki were the first ones out of the classroom, but were blocked by a flock of students from other departments. Who the F are you? Reiko asked, clearly annoyed by the gaggle. Mob of FING extras. Probably here to scoop out the only hero class left. Move the F out of our way. Bakugo answered for the crowd. Izuku didn't say anything, just started muscling his way through the crowd. People were displeased but no one raised their voice. Until some purple-haired dude grabbed Lung's shoulder. He looked really tired with those bags under his eyes. Stop right here. I have something to say to everyone in your class. He said. Izuku shook off his hand and grabbed his wrist. Who the F died and allowed you to grab people like that? Lung said, squeezing Guy's wrist. It was painful, judging by tired Guy's uncomfortable expression. Okay, I get it. You can let go. But still stay here. He said, backing down. Izuku let go of his wrists, but stayed still otherwise. Tired Guy looked a bit surprised by this. You are going to say something, Beach Boy? Or are we standing here for the next hour before you get the nerve? Reiko said, getting closer and closer to slamming her way through the crowd. Yeah, no need to get antsy. I had a whole FING speech written up, but I'll skip it. I am from Gen Ed. Sports Festival allows people like me to get transferred to Heroics. I am going to F all of you up and get my spot here. Tired Guy said, that is so not happening, dude. Now get the F out of our way. Bakugo said, shoulder checking Tired Guy on the way. He visibly wobbled, not a very good sign of him FANG up anyone. People behind them started talking about making enemies or whatnot, but truthfully, Kamakiri didn't give a f about them. 2 weeks to prepare for the festival? Toguro is going to crush this. Beach, I am the hunger. Beach, I am the terror. Reiko was singing, lounging on the table in the waiting room. 2 weeks passed in an instant. Reiko and her buddies put a lot of training in and Izuku completely restored his arm, though it was not as good as his right one yet. She was in a great mood, thanks to spending most of the time outside of her home. Everything was as good as it could be. Can you shut up? It's a sheet song. FING Dead Inside Dogs hit. Bakugo said, clearly not appreciating the beauty of indie rock music. Sure, firecracker. No need to get anxious. But call it sheet one more time and you are getting out from this festival in a hearse. Reiko responded. Edgy much, Reiko? That was uncalled for. Kamakiri chastised her, as always. Yeah, maybe it was too much. Can all of you shut up? I want to nap for a bit. Izuku said, defending her from needing to apologize. Glasses started shouting about getting ready or something like that. Reiko glanced at the clock above the door. There was still 7 minutes before the beginning, More than enough time, in her opinion. Why the f did they ban the costumes? It's going to be so embarrassing to constantly rip my uniform to shreds. Kamakiri complained to nobody in particular. His new friend, Toki-something, piped up, frustrated too. Yeah, I am not going to be able to use my quirk effectively. It's stupid, pros wouldn't be able to judge us based on our full ability in the field. It was kind of idiotic, in Reiko's opinion. Not that she particularly needed her costume like Tagaru and Tokige, but UA uniform was so not her style. From her position, she spied Todoroki coming up to them. Reiko sat up on her elbows, eyeing his approach. You are strong, are you not? Shoto said. What? Bakugo echoed her thoughts. All of you. Except for the green girl. I didn't learn, Todoroki replied, nonchalantly. Rude. Tokige whispered beside her. The F you are getting at, Shoto? Kamakiri said, rushing to defend his buddy. I am going to beat all of you. That's all. Todoroki said. Overconfident much? Izuku said. Dude, what's with hostility? We are, Kirishima. Put his hand on Shoto's shoulder and started saying. Todoroki battered the hand away. I am not here to make friends. Shoto interrupted him. Beach, you are so edgy I think I cut myself. Can you turn it down a bit? Reiko said. You cutting yourself is not of my concern. Todoroki replied with a very serious expression on his face. Is he a FNG with her or is he just socially red-dead? That is the question. Fis. We are going to be late if we don't haul our buttes fast. Bakugo said, fed up with this pointless conversation. Firecracker, there is a lot of time left, 4 whole minutes to be exact. An eternity. Reiko said, not willing to abandon her spot. Get the F up all of you, Katsuki said and walked out of the room. In contrast to Glass's needling, everyone started filing out of the lounge. What's the point of standing out there like rats? Reiko said to herself. The stadium was not fully packed. The attack caused a lot of anxiety in the populace, it seems. Present Mike was shouting about some sheet, but Reiko didn't give a F what he was speaking. Hey Reiko. You okay? Not getting jittery at the attention? Kamakiri asked her. I'm going to win this. No sense in getting nervous. Reiko replied. They walked up to a stand, where Midnight was waving her brush thing around. The costume looked so FING stupid, it took a great amount of Reiko's willpower to not laugh out loud. Then she started arguing with a 15-year-old, really showing yourself as a great teacher, Midnight Sensei. Now, player rep, Yanagi Reiko. Midnight shouted. First place in the exam, SCK it. Reiko mouthed to Katsuki. He flipped her the finger. She started walking up the stairs to the microphone. The F, is she going to say? Everyone, have a great time? A joke? Maybe get everyone's spirit up or something? A remembrance to the fallen classmates? She slowed down her ascend, now unsure of herself. But nothing lasts forever. Microphone was in front of her, looming at Reiko. Her mind went to her home, to her absentee parents. Maybe she should thank them? For everything they did, which was admittedly not much. Maybe her former school, or her friends. Teens beating the shit out of each other for media hype? Heroic as F-, in my opinion. Reiko sarcastically said, then immediately regretted the words coming out of her mouth. Great FANG example of lacking brain-to-mouth filter, Reiko. Well, not like it's false. She debated saying something more, to alleviate her previous statement, but decided against it. Who the F cares? Nobody is watching the first-year part anyways, it's the most boring one. She walked down the stairs and joined her friends. Kamakiri patted her on the back and Izuku elbowed her in the side. Sliver FNG tongue, ghost. Katsuki said. Well, with that out of the way, on to the first event. An obstacle race. Midnight said, her smile a bit strained. Reiko immediately bent down and engaged her quirk on the ground below her. It started spreading throughout the concrete of the stadium, binding it to her will. She started cracking it in places, making fault lines, freeing an island of stone for her to control. Start! Midnight shouted. Reiko pulled with all her might, the island shooting out of the ground. Her friends cleared out before that, smart. Others were forcibly deported from this paradise island back to Earth. Their cries echoing behind her as she raced to the end. This is going to be so FING easy. FING Reiko. FING race. FING everyone. The moment midnight said about the first part of the festival, Izuku activated his quirk. Of course, with no one really fighting anyone around him, it was next to useless, but it was at least better than nothing. Then he saw Reiko going for the stone chunk thingy, and moved closer to her, to piggyback from her, as true friends do. In retrospect, Izuku should have known that that beach would kick everyone from it indiscriminately. That maneuver placed him squarely in the middle of the pack, and the press of bodies didn't allow him to evade Todoroki's ice attack. FING Todoroki. At least Izuku didn't bring his favorite pair of running shoes, opting instead for a pair of cheap flip-flops, which didn't protect his feet from the cold. All that training paid off, and now Izuku could create flames even in the barest form of transformation. A quick jet, and now his pants sport burned off bottoms. Everyone else in his class somehow managed to avoid the attack, now leaving him in the 20th spot. Which was miles better than before, but still not good enough. Robots started to appear in Izuku's path, the weak ones from the entrance exam, his flames and claws enough to blind them and skewer them. More and more people were fighting them, giving Lung more and more power. His uniform, deliberately a few sizes bigger, was now tight around him. His neck was elongating, a beginnings of the snout forming on his face. Todoroki Shoto. Killing two birds with one stone, rushing ahead and blocking others from following. Present Mike yelled, commenting on Scarface's move. 0 pointers blocked his way. Those in the center were frozen by Todoroki's quirk, now standing precariously off balance, waiting to drop from a gust of wind. Izuku rushed right, not wanting to test his durability versus a who the F knows ton robot. Those bots in the entrance exam had some sheet plating, heating it was enough for his claws to pierce it, allowing him to ascend it. Izuku took a running start, and jumped on the leg of the rightmost one, running along it until he hit the body. Metal was still as pillable as it was in the exam. Izuku wasted no time in getting on top of the robot. But now, he had a choice. Doing this all over again with other robots, or jumping from one to another, hoping that he is strong enough to make those distances. Was there even a choice? Lung leaped, missing the head of the next one by sheer centimeters, instead raking his claws over the face plate. Aimed a bit low, it seems. Repeating the process of heating and piercing, Izuku once again stood on top of the bot. Well, practice makes perfect. Izuku started jumping from bot to bot, every time shrinking the distance between himself and the top, wasting less and less time on getting into position. He hit the last bot squarely on the head, and jumped down the same way he did in the exam, jets of flame everywhere, falling star style. Midoriya Izuku. A great confluence of skill and power. He is getting closer and closer to the leading students. Present Mike shouted, and the crowd yelled with him. Izuku now stood almost 2.5 meters tall, his uniform ripped and burnt, with only his flame-retardant underwear saving him from becoming an internet legend. Now, there was nothing that could stop him. He was fast, he was tough, he was strong. And no looking at the flimsy ropes hanging between the islands of safety, Izuku thought that he was also very FNG heavy. He tried stepping one, but it bends so precariously that Lung could almost hear it begging not to do it. Izuku was now standing here, debating on just turning his quirk off for this part. People were running along the ropes, some were crawling on them, some like glasses, were using their quirks to get along them faster. And also, jumping. Wait, he can do it too. Why the F? Did he thought that he should do it using the ropes? It seems that no one will catch up to Yanagi, Eraserhead? Present Mike said. These exercises had no fail-saves for contestants just flying over them. Yanagi completely evaded everything that was thrown at others competing, and now race for the first place is probably more aptly named the race for the second one. Aizawa responded. So FING true. If only Izuku could fly like Reiko. Or with her. FING beach. The distances between the big islands were too large for Izuku to reliably hit them, so he opted in jumping between the smaller ones. Only airborne, he thought that maybe a heavy FING dragon hitting a small column full speed is not the safest plan in the world. He slammed on top of the island, and immediately heard the telltale sound of cracks running along his platform. Ball. Izuku started jumping from island to island, leaving in his wake toppling pillars and snapping ropes. I thought that Todoroki's strategy of icing the ropes was cool, but Midoriya destroying one path completely, that's very metal. Present Mike yelled. If Midoriya expected the island to topple when he jumped on it, I am buying you coffee for the next month. Aizawa countered. Could you at least not say it to the live audience? Yanagi Reiko. First place. Present Mike yelled, affirming Reiko as the winner. As I told. Very unfair contest. Aizawa said. Izuku finally cleared the pit of doom, of whatever the F it was called, and was now presented with the third barrier, the minefield. People were already running along it, getting flung high into the air, or trying to avoid every mine. Now, his weight was his biggest advantage. Izuku started running, uncaring of mines blowing up beneath him, an unstoppable juggernaut that he was, explosions not strong enough to get him flying. People were scrambling out of his way, cursing him, but he just moved forward. Only forward. Present Mike announced 2 more students passing, Katsuki and Todoroki. And more. His F-ups in the first 2 parts were his undoing, it seems. Izuku heard a screech of metal and sound of explosions. Kamakiri is finally here, using the same strategy as Lung. Izuku sped up, not wanting to be the last one out of his friend group. Izuku was almost at the finish line, the prospect of clowning on Toguro right there, when the overgrown grasshopper passed him with his favorite move, carrying some on his back, Tokage? 11th place, Kamakiri Toguro, with 12th place on his back, Tokage Setsuna. Present Mike shouted. 13th place, Midoriya Izuku. Eraserhead muttered into his mic. Well, at least the number was his style. 24th place, Hatsume. Cutting it close with showcasing your equipment, young lady. Present Mike said, announcing the end of the first round. FING finally. Katsuki thought that he would die of boredom waiting for other extras to finish the lap. Now, it's the second part, and usually it's a team game. Thank God nobody from his ideal one didn't fumble on the first round. Well, it's time for the second round. But before that, we decided to shake up the event a bit. The event will not be revealed until everyone gets a team. First 6 placements, please walk out of the crowd. Midnight said. Well, at least 3rd place allows you to do something. Better than nothing, though Bakugo should have gotten 2nd fair and square. He walked out, and stood in a line that conveniently organized itself from 1st to 6th. All of you are now captains of your team. And like in dodgeball, you are going to choose your teammates. The rules for picking are standard, from 1st to 6th, then from 6th to 1st and so on. Until every team has 4 students each, including the captain. Midnight announced the rules. For F's sake, having Reiko on board would have been great. And she would probably pick Toguro. At least Bakugo will have Lung. Kamakiri, get your butt here. Reiko said. Kamakiri walked up, relieved that Reiko didn't forego on picking him for a prank. Midoriya. Half and half Effendibisardi intoned with his dead voice. Lung was a bit startled, but dutifully joined the fucker. You are so effing dead, beach boy. Bakugo mouthed to Todoroki. Should have been faster, Bakugo. Half and half replied. He is so FING dead. Okay, the best choices are out. Katsuki scanned the crowd in front of him. The randos from Gen Ed and the girl from support are out, that leaves him with 12 students to pick from. Ponytail? She is pretty versatile. But her quirk is so slow, and requires a lot of strategizing to pull off, making it defensive as F-, which is not Bakugo's style at all. Kamakiri's buddy? She is a recommended student, so she should be pretty good. And her quirk is also quite versatile, allowing for good mobility. But she lacks firepower. Bakubro! Pick me! Weird Hair yelled. Wait. Defense, offense, ranged and melee attacks. What's not to like? And they fought together in USJ, and he was good. Yeah. Weird Hair, get here. Katsuki said, waving his hand at Kirishima. He joined him at his side, and clapped a hand on his shoulder. Bakugo shoved it off instantly. We'll make a pretty good team, eh? Like you say? Weird Hair said. Yes, now shut the F up. I need to think on other teammates. Katsuki replied. Tetsu. Vine Hair said. The guy she picked was strong, so that one less good teammate. At this rate he would need to pick some Gen Ed Rets. We will crush them, Shiozaki. Metal Guy said. Wait, his name means metal. Somebody is really not loved by his parents. Kendo. Zombie Guy said. He was also a recommendation student, better. Watch out for him. Uraraka. And Yaoyorozu. Glasses said. With pink cheeks his team is going to be super mobile. Not knowing the event makes this really hard. Maybe Ponytail is a good pick, if the game is defensive or something. But then mobility would be wasted? He didn't get where Glasses was going for with his team. Thanks, Ida. Pink Cheeks almost yelled. Yes, thank you. Ponytail said, a bit miffed. Kurwaro. Zombie Guy pointed at an all-black boy. He was also super mobile with his teleport, but Hands was not? Maybe he would use him as a harasser, and then finish off with trapping people for Hands to pummel. Tokoyami. Vine Hair said, this is a strong team. Tetsu, Vine, Edgelord, all strong, and have all the bases covered. Pick Monoma. The copier. Doubling our quirks will destroy the ops. Weird Hair whispered to him. But he will be shit at using them, though. He wouldn't be as mobile as Katsuki. It would basically boil down to having another Kirishima on team, plus half of himself. Which is still leagues better than what was left. The copier, Monoma. Katsuki said, pointing at Nito. Well, at least I am not picked the last. Monoma said. Katsuki really should think up of a nickname for him. Nobody in his right mind will pick you first. You are not a core fighter, just an extremely versatile support. You bring team comps up, but you can't carry them. Katsuki said, explaining his reasoning to Nito. You really think this out, do you? Others are just picking their friends, you know? Except maybe for Todoroki. Monoma replied. Vine Hair picked Edgelord, and there is no FING way that they are friends. Katsuki parried. That's okay, but first picks were friends. And Ida and Hananuki picked their buddies. Nito said. This was a pointless FING argument, so Bakugo didn't continue it. Todoroki was deep in thought. Because this devolved from stage 1 of picking a dodgeball team aka picking the best players, to stage 2 aka picking the least worst ones. There were 4 people left from their class, Earphones, Pikachu, Tape Guy and Tokage. Bakugo would have picked Tokage, but she is getting picked by Reiko 100%. Or maybe half and half. Kaminari. Half and half said, okay, that was a decent pick for Todoroki's team. He creates ice, Lung melts it, and Pikachu shocks everyone. Good combo. Setsuna. Reiko immediately said after half and half. She waited for her to come closer and whispered something to her. And Jairu. Why Bakugo was certain that she just didn't remember her name. Zero. Half and half picked, brain-dead choice. The only people left were the pink-haired girl from support, Insomniac, and the extras from Gen Ed. Him posturing at the door to their class means that he at the least has ball. And he placed quite high, at 16th spot. Eyebags. Katsuki said. He walked up to their team, hands in pockets. Well, at least I am not picked last. And it's Shinso Hitoshi, Eyebags said. Hey, that's my line. Copycat exclaimed in mock outrage. Everyone is picking you guys last because nobody knows your quirks. It's a cat in a bag. And considering that you didn't pass the entrance exam, it's not really combat-oriented, I wager. Bakugo said. Entrance exam is a joke. And don't sweat it, my quirk is good. I won't spoil it around others, though. Let it be a surprise. Shinso replied. Won't your classmates snitch on you? Monoma questioned. Not my classmates. I am from 1C, those are from other classes. My secret is safe. Eyebags said, smirking. Okay, that's good thinking. And he is hyping it up so much, It at the least must be useful for something not related to punching robots. Maybe organic only? Like fog from Biz? That was not a good comparison. Vine picked the support girl, and the leftovers went to zombie and glasses. Well, with that finished, onto to the event itself. And no, it's not superpowered dodgeball. King of the Hill. Get your captain on the hill, and watch your points go up. Only one captain at a time can gather points though, so if the hill is contested, somebody needs to get kicked out. Everything goes, quirks, kicks, punches, but don't go overboard. 2 teams with the least amount of points at the end of the event sadly won't pass, but such is life, somebody is bound to lose. Midnight declared the rules. Okay, good enough. Katsuki's team has enough firepower to dismount people, and enough to defend the hill to get enough points to path until Lung ramps up enough to stomp everyone else alone. They started moving to designated spots placed in a circle around the arena. Reiko would need to stay on the ground, if Bakugo understood the rules correctly, but Kamakiri is more than enough to defend her. This would be a tough one. But considering that 2 teams are clearly weaker, they are going to pass. And his mobility would allow Bakugo to capture the hill first, securing the first couple of points to secure themselves from losing by not getting on the hill at all. I can mind control people if they respond to me. Doesn't need to be a question, just need to address me. I can control 3-4 at best, but capture only 1 at a time. And control breaks on physical harm. And that's all I think. Ibags explained his quirk. Katsuki hoped for more mobility. But it's a pretty good disable and would allow them to easily dismount kings, so it's alright. He would just need to hold out until the rest of his team arrives on the capture point. Okay, copycat, do the thing. The plan is as follows. I rush the point, plant my butt there and delay until you arrive. Then we will have Weird Hair's Shaker Quirk and Ibag's Master One, doubled by Copycat's Trump One, would be as solid of a defense as we could get. Copycat, you don't instantly gain proficiency with the quirks, do you? Katsuki said, while Monoma slapped his palm on everyone's open body parts to copy their quirks. No. Why do you ask? Copycat said. So you won't be able to rush with me, F-. Katsuki said, maybe we should move in formation? Between us 3 we would have enough firepower to dislodge anyone. Weird Hair questioned. This comp is all about initiative. We need to get the first few points, because trust me, between Reiko and Toguro and Lung and half, some teams won't even get a single one. So getting the first few is paramount. Also, the longer we wait, the stronger Lung becomes. Fighting him when he is 3 meters tall is an exercise in futility. Bakugo explained his thought process. Okay, that checks out. Who is Lung though? Ibags asked. Midoriya. Short green hair guy, in Todoroki's team. Can transform into a dragon. Copycat answered. Midnight hopped from the platform in the center, which then transformed into an artificial hill with an even top. F-, it's also high ground. And it's pretty small in diameter. Ready! Midnight shouted. Katsuki prepared himself, getting into a stance. His palms were tingling with his quirked sweat. Steady! Midnight shouted. Others around him prepared to run too, and he heard the whine of Kamakiri's transform. Go! Midnight announced, using her brush thing as a signaling flag. Katsuki immediately blasted off in the direction of the hill, already tasting those sweet points. And immediately crashed headfirst into an iceberg created by half fucker. He is so FING dead. Seeing Katsuki fly into the ice wall created by Todoroki was, admittedly, very funny. Alas, the moment was broken by Kamakiri leaping too and getting hit by the same move. Considering that he also carried his entire team on him, it was a very rough landing. You beach boy. Thingy shakers. Reiko cursed, holding on for dear life on convenient hooks and chains around her body. The F you are staring at, Jiru? Destroy the wall. Reiko shouted at Earphone's girl. Kamakiri thankfully didn't need any encouragement, and moved his chains to maneuver the girl closer to the wall, allowing her to use her quirk to destroy the ice wall from inside, breaking it into manageable chunks. Reiko grabbed those, and bombarded the team on their right glasses, scoring a solid hit on the rando from Gen Ed. The girl dropped down, unconscious. Our first causality. That's too bad, Ida team. You can choose to try to wait for her to wake up, or carry her to our robot helpers, but abandoning your teammates in the field is forbidden. You are future heroes, after all. Present Mike said, explaining rules that were not explained before. That is so UA style, that Reiko didn't even have the energy to be said about Midnight hiding that. Gen Ed Rando was, of course, not worth waiting for, so Ida dutifully picked her up and carried her to the bots. Well, that's the first loser team, it seems. Katsuki Bakugu. Securing the point after that embarrassing first try. Never give up if you fail once, folks. Present Mike yelled. Bakugu managed to compose himself fast enough to get to the point before Todoroki's team. His tenure as king would be very short-lived though, as Vine Girl, Shiozaki, pulled him off with her vines, using Support Girl's jetpack to rush to the top. Now, Queen Shiozaki Ibra. With the help of some support gear. Present Mike announced. Kamakiri, drop us off. Go top, and go grass cutter on that beach. She should have a limit on how many vines she can have. Tokage, go be useful, somehow. If you can knock somebody out, that would be great. Jiru, go metal on the floor. I need ammo for my quirk. We are winning this sheet, go go go. Reiko announced her plan. Kamakiri's chains quickly moved them to the floor, dropping them to the ground. Jiru slammed her jacks into the ground, starting to shake it with her sound vibrations. Reiko bent down to help her, speed of fault lines amplified by Kyoka's help. Tokage nodded and flew off into the distance to harass Hananuki's team. Tagaru's roar and buzz reverberated throughout the arena, and soon it was filled with the sound of ripped vines. The more rocks Reiko had under her control, the more she could create by slamming them into the surface. Soon, she had as much ammunition as she could manage. Kamakiri Tagaru, tearing his way through Shiozaki's defense. Though he still needs his captain to earn those points. Kamakiri, chains. Reiko shouted, and Tagaru delivered. Chains dropped from the hill, pulling Reiko and Kyoka to the top. I am the queen of the castle, beaches. Reiko shouted, bombarding other students with rock projectiles. Yanagi Reiko, maybe a bit crude, but very effective. Coming in as a new queen. Reiko mostly focused on Todoroki's and Bakugu's team, tying them up behind Half and Half's walls and Kirishima's rock fists and feet. Kamakiri curled around the top, protecting his teammates inside from melee attacks. Tokage Setsuna, taking out another contestant. That liver punch looked very painful. Present Mike yelled. And practiced. Eraserhead added. Okay, that was unexpected. Could Mike say whoever the F did Setsuna put down though? Reiko's attention slipped enough for Kirishima to come closer and deliver a devastating barrage of attacks on the hill surface, sending her entire team off the hill, allowing for Bakugu to blast onto it. For F's sake. Okay, new plan. We are FANG everyone up and then claiming the hill. With me. Reiko shouted to her teammates. That was painful. She wouldn't be able to take another attack like that anytime soon. If not for Kamakiri protecting them with his body and her reflexively using her quirk to cushion her fall, she wouldn't even be able to take this one. Reiko zeroed on Glass's team. Pummeling him into the dirt would boost her mood and maybe disable their team altogether? Or will the captaincy transfer from teammate to teammate? Well, bringing this team down will secure their spot as losers, so it's a safe bet to eliminate them. Jiru, get on Kamakiri. Tagaru, rush Glasses. Take them out, and another team after that, and event is basically over. Reiko shouted. Wait, Midnight didn't say anything about time limit. Is this the point, take out two teams? Jiru and Reiko ascended Kamakiri, and he took off in the direction of Glass's team. They were going for the same strategy as Reiko, creating ammo for Uraraka to throw at their enemies, using Ponytail's quirk to break up the ground. Oh, Yanagi's team going in for a kill on Ida's. Bloodthirsty. Going in was an apt naming choice, because Kamakiri was doing his snail routine, conserving strength for the battering ram leap. Reiko spied Tokage flying to their side, completely unharmed. Hey Tokage? Who did you take out? Mike didn't announce the victim. Reiko said, all the while shooting stones at Bakugo at the top, trying to F up his concentration. The guy from Gen Ed. The other one. Tripped him, a quick punch to the liver and a stomp to the head. Lights out. Setsuna said, shooting a finger pistol at her head. That's pretty brutal. Jairu responded. Yeah, maybe. Their team lacks ranged attacks, so I harassed them a bit after that, but flew here to help you. What's the plan? Tokage said. Reiko thought for a bit. Uraraka only needed one tap to render one of them useless, and probably out of the event altogether. Ida was just a speedster, and without his armor to boot. And he was sheet at tight corners. Yaoyorozu was a wild card, but Reiko couldn't really think of anything that would hurt Kamakiri beyond heavy-duty explosives, which probably constituted the going overboard rule. Tokage, go after Uraraka. Her quirk wouldn't be as ruining on you as it would be on others. Kamakiri, Yaoyorozu. Kyoka, you are on lookout, alert us if other teams are trying to go for our backs. I am going after glasses. Reiko delivered her plan to her team. Tokage and Kyoka nodded, and Kamakiri waved his chains in agreement. They were closing in, and Uraraka started throwing chunks of rocks at them, which Reiko countered by knocking them off course with her quirk, or outright claiming them for herself, replenishing her ammo count. Reiko started peppering them herself, trying to break them apart for easier stomping. Glasses, sadly, was a FING powerhouse himself, and destroyed most of the rocks before they could hit his team. But some managed to go past him, but only secured a solid hit on Yaoyorozu, a meaty punch to the arm, which she reared back for a throw. Momo flinched and instinctively covered her arm with the other, dropping the thing she tried to throw, a stun grenade. Reiko started laughing at the scene. What a lucky shot. Yaoyorozu wobbled and dropped to one knee, covering her eyes and shaking her head. Get it? The F. Did you expect it to do? I would have just returned it to sender. Reiko clowned on the downed girl. Kyoka looked at her sideways, displeased with the ribbing. Kamakiri started buzzing with excitement, sharing her emotions, while Tokage already rushed off to Uraraka. They were finally close enough for Kamakiri to reliably clear the distance, allowing them to capitalize on the sudden loss of another Glasses teammate. The mass of metal, chains and blades coiled, like a spring, and then discharged, flying in the direction of the enemy at monstrous speeds. Reiko started screaming with joy, elation reverberating throughout her body. A veritable meteor shower descended upon their opponents, finally dispersing them. Kamakiri landed between Uraraka on the left and Glasses and Yaoyorozu on the right. Reiko quickly descended to the ground, picking up discarded concrete with her quirk, throwing it at Glasses and Yaoyorozu, trying to finish off the girl. Team Shiozaki takes the hilltop once again. What a heated battle. Present Mike yelled. Team Yanagi made contact with Team Ida. Some more eliminations incoming. Aizawa intoned. Glasses, the slippery BSRD, was fast enough to constantly destroy her rocks, but not fast enough to capitalize on the openings. Kamakiri, not in mood for accidentally slicing someone's arm off, opted instead for immobilizing him with his chains. Several dozen sprung out of his body, curling into tentacle-like appendages and snaking towards Glasses and Yaoyorozu. Glasses was, of course, not good enough to defend from two opponents at once. He kicked one chain, then one rock, but the other tentacle curled around his leg, driving him to the ground, allowing Kamakiri to tie him up in a cocoon of sorts. Yaoyorozu recovered from the stun grenade, clutching a staff in her hands, trying to fight off Reiko's and Togaru's combined assault. Ochako Uraraka, out. Tenya Ida, out. Present Mike announced their victories. Yaoyorozu stood there, clearly tired. She lifted her arms up, surrendering. Reiko stopped her assault, and looked at the commentator box for guidance. Yes, you can give up. And with the fall of Team Ida, the final batch of rules is out. Aizawa announced Glasses' downfall. Some perceptive people noticed that Midnight didn't announce a time limit. It's because there is none. Present Mike shouted. The event will continue until the last team is left standing. Reiko could already feel the exhaustion. Izuku, all things considered, was feeling pretty good. They didn't need to rush the point after all, Todoroki's baseless theories about hitting a predetermined amount of points or a hidden timer not coming to fruition. The goal was simple: destroy everyone in your path. Lung just didn't get the point of this exercise though, so when two teams are eliminated, all others would be fueled only by their pride and desire to get first place. So this stage was here only as a nod to tradition of having 3 stages: elimination, team exercise, and tournament. They already lost Zero to Ibags, Kirishima's and Copycat's guy, Minoma, combined attack, immobilizing and catching him with a 2-hit combo, knocking him out. But even down a member, Lung was confident in his chances. There is bound to be a point when nothing would hurt him anymore, and Todoroki is no joke too. Kamimura was there too. His quirk being limited either to a melee attack or an indiscriminate shock, which rendered him disabled, was a deciding factor in him being relegated to dragging Zero to helper bots and being on lookout for sneak attacks. Izuku was almost 2 meters tall already, all the fighting around him boosting him considerably. His body was reliably covered in scales, allowing him to tank hits for his teammates. He generally refrained from using his fire on people, but extensively used it to ward people off or scare Dark Shadow away. His team was currently engaged against Shiozaki's team, or what was left of it, her and Metal Guy, finally going for some points from the hill. Her vines were a joke for his pyrokinesis, but there was just too many. The hell, from where did she pull them all? Is her quirk endless, like his? Midoriya, I am going to blast them with ice, retreat. Todoroki intoned. He went for his usual stance of using his quirk, bent knees, angling his body to the right and bringing his hand down to the ground. It was very telegraphed, and people up top noticed it too, Metal Guy creating a crude metal construction, shielding them from the brunt of the impact. As much as you could get shielded from a giant iceberg, that is. Most of Shiozaki's vines were encased by the ice, and her team as a whole was trapped up there in a prison of their own making. Midoriya, melt it. Kaminari, get ready to fry them. Todoroki commanded, his eyes cold and uncaring. Izuku really hated the cold Todoroki's quirk generated, his own one disliked it, slowing down his growth. Therefore he happily obliged to the request and started blasting fire at the iceberg, melting it. Water started running down from the hilltop, drenching the opposition. They were, sadly, not FING idiots, and retreated instead of getting fried by Kaminari's electricity. Todoroki's team, good combined attack, forcing the opponents to give ground. Aizawa intoned. They quickly ascended the hill, now graced by a crude steel beam cage, rivers of water, scorch and claw marks. It was Ifed, all in all. But finally Izuku's team got their insurance of victory. Team Todoroki, finally getting some points. Present Mike shouted. Okay, now what? Kaminari said, turning to Todoroki. We defend? Wait for Bakugo to finish off Hananuki's team, and then it's settled. No need to do anything else. Todoroki replied, eyeing the carnage below. Hananuki's team, already down a member, was getting F'd by Bakugo's team. Copycat and Kirishima combo was no joke, forcing their opponents on defensive. Considering their inability to respond in any way, courtesy to their lack of ranged attacks, their defeat was inevitable. Sooner or later they will drop dead, tired as hell. Purple Hair yelled something, and Kendo responded, forcing her into that brain-dead state. A cool quirk, but requires a team. Or a one-on-one fight. An opponent not knowing about it beforehand. A lot of but, and, or, in short. Kendo was too far away from her teammates, and was destroyed by Kirishima and Minoma. Bakugo then decided that enough was enough, and rushed in to finish off the last 2 members. Remember to not respond to that guy. Out of us, only Midoriya is able to withstand that blow. Todoroki said. Izuku is not stupid, okay? He understands basic concepts of functioning as human being, and that not controlling his own body is a very bad idea, all things considered. In the meantime, Katsuki already destroyed the black guy, and was speaking to Hananuki, who promptly put his hands in the air. Team Hananuki out. Well, our finalists are here, so it's time to finish this off. Engage the walls. Present Mike shouted into microphone, making Lung's ears ring. Thick walls sprung out of arena bounds and started slowly moving towards the center, shrinking the available fighting space every second. By now, Izuku was a bit short of 2.5 meters tall, and so done with this stupid event that he just descended down the mountain to destroy everyone else. Midoriya, what are you doing? Todoroki shouted, but followed him nonetheless, with Kaminari in tow. Lung rushed at Shiozaki, a wall of fire heralding his arrival, burning away her vines, but getting dispersed by a sheet of metal created by Tetsu. Sadly for him, Izuku was big enough to not care about such minor hindrances, and smashed his way through the flimsy obstacle, sending his opponents tumbling to the ground. "We surrender!" They yelled in unison, not willing to fight a pointless battle. Lung snarled but acquiesced, letting them go. "We surrender too!" Reiko yelled from Kamakiri's back, who agreed with a series of clicks. Okay, that was just disrespectful. Izuku turned to Bakugo, his savior from basically doing nothing this match beside laying down suppressive fire and melting that iceberg, but he too was waving his hands in the air. Bakugo. Surrendering. Hole. Lung, I am not fighting you ramped up for a pointless first place in the second event. Don't look at me like that. Katsuki yelled at him. Izuku roared at him back. Well, that was anticlimactic. But in their shoes I would too probably retreat. Sometimes, a hero must retreat to fight another day. Or in this case, when fighting has a point beyond reputation losses. Good thinking, kiddos. Well, summing up the results, Team Todoroki actually places third by point value, but they are getting their first place in lieu of others surrendering. Then, Team Shiozaki in second, followed by Team Bakugo in third, and Team Yanagi in fourth. People who got eliminated, better luck next year. As for others, welcome to UA Sports Festival Part 3, but after a break. Present Mike announced the final of this meaningless FING exercise, which only exists because UA Sports Festival always should have a second phase, or something. Lung roared once more, for good measure. If everyone for blue-balling him from a good fight. FING cowards. Round 1. Setsuna Tokage vs Hitoshi Shinso. Contestants, to the arena. Present Mike announced Tokage's match. She is first? She is first. Setsuna shuddered, still frightened by prospect of the whole stadium's eyes on her. She didn't really know her opponent, that was the boy from Gen Ed that challenged her class. He was in one team with Bakugo and Monoma, but didn't really show any flashy quirk. She started on her way to the entrance to the arena, but Monoma caught her wrist. Setsuna instinctively activated her quirk and broken out of the hold, locking her eyes on her opponent classmate. Stop, Tokage. A word of advice. Don't talk to him. Nita whispered, motioning to the tournament bracket. His quirk relied on verbal response? Setsuna nodded and started to walk away. Not like it would be hard for you anyways. Monoma sighed and returned to his seat. Not opening her mouth was second nature for Setsuna by now. Don't smile, don't laugh, don't open your maw. The rules that governed her life since her childhood. That helped her to belong, to be a part of proper society. Tokage arrived at the arena and stood there, waiting for her opponent. He took his sweet time getting here. She started tapping her foot, but caught herself. That is a breach in etiquette. She shouldn't do it, couldn't do it. Shinso was tall. Taller than her by a good 15 or so centimeters. Taller opponents were always trickier, but her quirk allowed her to ignore general rules of combat. Reach was inconsequential to her. While inability to put her whole body weight into hits with her detached body part would have been ruinous, her rudimentary telekinesis, that allowed her to fly, helped in that regard, boosting her kicks and punches to compensate for the lack of weight in them. Cool mask. Shinso said, smirking. Setsuna startled a bit, but composed herself and nodded. Ready? Present Mike shouted. We are not doing the whole ready steady go routine for every bout, Mike. Sensei sighed. Of course not. But this is the first match. Responded. Setsuna broken her body into 5 pieces, her body and appendages. She locked her eyes on the boy, preparing for the upcoming match. He looked spindly, his arms, compared to Kamakiri and Midoriya, were bony. Steady! Mike shouted. But what is it hiding though? Why wear a mask in the first place? Shinso continued. A secret. A mark of corruption. Of impurity. Go! Mike yelled. Setsuna immediately broke into a flight, deciding to finish this match quickly. The boy looked weak, untrained, probably relying on his quirk. That's why he is saying those things, trying to goad a response out of her. Setsuna will not fall for his tricks. Shinso continued to stand there, not even trying to engage her. He looked relaxed, hands tucked into his pockets, his face stony. A scar? A stupid birthmark? Maybe you are just ugly under it. Or maybe, just maybe, you are hiding your true self. Hitoshi continued. Did somebody tell him? No, only Kamakiri knows. He would never do it. Or is it part of his quirk, ability to say the most hurtful thing, to provoke a response? If not for her composure and experience in ignoring such things, Setsuna would have already told him to shut up. Tokage was closing in, and stopped her body a couple of meters before Shinso, not wanting to engage him full force. Her arms and legs flew at him and tried to dodge, but it was futile. Where he moved his whole body, Tokage just moved an arm or a leg. She threw a couple of probing punches and kicks, testing his defense, and found him lacking. He tried to block, or dodge, but was clearly unused to fighting. His form was sloppy, and he left a lot of opening for her to exploit. Setsuna remembered how Jiraiya looked at her when she regaled her tale of downing that Gen Ed student, and tried to avoid painful spots, no liver, no solar plexus strikes. Jabs to his arms and kicks to his legs, trying to push him over the edge of the arena. Sadly, the boy realized her plan, and decided to rush her, trying to go for her body. I know your lot, Tokage. Masks, long sleeves, gloves, when they look stupid and out of place. Pants in 30 degrees heat, scarves all year long. Shinso said, running up to her. Setsuna froze, the only thought in her head. Don't say it please. You. Shinso said, his speech broken by a punch that connected with his face, but he still continued on his path, too high on adrenaline. Hitoshi continued, even after several kicks hit his ribcage. Setsuna still continued to float in place, not even trying to fly away. A mutt. Hitoshi said, his voice a low whisper, a small mercy. Setsuna saw red. She converged all her appendages back to her, tackled Shinso to the ground, and started punching. And punching, until his nose broke, until his face was a litany of bruises. Setsuna stood up, and waited for his surrender. But it never came. Hitoshi picked himself up, wiped his face from blood, and went into a stance, trying to compose himself after her assault. He spat a glob of blood on the ground, and locked his eyes onto hers. Weak punches, beach. You have to try harder than that. Hitoshi said, wobbling like a drunk. Spectators were roaring, probably admiring his tenacity, or crying out at her brutality. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered at this moment, beyond putting the fucker in front of her on the ground. Cat got your tongue or something? Or did somebody spoil my quirk, motherfuckers? Shinso continued ranting. Setsuna got tired of waiting for him to give up. She ran up to him, he tried to punch her, but she easily avoided the strike by detaching her head, all the while she lowered herself, and threw a clean jab at his solar plexus. Air rushed out of Shinso's lungs, he doubled over in pain, breathless. Setsuna took a step back, and delivered a kick to his head, finally knocking him out. The fight over, in less than 5 seconds. The stadium was silent, for a moment, but then broke into applause. Winner Todoroki Setsuna, by knockout. Stardust Crusader trained her well. Present Mike announced. Her brother's hero name made her shiver at what would come next. What did Yanagi say? Teens beating up each other for clout. At that moment, Tokage really understood what she meant. Kamakiri stood in the corridor leading to the arena, waiting to congratulate Setsuna, and for his own match. Siro didn't really look like a tough opponent to him. Togaru's quirk is almost a direct counter to his flimsy tapes. Another person was waiting here too, a young man in his 20s, wearing a suit of armor reminiscent of knights, adorned with heraldry of stars and crosses. A hero? Maybe the guy who recommended Setsuna to the hero course. Who are you, boy? Do you know Setsuna? the man said, his voice low and muffled by the helmet. Kamakiri Toguro, and I am waiting for my match. And yeah, I know Tokage. She is my... Kamakiri started, but broke off. Who was she to him? They didn't really hang out that much. The only thing that connected them was sitting together in class, and sometimes speaking to each other. Is she his friend? Acquaintance. We barely spoke to each other, brother. He is just seating beside me in class. Tokage entered the conversation, her voice aloof, and her face stony. She was tense, her fist tightened. Is that so? Well, it was good meeting you, Kamakiri. Setsuna's brother replied, his voice tingling with disbelief. Kamakiri decided that he didn't like the guy already. Kamakiri, can you leave us? I wish to speak to my brother. Setsuna said, turning her body to face him. Is she for real? He is not here only for her, his match is coming up soon. No. His bout is soon, and besides, I am here only to congratulate you, sister. Though that beatdown in the end was a bit excessive. You are not a barbarian after all, young lady. The knight replied and walked away. Setsuna tried to follow him, but Kamakiri caught her by the shoulder. Tokage immediately detached her arm and whirled on him, eyes blazing. Don't touch me, you, Setsuna started, but caught herself. Me what, Tokage? What's with the cold shoulder? Who was that guy? Toguro questioned her extensively, said off at the interaction. Who? Nothing. That was my brother, pure hero, Stardust Crusader. As for the cold shoulder, who are you to begrudge me for that? My friend? As I said, we barely know each other. You know nothing, Kamakiri Toguro. Tokage shouted at the end, her eyes wide. Her body tensed, she looked around as if waiting for something, and then suddenly flew away, without even wishing him good luck in the upcoming match. What the f was that? Kamakiri stood there, dumbfounded by the one-sided conversation that happened. Toguro Kamakiri versus Hanta Siro. Present Mike announced, and Toguro decided to put this sheet behind him, for the time being. It didn't work. What's with the frown, big guy? Siro said with a wide smile on his face, which infuriated Toguro. He would wipe it off. Nothing. Shut the f up. Kamakiri replied. Siro's smile fell, and he opened his mouth to say something else, but was interrupted by Present Mike announcing the start of the bout. Kamakiri quickly took off his t-shirt and transformed his upper body. He couldn't keep up this partial state for long. Before long, he would be forced to fully commit. Which he didn't want to do. Ripping his uniform to shreds was followed by embarrassment afterwards. Siro engaged him, trying to wrap Kamakiri in his tape and fling him out of bounds. The tape was stronger than it looked, but Toguro still ripped it to shreds with his blades. Siro, understanding that engaging him in melee is suicidal, continued with the assault, slowing him down considerably, tripping him up and forcing him to direct his attention at the bindings. But it was nothing but a delay. Hanta was not strong enough to move him even if he was completely ensnared by the tape. He was too heavy, even in partial transform. Kamakiri prowled through, cutting the tape to ribbons, shooting out his chains at Siro, forcing him to redirect his attention to dodging, or even hitting him square in the chest, eliciting a pained grunt from the teen. Man, this is unfair. Hanta complained. It was, Kamakiri and his quirk were built for this arena. No obstacles, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide or kite him. A pure one-on-one fight. Kamakiri growled, and sliced through the last several rolls of tape, before finally getting face-to-face with Hanta. The boy tried to kick him, but only managed to trap his leg in Kamakiri's chains. Toguro forced him on the ground, and placed his foot on Hanta's chest, pointing his amalgamated arm at his face. Okay, I give up. No need to beat me up like your buddy did to the last guy. Siro said, squirming under his boot. Kamakiri snorted. His buddy? If only. His acquaintance, as she so eloquently put. Toguro shifted his weight on the foot he had on the fucker's chest, and watched his face scrunch up in pain. As I said, shut the F up. Toguro said, and walked away without offering a hand to help Siro up. Bending to pick up his shirt felt extremely anticlimactic. Motherfucker. Siro muttered, thinking that Kamakiri was far enough to not hear him. Kamakiri returned to his seat, right beside Tokage. They didn't speak until it was time for their fight. Kaminari versus Shiozaki. It really could go either way, in Izuku's opinion. If Kaminari gets the jump on somebody, then that's a guaranteed win most of the time, except for edge cases of strong brutes or breakers. Shiozaki was just plain powerful. Her vines were strong enough to give lung trouble when he was pretty far into his transform. Kaminari immediately went on offensive, trying to close the distance and blast Shiozaki with electricity point blank. Shiozaki was, of course, not stupid, and tried to tie him up in vines, going for a quick knockout from the match. Denki grabbed several of them and pushed his quirk into them, shocking Shiozaki in the process. Ibra immediately disconnected those vines, and went for a different approach, grounding her quirk in the ground by forcing it through the concrete, and only after that ensnaring Kaminari in her quirk. Denki tried using his quirk once again, but it was ineffective. He said something to Midnight, and the bout ended at that. Well, the first couple of these would be boring as F-. The only good one so far was Tokage's. Her FNG destroying eye bags was glorious. Next match was his, and so Izuku proceeded to the entrance. Kaminari met him on the way here and wished him good luck. Not like he would need it. Izuku Midoriya versus Mei Hatsum. Present Mike announced the fight. This speech was FNG annoying. From the moment they announced the lots, she was constantly in his face, pestering him to use her support items in their fight, spouting bullshit about fairness, and that support department kids got it easy because they could use their toys, or something. Support department needed those gadgets to even clear the gap that was between them and hero students. Izuku told her to shut the F up, but she still continued whining. Starting the fight prematurely would be very satisfying for Lung, but it would considerably impact his chances of getting further in the tournament. So Izuku just sat there. Or stood. All the while being verbally assaulted by the pink-haired gremlin. At least there was a silver lining. His quirk always strongly reacted to his emotions, and nothing fueled it better than fury and rage. And Izuku had a shit ton of those. "I am going to F you up, beach," Izuku said, his voice already distorted a bit by his quirk. The pink-haired fucker didn't reply, just smiled at him, while adjusting something in the array of stuff she was carrying with her. Start. Present Mike announced the start of Izuku's revenge for the last half an hour. Lung went for the same move Kamakiri did and got rid of his t-shirt. No need to ruin it. Here we have a prime specimen of a very angry person who I was riling up for the last 20 minutes, and now I will proceed to completely defend from all of his attacks. Watch this. The fucker spoke into her microphone. What the f was she doing? It didn't matter. Lung rushed at Mei, intent on closing the distance to prevent her from using some bullshit guns or some shit like that. He already was around 30 centimeters taller, scales were bursting from his skin, protecting him. He sent a couple of fireballs at Hatsum, trying to gauge her defense. She avoided them, using some kind of device that helped her jump out of the way. Hydraulic belt attachment. For easy dodging. Pink Beach shouted. Is she for real? That seemed a bit unwieldy to Lung, but he is not an expert on this sheet. The thing probably has a battery or something, it's going to run out of power eventually, all the while Izuku will only grow stronger as the fight progresses. So, he started throwing more fire her way, all of which she either dodged or used some kind of shield to block, once again advertising it. Like, if she is not going to do anything more than dodging and blocking, then she is going to eventually lose. That's how fighting works. You don't win by being constantly on the defensive. Izuku just stood in the middle of the arena, blowing more and more fire at the beach with every second. And she started to notice it, her smile getting more and more strained, her equipment getting hotter and hotter. She pulled out a gun from the holster at her back and pointed at him. FING guns. Izuku immediately zeroed on it and shot a stream of fire at it, but it was too late. Izuku mentally prepared himself for another gunshot wound, but then caught himself. How the F would a support student manage to get a gun approved for the festival? The net ensnared him, tightening around his body. Okay, this is just rude. Capture gun. 5 cartridges, 5 nets to capture villains. Very effective. Hatsum continued her ad run. It was tough. But Izuku went for his usual tactic of dealing with strong material, heat them up, and tear them with claws. Or in this occasion, teeth. His jaw bit onto the strands, his fire breath heating them up enough to tear through with ease. That was fast, You should have squirmed a bit there, buddy. Hatsum whispered to him, looking more and more stressed by the second. Izuku blew a whole FNG wall of fire at her, leaving no place for her to dodge except for the out of bounds, or over the wall. The girl tried to jump over it with her super boots, but got a nasty hit on the arm with a fire bolt. She screamed and fell to the floor, cradling her arm with her other one. Izuku marched up to her, picked her up from the floor, and grabbed her by the throat, lifting her up. Not so effin' bubbly now, Beach? Lung said, anger clear in his voice. Hatsum couldn't respond, the burn holding her entire attention. So unused to the pain. Izuku ripped of all of the stupid gadgets from her body, and stomped them into bits and pieces. Man winning over the machine. He slammed her into the ground for good measure, and threw her over the boundary, winning this stupid match. He was still seething, but smashing all of her toys felt good, even if Izuku probably looked like a 5-year-old throwing a fit. Fiery. Midoriya Izuku, winner. Present Mike said, a bit uncomfortable at the display. Izuku picked up his shirt from the ground, and walked off from the arena. His thirst for violence and pain quenched, but not eradicated. Never eradicated. Bakugo sat, watching Weird Hair's match. The fight was even, 2 brutes, 2 shakers duking it out. Metal beams against concrete fists, steel spears against rock skin, a match made in hell. For commentators. Because this sheet was going for around 10 minutes now, and had no signs of stopping. FING hell. I think this is going to be decided by endurance alone. Katsuki said, propping his head up on a fist. At least it's entertaining. Better than watching Tokage stomp purple hair guy, or Lung destroy that support girl. Reiko replied. Bakugo turned his head to her. Is the beach for real? This entertaining. Watching paint dry is more entertaining. 2 guys who can't AP each other, whose attacks are so similar, they practically cancel each other. Lung FNG that girl up was fire, literally. She was so FNG annoying. We get it, you are a menace to society about advertising yourself. Go sell out to support companies, who the F would actually consider using first-year's support items. Bakugo ranted. Imagine using support items. Couldn't be me. Reiko said, smirking. Katsuki is so not starting this argument once again. Her being a RETD about relying only on her quirk was infuriating. Nothing fundamentally changed in the Weird Hair, metal guy fight. Still the same attacks, still the same defenses. But at least they were slowing down, tired from this clown sheet. So Gyre, what do you think? Reiko suddenly asked. What a vague question. I am going to F her up? Like she is good but not that good. And her quirk has limited uses in those head-to-head one-on-one fights. Without prep time at that. Bakugo said, oh yeah, if we had like 10 seconds prep time. That would be great. I still don't really know what the F I would be doing against Copycat. Reiko switched topics on the fly. He is shit at using picked-up quirks. He is not going to speed blitz you if he picks up mine, for example. It's like he is picking them up at a basic beach state. He still can blast you in the face, but no flying with explosions or anything like that. And you need to just stall him, he has a time limit. 5 minutes or so. Bakugo said, I was thinking of just ditching the trainers. And using my Sauls as conductors for my quirk. Will probably look stupid but I don't care. I wanna win. But thanks for the tips. Reiko said, turning her head to watch the match. Weird Hair and Tetsu stopped using their ranged attacks, and are just fighting in melee. As Bakugo predicted, endurance match. And his bet is on Weird Hair. 2 punches flying at each other's face, one blocked, the other not. Winner, Kirishima Ijiro. Present Mike yelled. Effing finally. Bakugo said, standing up. Good luck. Reiko said, waving her hand. Walking down to the arena, Katsuki contemplated his battle plan. Gyra was not someone he was particularly worried about, But being prepared never hurt anyone. Earphone jacks can hurt stuff through creating sound waves. Can extend to around 4 to 5 meters. Maybe more. Can crack concrete with her attack. Getting hit by one is probably a guaranteed lose. But would earphone actually aim for body shots? Katsuki didn't think that she had the nerve to do it. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Kyoka Jairu. Present Mike announced his match. He walked out of the gate and strolled to the arena itself. Earphone looked nervous, agitated. At least you made into the third round, Earphone. Better than most. Katsuki said. Shut up, Bakugo. I am beating you here. Kyoka said, trying to hype herself up. Katsuki snorted, but didn't reply. He went into a stance, legs wide, arms outstretched by his sides, ready to blast off at a moment's notice. Start! Present Mike yelled. Bakugo engaged his quirk, flying over the arena towards his target. Kyoka reacted accordingly, rushing towards him, ear jacks out to catch him. At the last moment, she blasted sound out of them, hurting Bakugo's inner ear, catching him off guard and unbalancing him in the air. He dropped to the ground and blasted in front of him, suppressing Kyoka and buying himself time to recover. Venji hell, he didn't know that she could do it. She continued to do it, making him dizzy as hell. An ear jack surged at him, trying to tie him up, but Katsuki blasted it off course and decided to close distance. His vision swam, so he opted in for walking instead of flying, not confident in his ability to keep balance with Jairu affecting him. He continued blasting in different directions, concealing his precise position and hoping that the constant sound of explosions confuses her senses. Bakugo dropped to one knee and cradled his head with one hand, continuing to summon explosions from the other one. This sheet just got serious. Did she train this during the week they had off? It's a strong ability, though it would be leagues better if she had anyone else with her. Her quirk by itself was not strong enough to win fight one-on-one, but this sheet is a great disable. He saw another jack, but it was different from the first one. Was it less precise, lost? She probably aims them based on sounds, and his explosions threw her off. Bakugo traced it, getting a general location where she could be. Katsuki stood up and ran in her general direction, immediately alerting the jack to his position. Bakugo let out a blast from his arms, throwing himself in its direction, ducked down, and grabbed it right at the base in an iron grip, and started following it to her master. Another one came at him, but this one Katsuki decided to just ward off with blasts. He needed his other arm to hurt Earphone herself. The jacks were incessantly blasting the dizzying sounds, and having them so close was annoying as F-. But Katsuki persevered. The end was in sight. The arena was not very big, so he came across Kyoka quite fast. The improvised cord that was connecting them didn't allow her to dodge him. The smog from his blasts was clouding the arena, was FANG with his vision. He was in constant threat of throwing up, but the difference in training and general quirk strength won out in the end. A blast from his right hand caught Earphone straight in the face, throwing her to the ground. The sound stopped, and Katsuki proceeded to let out a couple more explosions at her general direction. I surrender, Kyoka shouted, coughing from all the smoke inhalation. Katsuki stopped his blasts and stared at her. She was much better than he expected. Bakugo walked up to her and offered his hand. Good fight. Should have pierced me with your jacks though, just trying to harass me into SBMs and would have never worked, Katsuki said. Kyoka grabbed his hand and stood up. Kyoka stopped to cough. Bakugo, how the did you even walk through that sheet? On feet. Katsuki replied, and walked off the arena. It was a good start on his path to first place. He looked at the bracket board. His next one is going to be against Weird Hair. But the one after that, Reiko or half and half. The anticipation was killing him. Reiko Yanagi vs. Nito Minoma. Present Mike yelled, announcing her match. Reiko got up from her seat at the 1H box and proceeded down to the arena. She deliberately walked as slow as possible, dragging out those precious seconds of Minoma's quirk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Reiko started counting while walking down the stairs until she came face to face with Katsuki. Are you doing Reiko? Counting stairs? Bakugo said, locking his eyes onto her. More time to kill. 7, 9. She should probably answer his question. I am counting down copycat's quirk. Big brain tactics here, firecracker. Reiko said, tapping the side of her head. Katsuki snorted. With weird hair and metal guy resting at healing hags, me here, Lung and half are probably sulking somewhere. Minoma has a very short pick of quirks. You are in luck, Bakugo said, and started ascending the stairs. Thanks, firecracker. Reiko called out to his back. Katsuki flipped her the finger. Reiko let out a short laugh, and continued on her way down. She stopped right at the gate and glanced down at her feet. With a sigh, she took off her worn trainers and socks. She wiggled her toes, getting used to the sense of her quirk through her soles. It was the same as with her palms, just from a different appendage. The feeling of control spread throughout the ground, binding the concrete to her will. Enough with FING stalling. I'll win this fair and square. Reiko said to herself, and walked out into the eyes of thousands. With every step, more and more ground came under her control. It didn't spread far, but Reiko didn't really need an island from those patches, just ammo to fling at Copycat. He stood there, tapping his foot impatiently, looking smug and assured at himself. What's better, to master one move or to know 1,000? He suddenly asked. This fight won't be an accurate comparison. I only have 3 and you didn't master yours. But the quote fits, in my opinion. While he was yammering about quotes and moves, Reiko continued with her quirk, claiming more and more stone on her march towards the arena. She started cracking the ground, freeing the chunks of concrete from the monolith hole. What? Cat got your tongue? Nito tried to goad her. No, just don't want to lose this in an instant. Bakugo warned her about Ibag's quirk, no need to play with fire by answering him. Well, there goes this plan. Did Bakugo spoil it? It was risky, but if it worked this fight would be decided in a second. Copycat continued his monologue. Yes, we get it, you are FING smart. Shut up already. Reiko stopped, and considered breaking out an island, but decided against it. There was just not enough time. Better to stock up on rocks. Start! Present Mike yelled. Reiko immediately abandoned all pretenses of stealth, and with a staccato of cracks, freed all of her stepping stones. A veritable halo of concrete started orbiting her, giving her enough leverage to levitate off the ground. Minoma responded in kind. His body started spouting 1 blade, then 2, then chains. Kamakiri's quirk. Cheeky fucker. She was used to fighting him though, it was not as good of a choice it could be. And then his metal body started splitting. And floating. For FS sake, Setsuna. Reiko counted around 12 parts, until it stopped. Well, at least it's not 50. Not like it would help her much. But judging by their speed, Tokaige's quirk was not strong enough to carry those heavy chunks of Kamakiri's quirk, and wasn't that a weird sentence to think? Reading Kamakiri in his form was always confusing. He usually used chains to do rudimentary communication, but Minoma, of course, didn't know it. He started waving his chunks around, probably confused by their slowness. Reiko broke out of the spell that befallen her, and started destroying the grounds of the arena, gathering more material to work with. Minoma clearly understood too that waiting around is a death sentence for him, and started his slow crawl towards her, metal, spheres, following him in tow. Stalling the fight until his quirks run out is her best bet. Reiko can't really get him out of grounds. Now if in G-Way she is getting all of his body over the bounds. Trying to beat him in Kamakiri's form is also pointless. How the F do you knock out a person who has no organs, just blades, hooks and chains? Oh, this is shaping up to be a very interesting match. Present Mike said. Yanagi just needs to stall until Minoma's quirk runs out. And to clarify the rules, to beat somebody with this type of quirk, you still need to get their whole body out. No cop-outs. Aizawa intoned. Thanks, since really FING helpful. Reiko started bombarding the spheres, trying to go for her usual tactic against Kamakiri, getting as much of his body out from his control. Reiko couldn't use her quirk on him while he is whole, but when she rips out chunks from him, she can fling those away, chipping away at his mass. She started sending off volleys of stones at the closest chunks, whittling them away, bit by bit. Monoma tried to pick them up, but it seems that mechanics of Kamakiri's quirk won out over Tokage's. They didn't count as her pieces anymore. Actually, can Tokage use her quirk on bits of her body that were cut off from her? That was a dark thought. The metal that was ripped off started to fade into dust, like Setsuna's destroyed body parts. And then Nido started regenerating them. Kamakiri doesn't tire in this form, though. So Copycat can possibly do this forever. Fing hell. Well, destroying the chunks was still useful. Nido was forced to form them on his body, and it was not an instant process. Which bought Reiko time. Monoma was clearly out of his depth with Kamakiri's quirk. His movement was erratic, not used to his now inhuman body. He could either attack or move, but not two at the same time. Reiko's altitude advantage was also nothing to scoff off. Ability to fly was always a force multiplier. Copycat's chunks were too slow to catch her. He understood that too, and converged them all together, reforming his body. Reiko continued flinging concrete at him, constantly scoring small hits on his body. Monoma finally got the basics of using the chains to ward those off, but his defense was still mediocre, and he let many stones pass through. Monoma chose his quirks, thinking that Tokage's quirk would offset the biggest problem of Kamakiri's quirk, consistent mobility. While it granted him ability to change altitude, it is still useless against a highly mobile target like Yanagi. But, against less agile targets, this is a very powerful combination. Monoma just got unlucky with his opponent. Or his theory on synergy of these quirks. Aizawa diluted the silence of their battle with his analysis. And if this was not a battle using constrained rules, like not getting out of the bounds, or not hurting the opponent too much, Nido could probably just spam ramming move on her. One hit would be enough to get her out of commission. That's why Reiko preferred using a big island compared to those smaller platform stones. While it was a much bigger target, it was also paradoxically easier to use, and to bring higher, out of Kamakiri's reach. She didn't need to constantly adjust the balance of the stones, correcting for the movements of her body. But sometimes the added mobility of the smaller chunks was preferable to the stability of the bigger island. Monoma started shooting out chains, trying to catch her, but Reiko smashed them with her rocks, either bringing them off course, or breaking them apart outright. Their battle descended into a stalemate, with no party being able to sufficiently bring harm to one another. Monoma was constantly regrowing lost metal, and Reiko's quirk allowed her to dodge slow objects, like Monoma's attacks with ease. Copycat's time was running out, and it was running out fast. Reiko didn't count the seconds, but she was confident that it was less than 2 minutes before Monoma drops to the ground, quirkless once more. Nido, not being a RETD, realized it too, and changed up his strategy once again, bringing out a lot of chains, trying to score even a single hit. But he had sheet control over them though. They were not as powerful as a concentrated attack with less chains. But when he grazed Reiko, she realized her error. Monoma didn't care about hitting her, he cared about touching her. And getting her quirk with that single, glancing hit. He spread his body all over the arena, and then Reiko heard a giant litany of cracks. The ground split, and a sheet ton of concrete came under his control. Reiko startled, wrestling some of them from his grasp, his quirk much weaker than hers, but he still managed to get away with a lot of stones. Copycat started a bombardment of Reiko, giving it all to dislodge her from the skies, to bring her down, where he is much stronger. Rock met rock, stone met stone. Reiko was winning the battle, much more experience with using her quirk, but some slipped past her defense, and scored some hits on her shin, forearm, shoulder. She responded in kind, trying to wrestle initiative from him, and to force Copycat to focus on regenerating and defending. More and more rocks came under her control, Copycat's swan song move turning into his volley. Strike after strike, blade and chain, hook and spike were ripped off, and sent into the distance. A minute or so of this telekinetic duel, and Copycat finally gave in. He stopped using her quirk, and started waving his chains around. Reiko understood that as a sign of his surrender, and laid off from her assault, turning to Midnight, the referee. Monoma, are you surrendering? Monoma chose that moment to transform back, and dropped down to the ground, the exhaustion of constant regeneration finally catching up to him. Winner, Reiko Yanagi. What a great match. Present Mike yelled, and crowd agreed with him, judging by the cheers. Reiko lowered herself to the ground, and hissed from the pain in her leg. She should probably visit Recovery Hag, or whatever the F her name is. Shoto. Endeavor said, laying his hand on his shoulder, rooting him in place. Shoto turned to his father, waiting for another lecture on using his left side. On using his fire, on how important it is to his future as a hero. Endeavor turned off his flames, revealing his face to Shoto. He always hated looking at his father's face. His tired, exhausted face. The bags under his eyes, the wrinkles that riddled his skin. All of that hidden from the public under the fiery exterior of Endeavor. The truth kept from the masses, in fear of them losing faith in their protector. Shoto always hated how it was an allegory for Endeavor's view on hero society. Of the gilded visage of all might, providing cover for the rotten system. That would break the moment the golden hero falls. How they need to struggle, to constantly overexert themselves, to keep up, to be enough when the house of cards falls. Todoroki hated it, but it was just that, a stupid allegory. All might will never fall. He didn't fall for the previous 20 or so years, and he wouldn't fall for 20 more. He didn't even age in the last 10 or so. Shoto always hoped that the man was immortal, that his father was wrong about everything. Endeavor looked him in the eyes and sighed, turning his face away. Good luck, and do your best, he said and walked away. Doing his best in this moment was, of course, using his flames. Final bout of round 1. Shoto Todoroki vs Fumikage Tokoyami. Present Mike announced his battle. Shoto walked out of the gate and eyed the pristine arena. UA was lucky by having Cementos, or else they would be forced to wait for God knows how much for it to be fixed. With amount of damage Yanagi and Minoma caused, maybe even transfer the event somewhere else. Tokoyami was already in position, waiting for him to arrive. They already faced off with each other in the second event, and Shoto knew the best way to win this fight. To use his fire. Tokoyami's quirk, Dark Shadow, was strong. Durable. With sharp claws, capable of piercing his ice with ease. It would be a tough battle, but Todoroki would manage without flames. He must manage. I wish you good fortune in the battle to come. Tokoyami said, his expression unreadable. Todoroki replied with a nod, thank you. Good luck to you too. Start. Present Mike yelled. Todoroki immediately summoned ice, hoping to end the bout in one blow. Alas, Tokoyami's reaction was on point. Dark Shadow surged out of his body, shielding him and breaking the ice away. He immediately tried to close distance between them, his quirk more suited in close to mid-range fighting. Todoroki was not inclined to humor him in this endeavor. Another ice wall surged between him and Fumikage, and once again it was broken by Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow is just too fast to rely on long-range attacks. While Todoroki needed to land just one good blow, his quirk was not limitless. Sooner or later he is going to start shivering, and the cold would overtake him. Shoto would let Fumikage get closer, giving him an opportunity to attack. If Todoroki is lucky, he will attack at his maximum range, leaving Tokoyami exposed and Dark Shadow overextended. If not, Shoto would be forced to attack him once again to try to goad him into counterattack. Tokoyami, it seems, was not stupid. Todoroki engaged his quirk once again and created another jagged wall of ice, but this time Dark Shadow was not fast enough to leave Fumikage completely unscathed. His left foot got frozen. Shoto took this for the opening it was, but Dark Shadow outstripped him, attacking Todoroki instead of trying to get his holder out of ice. Smart move by itself, or Tokoyami could somehow communicate with it non-verbally. Todoroki was forced to defend once again, forcing Dark Shadow away, all the while Tokoyami was getting his foot out of ice. His body was already trembling, the attacks whittling away at his endurance. Shoto needed to end this and fast. A big, flashy attack to distract Dark Shadow. And a hidden strike at Tokoyami in close quarters. He started to close distance, shielded by his previous attack. Dark Shadow managed to get Tokoyami out of the ice and was locked on him. Todoroki was only happy to oblige this attention. He engaged his quirk, and Dark Shadow reacted accordingly, trying to engage him in close quarters to throw his concentration off. But Shoto didn't train his whole life to be distracted by such trivialities. He used his quirk to glide around the strike, letting Dark Shadow fly past him and struck at its back. Less of a wall and more of a small iceberg appeared from his palm, trapping Dark Shadow inside of it. Tokoyami's mouth opened at the display, his astonishment leaving him open. Shoto used what was left of his quirk to rush to him and trap his body in a prison of ice. "Surrender," Todoroki said to Fujiwara. He responded with a nod to Midnight. "Winner, Shoto Todoroki. What a display of power." Present Mike yelled. "Can you melt the ice, Todoroki?" Midnight asked. Todoroki could, but should he? No, it would be improper to leave this as it is. And leaving Dark Shadow to suffer would be impolite too. He pressed his palm first to Fujiwara, melting his prison, and then proceeded to do the same with Dark Shadow's. "Todoroki, that was scary but cool." Pun not intended. Dark Shadow screeched at him. It was endearing. Todoroki wanted to touch it, curious about its texture, but caught himself. "Dark Shadow," Fujiwara interrupted the quirk. "It was an enlightening battle. I would need to do better moving forward." Tokoyami offered him a hand, and Shoto took with a nod, and then proceeded to the exit from the arena. He was going up the stairs when he ran into Yanagi. Her eyes widened a bit, startled by the collision, but then narrowed. She placed a hand on her hip and another one on his shoulder. "Why didn't you use your fire, dumbass?" she asked him. "What?" Half and half replied, with a dumbfounded expression on his face. Or more accurately, icy ice, what with his right side being covered in it. Reiko started absent-mindedly brushing it away, swiping rapidly melting snowflakes on the floor. Did she need to repeat herself, or something? Okay, why not? Maybe he is just shell-shocked that a girl started a conversation with him that was not his mother. Or sister. Did he have sisters? Why didn't you use your FING fire? It would have been an instant win, no need for this bullshit cosplay of Sub-Zero. Reiko repeated her question, adding some clarifications for his probably half-frozen brain. "You wouldn't get it," he said and tried to brush her arm off. Did he really just quote Joker at her? The FING hell, he is an edgelord after all. Then enlighten me, motherfucker. You are so FNG full of yourself, half and half. Constantly walking around the school like you FNG own it, speaking to us peasants only when needed. I get it, you are basically royalty in a hero school, son of number 2 hero, cool quirk, all other bullshit. Then why the F are you shooting yourself in the knee? To make everyone else to feel even worse after they lose to you? That they are not good enough to get even the whole quirk to be used in destroying them? And now, you were moments away from getting F'd by a sentient shadow chicken, and you still refuse to use your flames. Why? Reiko ranted to Todoroki, her grievances about him finally aired. She stopped to catch her breath, and locked her eyes on him. She couldn't think that his face could have gotten dumber, but it did. His mouth has fallen open, even his tongue was a bit frosted over. Shoto's eyes were wide and glazed over. He trembled a bit, but it probably was caused by the ice still covering his body, but still. He paused, clearly trying to come up with something to say. Yeah, it was a very FING-loaded conversation, but Reiko needed to know. It was not my intention to be a peer like that. And you know what, sure. I will tell you, you clearly thought about it a lot. And maybe I need to tell somebody else too. I heard it helps. Todoroki said, and settled down on the stairs. Oh no. Did he have a sad, depressing backstory and now he is going to use her as a therapist stand-in? She is so FNG'd up, boy, get ready. Reiko sat down beside him, leaning on the wall, her knees pressed to her chest. Todoroki was struggling to begin, his brows were knitted, and his expression more serious than a moment ago. Reiko absent-mindedly brushed her trainer against his thigh, startling him. I don't really know where to start. He confessed. Reiko smirked at him. Do anyone knows? I dunno, I heard that starting from the beginning helps. Reiko whispered. Todoroki snorted. He snorted. A motherfucking miracle, send heralds to every corner of the world. Shoto is not a complete RED. Endeavor is my father. Shoto said and then stopped. Reiko waited a bit for him to continue, but he didn't. Yes? I already knew it, I am like, not blind. Reiko said, and kicked Todoroki's hip once more. I was gathering my thoughts. Endeavor is a really good hero, yes. Half and half asked her. Yeah. He is kinda number 2, if you didn't know it yourself. Reiko said, resting her head on the palm of her hand. That's all he is. No, that's all he became. My father is obsessed with this notion that all might is all that is holding this country together. No system. With a capital S. Todoroki said, turned to her, probably waiting for her answer. He is somewhat right, though. Reiko couldn't really think of a world without all might, and now wasn't that a scary FING thought. What would happen when the symbol of peace falls? What? Okay, I get it. Your father is a bit paranoid, and maybe even rightfully so. All Might accounts for like 80% of reasons why villains are just hunkering down. How is that connected to you not using your fire? Reiko said, tapping fingers on her face. My father is strong, but he is not as strong as All Might. So he decided to make someone strong. Me and my siblings. He married my mother for her quirk, to offset the weakness of his own. Todoroki said. Let me guess. He was a sheet husband or something. Reiko took a shot in the darkness. Not at first. Actually, I don't really remember clearly how it was. I was small, but it was good, you know. We watched TV together, got out to parks, something like that. I don't remember. We were just a normal, happy family. Todoroki said, a sad, reminiscing smile on his face. Reiko tried hard to not imagine her own family like that. Mother not being in a constant drunken stupor, father talking to her beyond what is socially required of him. Going out somewhere, to eat maybe to a FING park, like half and half. It hurt. Physically. Mentally. But father always liked Tuya the most of us all. My oldest brother. He didn't inherit mother's quirk, but his quirk was stronger than father's. Father trained him, teaching him control, how to not hurt himself while using his quirk. He always insisted on using it with his supervision, but he also constantly imparted his ideology on Tuya. And I don't really know all the details, but my brother, I think, started training by himself. More and more, trying to live up to father's desperate expectations of heroes who would be able to stop the tide of villains that are surely to come. Shoto stopped to catch his breath. And it didn't end well. He burned himself, to death. Took a whole park down with him. They didn't even manage to discern his ashes from the trees and the grass. Everything went downhill from that point. Father went further and further into his hero work, stopped speaking to the rest of the family. Started training me after a while, but I never felt as Tuya did. Never felt this fervent belief in his baseless notions. And using my fire, always felt like validating them. Todoroki finished his speech. That was a lot to unpack. Reiko felt like she just watched a drama film, or something. He is not wrong though, you know. Your father. When All Might dies, we are fed. Reiko replied without thinking. All Might is not going to die anytime soon. He is still young. He looks young at least. And even if he does, other heroes are going to be just fine. We'll manage without this end-of-the-world hysteria. Todoroki said, and it felt really prepared. Like he was constantly saying it to himself. He could be killed, you know. Reiko said, nobody can kill All Might. Half and half replied. A month ago, everyone thought that no one would kill a UA student. And now look where we are, 7 of our classmates are dead. Reiko countered. Todoroki stayed silent, not knowing what to say. Reiko got up and walked away. Break is over, folks. Get ready for the first bout of the second round. Oh, it rhymes. Present Mike went on a tangent. Tagru Kamakiri versus Setsuna Tokichi. Proceed to the arena. Eraserhead interrupted him. Kamakiri stood up, and Tokichi followed after him. The silence between them was oppressive. Tagru didn't really know what to say, what to ask Setsuna. He really didn't know anything about her, did he? just two strangers whose only connection was being paired during classes. He had no right asking about personal things, like what happened in that corridor. But this still didn't sit right with Kamakiri. Setsuno was not scared, but cautious of her brother. And his gaze, boring into Togaru's skull, unnerved him greatly. Like a predator, eyeing prey. "Can you stop staring at me?" Setsuna said, looking at him from the corner of her eye. She was tense, muscles coiled, ready to jump into battle. Kamakiri didn't say anything, continuing on his walk towards the arena. Setsuna sighed, and fell back behind him. They came across the crossroad that will take them to their respective exits. Kamakiri wanted to ask her something, but nothing came to mind beyond wishing luck. And he could as well do it on the arena itself. He started down the stairs, thinking of what would he do during the match itself. What could Setsuna even do to him, though? Punching him might as well be as effective as striking a metal beam. If this metal beam had spikes and sharp blades embedded in it. "Don't touch me," and then she trailed off. "Don't touch me who? Kamakiri, Togaru?" But she wouldn't have caught herself then. An insult and her last century etiquette prevented her from saying the words. Or something worse, what he didn't want to think about. But it fit, didn't it? The stupid mask, hiding even the smallest deviation from the norm. Her brother, speaking to and about him, trying to hide his disturbance, but failing to do it. Her reaction, trying to uphold an act around her brother, and then falling into it, like it was second nature. She is even rich. Kamakiri could probably search her family name, and find it in the list of Tohokai sponsors. But how would he ask her? You can't really pull up to a person and say, "Dude, is your family racist or something?" That sounded stupid even in his head. In real life, even Kamakiri wouldn't have enough guts to say it. In a normal conversation. But a plan started to form in his head. Beating the shit out of each other. Violence was always a good way to solve most of Kamakiri's problems. Somebody is bothering you, them up. Bullying your sister, them up. Want to blow off steam, fight Reiko. Or Izuku, or Katsuki. School is boring as if, wait for hero class and beat somebody up. Summing up, fixing his life with violence worked for Togaru before, so it should work for Togaru again. He wouldn't transform, which would make this fight much more even. And then they would beat the shit out of each other, and Kamakiri would ask her questions during it. Setsuna would be off balance emotionally, and wouldn't close off on him like she did in the corridor. A great plan. Ingenious. Reliable, like a Swiss FING watch. Kamakiri strolled onto the arena, where Tokage was already waiting for him. Kamakiri decided to keep his jersey on. No need to take it off, he would be using his quirk only to defend. "Good luck," Togaru said to Tokage. Her eyes narrowed, but she still nodded, and wished him the same. "Start!" Present Mike yelled. Setsuna immediately broke up into a dozen of pieces, and rushed Kamakiri, probably banking on taking him out of the fight before he fully transformed. Instead, Kamakiri rushed towards her, his height allowing him to cover as much distance as Tokage's flight did. She scrunched her brows in confusion, probably not understanding why he didn't use his quirk already. Kamakiri dropped a piece of rebar out of his left arm, making for a good improvised club. Kamakiri, not using his quirk. Trying to make this a fair fight, perhaps? Present Mike commented. Tokage's eyes flew open in anger. He could picture her mouth opening in a snarl. Her appendages converged themselves back into shape, but her body still remained far from Togaru. Kamakiri swung his weapon a couple of times, getting used to the weight. He could probably use blades on Tokage, her pieces regenerated after all, but it seemed too brutal to use on a Friday acquaintance. "Stop underestimating me, Kamakiri," Tokage shouted at him, while her extremities flew towards him. Togaru struck her left wrist with his baton, the hit emitting a sickening crack. Tokage winced, but managed to detach the ruined part, saving her forearm from falling to dust in the process. Kamakiri's stupor left him unbalanced, allowing Tokage to score a hit on his ribs with her right arm, and a kick on his left knee. This hurt. Togaru swung his weapon around, warding off her appendages, buying himself time to recover. A blow struck him on the back of his knee, Setsuna flanked him with her other leg, bringing him down. He was so unused to fighting without his quirk. It was hard to keep up with everything before he just needed to devote his entire attention to coordinating his body, tanking hits until he could exploit an opening, but now he was forced to dodge or block blows, which he never even thought of as threatening. I needed my mouth with me. To talk. Toguro replied to Setsuna's shout. Tokage replied with another blow, this time to his midsection, which Kamakiri managed to dodge, and countered by grabbing it, and forcing blades out of his palm, piercing her shin in multitudes of places. This time, Setsuna cried out, but her training prevailed, leaving her with upper part of her shin and her foot. Tokage responded with a blow of her arm to his temple, dazing him, leaving him open for follow-up of a kick to his solar plexus, forcing air out of his lungs. Toguro threw his weapon in Setsuna's direction, trying to buy himself time to recover, all the while brandishing chains from his body, warding off more strikes. Talking in the middle of the fight? Did you watch too much anime, or something? Tokage responded, her voice already a bit tired from regrowing her wrist and shin. You know what? If you win, we can talk about it. You probably deserve some kind of explanation. But shut up during the fight, okay? It looks stupid. Okay, that was good enough for Toguro. His plan worked? Partially. Probably Setsuna just wanted to talk anyway, but later. Maybe after the festival. Did Kamakiri ruin it with his impatience? It no need to dwell on this. He needed to win. Kamakiri took his jersey off and engaged his quirk for real, this time. Chains, blades, hooks and spikes poured out of his skin, his bones transformed into metal, his organs disappearing entirely. Toguro always wondered what happened to his brain, how the f did he still see if his eyes were transformed too. Quirks are just so fing weird, and his is not even in the top 10% of bullshit. Tokage split herself up, but it was no use. How the f would she square up against him? She is just a 15-year-old girl, her quirk extremely suited to fighting anyone, but brutes like him. Maybe it would evolve to letting her break other people into pieces, like herself? It wouldn't be really a hero quirk, though. Kamakiri took a leaf out of Monoma's book, spreading his body all over the surface of arena. To an outside observer that probably looked stupid, what with Tokage being able to fly, but Toguro was confident in this plan. This form left him extremely relaxed, with most of his attention now could be focused on attacking and not keeping himself together. Chains started to shoot out of him, aiming for pieces of Tokage, some scoring hits, some not. It didn't really matter. He wouldn't tire, and Setsuna, with every lost body part, would get more and more exhausted. Kamakiri started considering using rail spikes as projectiles, but Setsuna gave up faster than that. With a sigh, she said something and pointed her arms up, in a universal sign of surrender. Winner, Toguro Kamakiri. Present Mike announced his victory. It never tasted sweeter. He pulled himself back together, but decided on not morphing back. Kanjiua uniform was not quirk conducting, and he didn't want to become an internet celebrity in this way. Kamakiri crawled back into the gate. Helperbot handed him another pair of shorts. Kamakiri decided to catch Setsuna at the intersection, where he settled down, waiting for her. Setsuna knew she was stalling. Telling Kamakiri to shut up and fight, that she would explain everything after that was a split-moment decision. She didn't want to beat him and steal his chance at getting further in the tournament because he wanted to talk about her that much. It felt not really heroic. Even if every instinct in her screamed at her to finish him off, while he was gasping for air. Phantom pain from that shattered wrist and mauled shin was not helping in her decision-making too. And now she was sitting on the stairs in front of Kamakiri, who was probably waiting for her to start. But Setsuna didn't really know where to start. How would you say to your friend? Friend. At least Setsuna hoped that they were friends, not like she had many before UA. That your family is, well, zealous supporters of the group that wants to kill people like him. Like her. So? Kamakiri started but trailed off. This is even worse than sitting with him during the first round. At least Setsuna could just ignore him that, in favor of watching the fights. But now, there were no distractions to save her. Is your family racist? Toguro suddenly said. Setsuna sputtered, tried to stand up, but lost balance. She started falling down the stairs, and would have probably cracked her head or something if she didn't remember about her quirk in time. That would have been the stupidest death ever, or something. Kamakiri succinctly described the situation. That was a stupid question. Sorry. It was not stupid though. Setsuna pulled herself back together, and once again settled down on the stairs, this time with he back at the wall. She played with the hem of her jersey a bit, trying to find the correct words. Kind of is. My family. They don't, well, you know. Setsuna started, but trailed off. Kamakiri's eyes narrowed, and he sighed. Setsuna started detaching and reattaching her fingers, trying to distract herself. Don't like people like me? Or like you, so that's why they make you wear this stupid mask? Kamakiri asked. They don't just dislike people like us, they murder them. Maybe not personally, but they condone it. Help people to commit those hate crimes. Setsuna pulled her knees to her chest, distressed. Yeah. The mask was my idea though. My brother would rather I didn't open my mouth at all. Setsuna confessed. She remembered the first time Kiyoshi met her. Little Setsuna was mommy girl, and always listened to her. Don't speak to strangers, try to not speak in general. If you really need to, hide your mouth behind a fist, or block it with your palms. Don't laugh, or smile with your lips open. It's unbecoming of a lady, it would bring shame to our family. She always skirted around the topic, never addressing it directly. Kiyoshi immediately pried open her mouth, took a good look and branded her a filthy mutt. Setsuna, at that time, didn't really know what he meant with that statement, and asked him. Her brother explained it to her. Setsuna couldn't sleep for weeks after that, fearing that monstrous mutants would come for her, or that her own brother would put her out of her misery. You know, you are my first friend, Setsuna said, the words escaping her mouth without much thought. She started attaching and reattaching her fingers once again, sending them flying in a halo around her wrist. Kamakiri snorted. You know, I thought we were just acquaintances, he said, fiddling with his flip-flops. They looked so out of place on UA uniform. Not funny, you know. I was homeschooled, and people of my age I knew before UA were from the same type of families. You know, Setsuna said. Tohokai donors? Toguro questioned. Kind of. Not all of them. Many, like hers, had a direct connection to PHS itself. Tohokai and it sometimes quarreled, Butcher being generally just anti-mutant, and accepting anyone into his band of neo-Nazis, even foreigners. Some people speculated that Swansong was A.Y. Enki, of all things. Close enough. Tokage opted in for a more neutral statement. She stretched her legs out, swinging her foot from side to side. Did you almost call me a mutt? In the corridor when I grabbed you? Kamakiri asked. Did he really need to ask that question? Couldn't he just ignore her slip-up? She didn't really meant it, it was just instinctive by now in the presence of her brother. He could have been listening to their conversation with his clone spirits. Yeah, sorry. It's just, Setsuna apologized, but didn't manage to find a good reason for her actions. Just sorry. It won't happen again. Don't sweat it. Not like you said it. Kamakiri said. Setsuna picked at her mask. She missed her costume. Her corked full mask was leagues better than this piece of fabric. It transformed her from weak, timid Setsuna into confident, assured, strong. Faultline. Who wouldn't hide behind lies and half-truths, but would admit to her friend that her brother was a spy for the PHS, that her dead father was Butcher's lieutenant, that Kiyoshi recommended her only to build the next generation of corrupt heroes, fighting for a monstrous cause. Izuku was pumped for his fight. He didn't really get why Toguro fought Setsuna in his base form, probably trying to give her a fighting chance, but he was grateful for it. He feared that Kamakiri would stomp Tokage in no time, not allowing Izuku to build enough juice to start the fight at the least with flames. Izuku Midoriya vs. Ibara Shiozaki. Present Mike announced his bout. He was already walking towards the arena, not wanting to waste precious time. Toguro and Setsuna were sitting on the intersection of arena exits, talking to each other. But didn't they get into a fight or something? That broken wrist was viscous, the pierced shin even more so. Hey, what gives? Is your spat over, or something? Izuku decided to ask directly. Tokage jumped in the air a bit, and stayed there, levitating. Yeah. Good luck, Izuku, Kamakiri said, and patted him on back. Tokage mumbled her own good wish, and flashed him a thumbs up. Thanks guys. I am going to f her up, just watch. Lung said, hyping himself up. In truth, he was a bit doubtful of his chances against Vine Hair. He already fought her in the second round, and her vines were quite strong there. They didn't really do any major damage to him, but Izuku at that point was a walking tank, not a lanky 15-year-old he was now. Lung hoped that his flames would be enough to suppress Shiozaki for him to build charge, and then stomp her. He walked out of the exit into the arena. Shiozaki was already there, patiently waiting for him. Did she wait in the back of the exit, or something? Doesn't matter, it's to his advantage. Izuku took his jersey off, and flung it behind him, into the darkness of the entrance. His body was already covered in small patches of scales, and his fingers and teeth were in the process of turning into claws and fangs respectfully. Good luck, Midoriya. May the Lord guide your path, Vinehair said, clasping her hands together. Izuku didn't deign her with a response, but nodded his head. He brought his hands up into a middle guard, ready to blast fire at her the moment the bout starts. Then start! Present Mike yelled. Lung immediately opened with a fireball. If Shiozaki dodges, good. From previous experiences, Izuku deduced that she needs concentration to use her quirk effectively. Like Kamakiri, who can only send small attacks, while he is moving, but in his lazy form can absolutely decimate the field. After that, Izuku just needs to keep the pressure up until he gets enough charge to F her up. If she doesn't, if she focuses on her quirk, then Izuku is majorly F'd, for his quirk is not yet strong enough to deal with a lot of her vines. Shiozaki didn't dodge. For F's sake, Izuku muttered. Vines rushed at him, trying to immobilize him. Lung defended with gusts of flames, warding the vines for a moment. She probably can't feel anything through them, so trying to burn her into SBMSN is out of the question too. Well, staying out of his and in hers range is a stupid move, so Lung started closing in on her, all the while creating as much smoke as possible to mask his position and disperse the concentrated force of Ibra's quirk over a bigger area. It worked. Shiozaki retreated her vines, probably to conserve them from his fire. He can't burn through thick ropes of them, but the individual ones get easily sent to the shadow realm. Trying to search for him in all the smoke with the thicker ones is pointless, and losing tons of thin ones for the chance to catch him is not economical. Either way, Lung won the exchange. He is stronger, Vinehead is weaker. Simple as. Izuku started laying down more suppressive fire, trying to burn more of the vines, maybe even hit Shiozaki herself. Fire and smoke clouded his vision. The only senses left to him was his hearing and conflict radar, which was not enough to notice the vines that burst out of the concrete below him, fully enveloping him. Shiozaki tried to throw him over the boundary, but claws on Izuku's feet gave him enough friction, and therefore time to burn away most of the vines, and so Ibra managed to only throw him to his starting position. Izuku quickly burnt away the remaining vines, and got up from the ground, trying to compose himself, and to reorient himself in all this smoke. That was close. Lung muttered to himself, his voice distorted by his changing snout. Okay, enough of the FING fire. Melee time. A vine popped into his vision, which he instinctively burnt away. Maybe some fire. Izuku started walking towards Ibra's position. At least he tried to walk in her general direction. The smoke was not helping. This was probably very boring to watch on TV. Thank God he can breathe in all of this smoke. The vines and her agitation were good indicators of her position, allowing Izuku to quickly find her. Vinehead was shielded by a barrier made of her quirk, and a veritable swarm of vines surrounded it, trying to find him. Can she feel something through them? Is it like touching stuff? Or see or hear? Or is it just normal hair, so the only thing she would feel is a pull on it? She probably didn't even notice it burning, most of the time. Izuku didn't really want to come up with any smart strategies for this obstacle. Time was on his side. Shiozaki can defend to her heart's content. He sent small blasts of flame in her direction, frying vines with every hit. This was just boring. Shooting at a standing target, like he was in a FING firing range, or some shit like that. Izuku charged at the dome, deciding that he would just pierce it and be done with it. A wall of flame heralded his arrival, burning away vines in a fiery explosion of ash. Lung smashed into the wall of vines, burying his claws deep in it, racking them over the exterior over and over, scoring deep gauges in it, weakening it, blow by blow. Stop. I surrender. He heard Shiozaki screaming. Fighting villains was just so much more fun. They couldn't just ask for a FING timeout. Izuku stomped at the ground and turned away from Vine Head. At least he is fighting Kamakiri in the next round. Small mercies. Watching Bakugo vs Kirishima was just painful. Kirishima was good, no questions. Brute plus Shaker combo is strong, it doesn't need any support. Pure 1 versus 1 potential. But Firecracker was just much faster than him. And I'm like, with earphones, Kirishima had no way to prevent Katsuki from realizing his superior mobility. Kirishima tried to catch him with his quirk, but its use was very obvious. He needed to bend down to the ground, to slam his fists into concrete, or to raise his foot in the air. Katsuki was able to see that, and his reaction time allowed him to dodge everything, until he closed in the melee. Where Ijiro couldn't freely use his quirk anymore, and was forced to duke it out in close quarters, where Firecracker's quirk allowed him to tire his opponent out. Winner, Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike announced. Next match would be hers. With half and half. Reiko fed up with him. A bit. She shouldn't have said that his father was right. Even if that was the truth. Should have said something therapeutic. Like, everything would all right. Or, your brother definitely is proud of you in the heaven. Or something. Reiko plainly felt bad. Todoroki didn't say anything to her after that. Not like they were friends, but Reiko could see something in him that resonated with her. Shitty home situation? Bad dad? He didn't mention his mom, so she is probably alright. Okay, plan, half and half up until he uses his fire, should get some revision. And a new name. She would beat him and force him to use his flames. And say something encouraging. Plan, half and half up until he uses his fire plus pass charisma check. Yeah, good enough. Last round of the quarterfinals. Reiko Yanagi vs Shoto Todoroki. Present Mike yelled into microphone. Reiko repeated her strategy with Monoma. Take shoes off, take over concrete on the path to the arena. Simple as. There was a problem though. If Todoroki scores a hit on her legs, she is probably losing the skin on her soles. Which is probably painful. It sounds painful at least. Reiko marched, and ground echoed after her. She made deliberately small steps, to cover as much ground as possible under her control. Todoroki, in comparison, almost ran to his designated spot. Reiko stopped, and once again committed not to a big butt island, but to a small array of stones. She needs mobility against Todoroki's firepower. Pun not intended. Good luck, All Ice. Reiko said, the nickname slipping from her mouth before she could register it. Todoroki frowned, and narrowed his eyes. I think you'll need it more than me. Shoto said, getting into position. Start. Present Mike announced. Reiko immediately threw herself into the air, using the stones under her, which narrowly saved her from being f'd by Todoroki's blitz attack. The iceberg also created a shield that prevented Reiko from using most of the ground that she charged, leaving her with only the stones under her and in the far back of the arena. F-. Reiko yelled, the amount of rocks not enough to keep her stable. She quickly brought more, but they were barely enough to keep her in the air without complications. Todoroki can't manipulate his ice from the distance, yes? Reiko flew to the iceberg and touched it, filling it with her quirk. Cracks started spreading all over it, forming countless ice shards for her to use as ammo to F up all ice. She started her usual tactic of shooting small swarms of objects, trying to tire her opponent out. But the ice didn't do any damage to Todoroki, he just melted it, or got it under his control, when it closed in on him. That's unfair as F-. All this time, Reiko was still trying to destroy the iceberg, with the intent of freeing her heavier ammunition. The split concentration between harassing Todoroki, keeping herself in the air and cracking the icy prison of her stones prevented Reiko from doing any fancy evasive maneuvers, leaving her exposed to another high-range attack like this one. But all ice wouldn't do it, would he? It would tire him out. He would. Shoto gathered his quirk and let out another massive ice attack, this time trapping Reiko in it, almost freezing her completely. The chill immediately assaulted her entire body, including her exposed legs. "Motherfucker!" Reiko shouted, and dropped all of her rocks, with the intent of freeing herself. The ice was not really strong, but Reiko didn't have the precise control to not damage her skin in the process, leaving her with nasty patches of abrasions all over her body. Her vision swam a bit from all the pain, but she persevered. She used the rocks she dropped before to glide to the ground, Todoroki leaving her with no choice but to get more from the bound area itself, the two icebergs now being an insurmountable shield for her quirked concrete. She dropped those objects from her quirk, leaving her more weight to work with. The long gashes of torn skin on her feet felt extremely painful on the icy concrete. Reiko smashed the ice with her projectiles and started converting the ground once again. Todoroki, by the look of it, was resting, giving himself some time to compose after the two almost consecutive ice blasts. But he knew that giving Reiko time to get more stones would be the end of this round. She would just come back to the air, and he didn't have it in him to do another attack like this without being severely exhausted afterwards. So, he went for a wave of ice, trying to damage her into SBMSN. Reiko was too fed up to focus on two things at a time, and was forced to fling herself with her stones to the side, avoiding the strike, and once again covering her new ammo. Todoroki. At least it was not as thick as the previous icebergs. Reiko could probably just force her way through them with the ground she already had under her control. Reiko moved to do just that, but Shoto once again denied her. And again. Reiko dropped her first plan, and just started counterattacking. Shoto couldn't really afford to close distance with her. She outclassed him in travel speed of her attacks, which would allow her to hit him before he could defend or dodge. Reiko's mind was too clouded by the pain of countless scratches, rashes and abrasions, that were driving her insane to think about doing anything but mindlessly repeating her attacks. Until both of them just stood and panted, exhausted from constant use of quirks and muscles, used to dodge their opponent's attacks. "You, Todoroki," Reiko yelled. "Can't even beat me here. The F would you do against real villains? That let people be killed? When 7 more of our classmates would die, only then you would wake up from your fever dream of self-pity?" Reiko brought the rocks she had left back to herself. "Just ice is not enough, you fucker. Not even in this. Mockery of heroics. Use your FNG quirk, beach. Your quirk." Reiko cracked the ground under her, ushering new projectiles, throwing them at Todoroki, who could only half-heartedly try to dodge or block them with his body, his right side almost entirely covered in frostbite. "Not your father's," Reiko shouted, leaving more and more bruises on him, forcing him closer and closer to the edge. "Not your mother's." Todoroki realized his position and started running towards Reiko, ice around him slowly melting away. "And definitely," Reiko yelled, and brought most of the stones to attack Shoto, leaving only a small amount with herself. Temperature in the arena was slowly rising. Shoto's right side started to become normal again. "Not your effing brothers!" Reiko shouted and flung her meteor storm at Shoto. His eyes widened, but then narrowed down. He brought his left arm in front of him, and left side of his body blazed with bright, yellow-orange flames. They roared and heated the cold air that was still prevalent in the arena. It exploded, the pressure rising sky-high. Chunks of concrete, ice, rose into the sky and showered the stadium with a rain of fragments. Reiko, standing almost in the middle of it, was flung into the air too, but managed to gather enough junk around to keep herself in the bounds, even if heavily injured. She rocketed into the sky, grabbing everything in her vicinity, trying to slow herself down, really not wanting to end her life via falling from high ground. Her ascent reached its peak, and Reiko started slowing herself down, trying to fight gravity. It was almost not enough. She landed on her right side, some meters per second off from breaking her arm and leg in a multitude of places. They were still bruised to hell, probably even fractured. It hurt like a beach, to sum it up. F dash. Reiko yelled, the pain from all of her injuries getting to her. Why the f did she do that? To satisfy her ego? Congrats, Reiko. Todoroki is lying unconscious by the wall of the stadium. You won. Fair and FING square. W winner, Reiko Yanagi. Present Mike stuttered a bit, awed by the display of power. After those words, Reiko's strength left her, and she fell to the ground, unconscious. NG was smiling the first time in God knows how long. It was a tired smile. A small smile you make after. He couldn't really fathom what. Metaphors were never his strong suit. Or anything connected to flowery language. He was gruff, he was stoic, he didn't speak much. His signature style of dealing with the public, not dealing with them at all. He was not their entertainer, like all the other useless heroes. Or like All Might, but the man could afford some theatrics, he earned them. His son done it. After some prodding by that girl, who yelled something to him. He didn't have enhanced senses to hear what, but by the look on her face it was something angry. Deep from her heart. Something NG himself could have never managed with Shoto. He was too asocial to understand his son, and just tried to give him space, only sometimes reminding him of his duty. Of everyone who depends on them doing their all. It didn't really work. Nothing really worked with his family after Tuya's death. After Rei's breakdown. He barely knew what his middle children were doing with their lives, his youngest spoke to him only in passing. But it would be worth it. With Shoto now partial to using his quirk in full, he would become the man he was meant to be. His and All Might's successor. The strongest hero, to guide this country, when All Might falls. Endeavor. It was ages since I last spoke to your, wasn't it? All Might suddenly appeared by his side, and leaned on the railings. To us. Their last mission together was that international thing. In USA, the biomass manipulator, who could create monstrous abominations. NG remembered how the kill order came in during the mission that was first only to capture. NG remembered how he burnt the man to death, while All Might was fighting his giant creatures. He remembered the smell of his burnt flesh, of the empty eye sockets, the husk left from his prominence burn. It was worth it. Nilbog would have killed millions, if left alive. Maybe even wiped out human life from the face of this planet. NG still sometimes hallucinates his face in place of his family members. Sometimes he dreams of Tuya, and he stares at him with the same burnt visage, accusing him of his death. How he failed him. And NG did fail him, but he would never give up. He would carry Tuya's torch to his death as he did. The world of today will never fall. It was. NG replied. He didn't really know what to say to him, small talk was never his strong suit. Reiko Yanagi. A fiery individual, don't you think? All Might said. It seems he didn't really know what to talk about too. The girl was good, NG would give it to her. Even after being encased in that ice, she still overcame Shoto. Even after that giant blast. And her quirk was strong and versatile. Telekinesis was rare. On the scale that Yanagi was showing? One in a generation. Thinking of grabbing her for the internship? NG said, absent-mindedly. All Might stopped taking students a while ago, but maybe this one interested him enough. No. Just bringing her to your attention, endeavor. This world doesn't end with fire quirks. All Might said. Trying to advertise her to NG? Sure, why not? Having a strong shaker on hand might be useful. He would send her an offer. You came here to talk about students? Endeavor asked. Well, it's as good as time as any at this festival. No. Wanted to warn you. I am going to USA. All Might said. Can he be more vague? When? NG inquired. Not right now. But soon. This summer in August. East Coast. DC, Philadelphia. New York. All Might said, looking wistful. Oh. We'll hold the fort here. NG said, not as confident inside. A foreboding feeling filled him, decades of experience telling him that it would be not as easy as he said. August? Wasn't it at the time summer camp in UA starts? It was another sunny day in Sao Paulo. Pro-hero Reflection, or Emmanuel Saraiva in civilian, was walking down the street towards his favorite bar. Today was the International Hero Day, when a lion's share of the best hero schools all around the world held festivals, centered around promoting young generation of heroes. Only Japanese did it a day after, if Saraiva remembered correctly. Emmanuel decided to spend this day not cooped up in his apartment, but with his colleagues, discussing the young generation. Not like he himself was one of the old guard, but he was confident in his abilities to make an offer for one of the students. He was not one of the most popular heroes, with his quirk being heavily dependent on other pros, but he had a hell of a track record of successful missions. Emmanuel entered the bar, and was greeted by a sight of his friend and colleague, Clear Sky, or Emila Maya in civilian. They attended the same hero school, and stayed in touch after the graduation. Though she got more successful with her career, her quirk being far more combat-oriented than his. And flashier. Hey, Emmanuel. Or is it Reflection? Emila greeted him, and beckoned him to the table, with a clear view of the TV screen. If it was any other day, Emmanuel would say that they got lucky, but not like many people would go to the bar at 9 in the morning. Emmanuel was dressed in his flowing robes, imitating a wizard. His quirk allowed him to copy quirks by just seeing them in use, but sadly for a short time. It allowed him to cover a lot of bases in any team, though, and Sao Paulo hero scene respected Saraiva for his contribution. Emila, by comparison, was dressed casually, in a simple white blouse and blue jeans, her jacket resting on the back of her chair. I am off duty today, just thought that bringing Reflection get-up would get my head in the game. Emmanuel answered, his voice a bit muffled by the mask. That's the spirit. Though you should probably ditch the mask. I already took liberty in getting us some drinks. Oh, here they are, actually, Emila said. A waitress walked towards them, with 2 pints of beer. 1 Creek Boone, 1 St. Pierre Blanche, and 1 Left Blonde. Here you go, she said, and placed the refreshments in front of them, another one left for Augur, who was running late. Belgian? At least you remembered that I like red ale, Emmanuel said, and sipped. The ale was good. Yeah. Why not try something new? Emila said, and drank a bit out of her glass. Drinking at 10 in the morning wasn't really Emmanuel's style, but this time he felt it was acceptable. Not like anything would happen this day anyways. Earth rumbled a bit under him, but Saraiva didn't pay it any mind. Izuku was pumped for the upcoming fight. Him and Kamakiri, duking it out one-on-one face-to-face. No stupid FING gadgets, no annoying pink-haired inventors. No weak Vine users that would give up at the first face of danger. Just 2 brutes fighting it out. Reiko's and Todoroki's fight left him moderately juiced up. He would need to stall for a bit, somehow. But when his quirk truly kicks in, it would be glorious. Best FANG fight of this festival. Probably better than the finals. Because it's decided Bakugo is going to win against Reiko, or not even fight, if she didn't wake up from her injuries in time. He is going to be so sad if that's the case. And a fight between him and whoever wins this bout is going to be boring as F-. Just mindless harassment from Katsuki, until he either tires, or his opponent gets sad enough to leave him with a couple of burns or stab wounds. Thanking God for Cementos, or his juice would have entirely ran out if he was forced to wait for the arena to be cleaned any other way. Izuku already lost the jersey and flip-flops, leaving the exit to the arena only in his shorts. His body was considerably covered in scales, and more were itching under his skin. His palms ended in claws, his mouth already became a flower-like snout. He was ready to fight. Kamakiri walked out of the opposite entrance, bare feet and chested too. His body was already spouting blades and hooks in some places, and chains protruded from his shins, clinking with every step. Togaru Kamakiri versus Izuku Midoriya. And the contestants are already ready? Great. Start. Present Mike suddenly announced the match. Izuku immediately opened with his favorite one, a fireball to the face. Kamakiri got lucky with starting his transform on the way here. If he didn't do it, he would have probably eaten the flames with his face. The fireball harmlessly splashed on his metallic body, only heating it slightly. Kamakiri contorted his body, and jumped towards Izuku, aiming to end this fight quickly. Izuku rushed him head-on, uncaring of the injuries, the only though in his head screaming to get further from the edge. Todoroki's massive body slammed into Lung, flinging him back, his body centimeters away from the boundary, probably breaking his ribcage in every way that mattered. His reinforced organs thankfully absorbed the blow, but the pain still blindsided him. That hurt. Izuku let out a roar and started throwing flame at Kamakiri, trying to blind him. Lung needed to buy time in order for his quirk to patch his ribs up. The pain in his chest was getting better by the second. Izuku was slowly moving to the center of the arena once again, trying to avoid Todoroki ending the fight in the same move. He probably wouldn't do it, scared of flinging himself over the boundary too, or maybe not in mood to crack more of Lung's bones. Chains started flying from his body, trying to entangle Izuku. He and his flames were strong enough to rip through them, even if with considerable difficulty. Izuku continued with his fire barrage, content with not letting Todoroki to see anything rather than his orange flames. Kamakiri started throwing his chains in every direction, going for a feeler network of those to orient himself in the space. Izuku's blood was pumping. He started blowing more and more fire, not needing to think of burning Kamakiri, like the weaklings before. The arena was filled with it, one rolling wave of flame after another, splashing against Todoroki. He felt Izuku with his appendages, and barreled straight towards him. Izuku, almost fully healed and almost 2.5 meters tall, decided to meet him head-on. Kamakiri slammed into Lung, who exerted a lot of effort to stay upright. Fire started blooming around them, heating Todoroki up. Izuku started biting with his maw, trying to rip off chunks of his metal flesh from the hole to weaken Kamakiri. The blades and hooks bit into his mouth, leaving deep gashes and cuts, one hook almost ripping one petal of his snout from its place. Izuku roared and let out a fire breath, trying to soften the metal of Todoroki's body. Kamakiri responded by repeatedly slamming chunks of himself into Lung, breaking bones with every blow. Blades bit into his scales, glancing off some, but piercing through others, opening long tears in Lung's skin. Those cuts quickly healed up, but blades gouged more, and the cycle continued. Metal was thrown in every direction, sprays of blood flowed between them, boiling in the heat produced from the flames around them. It was glorious. Izuku felt alive the first time in this entire FANG day. No, maybe even more. He ripped more of Kamakiri's body, and he ripped more of his, the fight descending into a fight of endurance, whose quirk is going to fail first. An unbridled thought came into Lung's mind. It was probably the bloodiest fight in the history of UA Sports Festival. The only saving grace that prevented referee from stopping this much was the blinding flames and heat produced by Izuku, covering this carnage from the outside view. And even if they did try to stop this, Izuku wouldn't listen. This was a long time coming for him to stop halfway. He is going to beat Kamakiri, and he is going to enjoy this. Hooks bit into his left arm, which was still a bit weaker than his right. You, Kamakiri. With a sickening crunch, Todoroki ripped a considerable chunk of muscles from his arms, which dropped to his side. Izuku turned his head towards it, inspecting the damage. It gushed with blood, but it got better with every second. And it wasn't the FING shoulder this time, at least. Izuku decided to not disengage, and redoubled his efforts in ripping Todoroki apart. Thank God his flames didn't require any fuel source. Izuku could breathe CO2 if needed, and Kamakiri didn't have a single human organ, ergo, no need to breath at all. But his fire would have ran out of oxygen in the vicinity, sooner or later. Izuku was almost 3 meters tall when Kamakiri disengaged from him. His chains entangled Izuku during the fight, keeping him in place long enough for Todoroki to prepare his ramming move, slamming into Izuku once again, this time with all of his force. Lung, even as heavy as he was now, was flung from his position back. His only saving grace was sticking his claws, both on arms and legs, into the concrete to break. Most of his fingers and toes were broken, but he managed to stop himself in time. His midsection once again bloomed with pain, clouding Lung's mind. He roared and let out a wave of flames after a wave of flames, Kamakiri's body now flaming hot. He tried to stand up, but his feet were too mangled from the charge. Izuku looked at Toguro, who was as worse for the wear as him. A lot of his mass was now lounging around the arena, out of reach. He was gathering the metal that was in his vicinity, trying to bulk up once again. With a crunch after crunch, Lung's fingers healed themselves back. He stood up, and flames were left in his wake. He started walking towards Kamakiri, still unsure of placing excessive strain on his feet. The majority of the flames, without his support, died out. Finally, Eraserhead. Well, both of them are still standing. But they don't look good if you catch my drift. Present Mike commented. Izuku was in a better state than Kamakiri. He didn't waste energy, or needed outside material to regenerate. He was unstoppable, capable of fighting for hours. Maybe even days. Or maybe forever. With every step, he grew more confident of himself. Of his body, now almost back to full health. Fire once again rolled from him in waves, searing heat burning everything in its wake. Kamakiri's body was still red-hot, weak to his blows. Instead of tanking the blow, Toguro too decided to slam into Lung, once again trying to end the fight. His body was, for the moment of his ramming, in a very compact state. Not the amorphous mass of metal that it is most of the time, but a coiled spring, rushing towards his destination. He was fast, but Lung's reaction, his explosive strength, and the distance between them allowed him to dodge the blow, grab Kamakiri, and use his momentum to fling him to the side of the arena, throwing him over the boundary. Toguro slammed into the ground, and spread himself over the surface, his defeat evident. It was pointless for him to continue the fight. He lost his chance a while ago. But better to go out in style. Kamakiri didn't transform back, his uniform, as is Izuku's, torn to shreds. But he moved over to Lung, and offered him an improvised arm, made out of chains, blades and hooks. Izuku took it, shaking it with vigor. He wanted to say that this was a great fight, but only snarls came out of his throat. Kamakiri clinked his chains in response, too unable to form a single word. Izuku snorted, and retreated from the arena. One more fight left. Emmanuel and Emilia were on their third pint, when Augur finally graced them with his presence. He looked disheveled, his clothes a bit scuffed, like he was in a hurry. Augur, or Pedro Marquez, was dressed in a dress shirt and jeans, with thin-rimmed glasses. Oh, look who showed up. Augur, where were you? The ceremony is the only thing left. Emilia exclaimed, excited to finally see Pedro. Yeah, Pedro. What happened? I tried to call you, but you didn't pick up. Or answer my text. I was so ready to call the police, you know? Emmanuel chided Marquez. F-. Pedro cursed, which he never did before. I don't know. Something happened to my quirk. What? That was alarming, to say the least. His quirk, tautologically named augury, allowed him to live through a modeled reality once per day. It didn't cover the entire world, sadly, so no predicting natural disasters or devastating villains' attacks, but it was enough to cover Sao Paulo and immensely help the pro's hero. Something happening to his quirk could be devastating for heroes of this city. What happened? Why didn't you call us? Emmanuel questioned, his face bewildered. I forgot to call. And it doesn't work. It's there, I can feel it. But it just doesn't activate. Like something is blocking it. Pedro said, dropping into the open chair. Get me some beer. I need to clear my head. Emilia immediately motioned for the waitress. Petrus red please, Marquez said, and waitress retreated back to the bar table. That's dash. Okay, let's wait a day, and if it doesn't come back, we need to tell other pros. Find someone who can work quirks, or something. If only I could copy quirks forever, then we could check if the problem is with you, Emmanuel said, deciding on a plan of action. Yeah. Want to get out of this bar, get somewhere else? The festivities would be in full swing soon. Emilia offered, concerned about Augur. Augur nodded, and when waitress came back with his pint, he drank it to the last drop in seconds. Ground shook under reflection, but he didn't notice it, writing it off as beer making him woozy. Katsuki was, simply put, said, sorry firecracker, but it seems you'll get one less fight this year. Or are you in mood of beating up a person who can barely sit upright? Reiko said, a tired smile on her lips. Fing hell. Bakugo was really looking forward to this match, but of course those Rets need to basically fight it to the death. Todoroki was a bit better than Reiko, but he lost. Reiko, to put it kindly, was exhausted. Healing had restored her body, but she woke up only now. Bakugo would say till his last breath that he just came into the infirmary and wasn't sitting by her bedside the entire time. Which is true. Because he was sitting outside, Fing healing had not allowed visitors. Phew, Reiko. Couldn't you not say the sheet that led him to blowing you up? You had him there, you know? A couple more rocks, and you would have beaten half and half. Bakugo ranted. Yeah. Half and half. Reiko said and closed her eyes. Probably falling asleep. Did she meant by that? Okay, time's up, young man. And your match is soon, shoo. Healing Hag said, trying to force him out of the chair. She predictably failed. Okay folks, it seems that Reiko Yanagi is out of the tournament. She is too tired from the healing provided by Recovery Girl. So, it's time for the final. Katsuki Bakugo versus Izuku Midoriya. Two absolute powerhouses. Who would win? Let's find out. Present Mike announced Reiko's disqualification and his bout. Katsuki got up, picked up his long-sleeved jacket, and proceeded to the arena. Lung was already waiting for him, clearly impatient for the fight. His quirk was barely powered, or even turned off entirely. Bakugo strolled up to him, and offered him a hand. Lung took it. No quirk? Katsuki questioned. Lung nodded. Wanted this to be a fair fight. No Fing cop-outs, like powering up before the bout. Yeah, if Lung didn't use his quirk before his match with Kamakiri, he would have lost. But Bakugo didn't want to win this way. It would feel unearned. What's interesting about beating up an almost quirkless person? And doing this to his friend would be twice as scummy. I'll give you a head start. A minute. Make this more even. Don't want to win this in seconds. Katsuki said and grinned. Lung snorted and took his arm back. Bakugo walked back to his position. Well, this is it, people. Ready, steady, go. Present Mike shouted, but Bakugo just stood in place. I thought you were joking, Katsuki. Lung shouted. And what's the FA point of you just standing here? You now that I need a fight to ramp up. Okay, that's fair. Katsuki blasted in Lung's direction, covering the entire distance between them in a matter of seconds, stopping a couple of meters before him. Lung's fighting style was always unrefined, relying more on brute strength rather than skill. It allowed him to make mistakes in his strikes or moves and still consistently mow down his foes. Not with Bakugo, though, and definitely not unpowered. Lung went for a wide right hook. Bakugo blocked it and grabbed his forearm, inserted his right arm under his armpit, turned and threw Lung over his shoulder with a satisfying impact. F-. Lung cursed, but was too disoriented to disengage, which allowed Katsuki to get into a mount. Bakugo scored some quick hits at Lung's temple, but soon disengaged himself, wanting to give Izuku more of a chance. You should learn how to Fing fall, Lung. Katsuki taunted. Lung snarled and blasted a couple of small fireballs at him. Katsuki deflected them with his explosions, dispersing the fire with the blast waves. Okay, I thought we were doing this man-to-man, you bitch boy. No Fing quirks. You yourself said about giving me a head start, Aru. Lung countered. Katsuki did say that. Well, using blast to move probably doesn't count, does it? Katsuki went in for a fake punch, and Lung tried to counter with a cross. Katsuki slipped past his arm and went for a grapple. Bakugo crossed his arm over Lung's back, getting a head-arm control, took a step forward, unbalancing his opponent, hooked his leg behind Izuku's, lifted him, and performed a takedown. Katsuki maintained the control down to the ground, going for a choke. F-. Just wait a minute or so, and you are effed. Lung croaked through the choke. Katsuki decided to let go, and disentangled himself with a quick blast. Lung stayed on the ground, wheezing for a little way. Katsuki caught a quick breath himself. A minute he gave Lung for head start past. Then, Lung sent twin jets of flame from his soles, and jumped to his feet. Katsuki slipped by them and engaged Lung in close-quarter combat once again, the audience muted reaction and Lung's continuous failure to do anything without his quirk driving him to a logical conclusion of ending this stupid fight. Izuku blasted flames at his face, Katsuki threw himself down, using recoil from his explosions, and planted his hands on Lung's abdomen, blasting him over the edge. It was so FING anticlimactic that nobody reacted to the literal end of UA Sports Festival. Bakugo tried to gauge everyone's reaction to the fight. Was this sheet was so boring that everyone stopped watching, or something? And yeah, nobody was FING watching. Just staring at the phones in mute horror. Wait, what? It was around 3 or 4 in the morning, and Emmanuel and Emilia were dragging a hammered Pedro back home. Why is it not working? Come back, please. Marquez rambled, distressed over his quirk. Maya and Sareva, in comparison, were almost sober. Maybe you should fly him home or something? Emmanuel offered. Maya thought it over but decided against it. I don't have my license on my. Don't want to explain to cops why the F am I flying a shit-faced guy while drunk myself. Won't end well. Ground shook under them as it did the last several hours. But this time it felt even stronger. Sareva was a bit concerned. Earthquakes like this didn't happen in Sao Paulo before. This was the first one on his memory. Emilia, what's with the earthquakes? I don't get it, this is not a seismically active zone. Emmanuel asked, not really expecting anything. How the F would I now? I am not an earthquake scientist, or something. Emilia responded. Suddenly, Augur's entire body started shaking. And then he let out a blood-chilling scream and raved something about the end. About death. Sareva stood there, frozen, not knowing what to do. What to do as his friend dropped dead, blood flowing out of his eyes, nose, mouth, ears. And then he heard it. It was the same quake that was happening throughout the day, but this time it was the loudest. And it was close. Closing every second. Then, sound of cracks appearing in the ground. Emilia, too frozen by the scene in front of them, shook off the stupor and engaged her quirk, glowing a bright white light. Emmanuel's reflections instincts kicked in, and he used his quirk on clear sky, copying her quirk. A rainbow-colored beam appeared between them, granting reflection clear sky's ability. He flew up and away from the sound, deciding that disengaging is their best bet. Then he heard another sound in the cacophony of crackles, a quick cry. Then cracking stopped. And then reflection stopped hearing anything. His eardrums burst from a literally deafening roar. He decided to turn. To witness. And then he saw it. A monstrosity. A giant, something more than 15 meters tall. Larger than buildings around it, whose windows too popped from the cry. It was a humanoid, a statue made out of magma, with thick, obsidian-colored body, riddled with countless jagged protrusions. Its face was adorned with a giant, glowing red eye, almost carved out between two obsidian-like horns. It was terror made flesh. It was fear in bodily form. It was dread brought to life. And the monster first killed Augur, the it too much for his quirk to comprehend. The quirk was trying to save him from his fate, to prevent the brain damage he suffered from trying to recreate this using his quirk. And it killed Clear Sky, God knows how. And it was going to kill him. Reflection engaged Clear Skies, Emilia's quirk, firing a searing white beam of energy at the it. But it wasn't even shook. A blast that could level buildings, and it just stood there, menacingly. And then, pro-hero Reflection, Emmanuel Sareva knew nothing. One of the first to fall in the face of Behemoth, the hero killer,